Hey y'all, it's CherokeeStarfish, and welcome to my first marathon on the channel. We've never done anything like this before, but I wanted to do something special to thank all of you for all of the follows on Twitch, all of your subs on Twitch, all of the subs and the likes on YouTube, and whether you follow us on Twitter or if you're one of our Patreon patrons, wherever you are. We hit 100 followers on Twitch earlier this year, which was a big milestone for us, for Specific Pixel and I. And we just recently also hit 100 subs on YouTube. So we planned this because I thought, well, what's more appropriate for 100 than to do something to give 100 back. So this is a 100% marathon long play of Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. I chose that game because, one, it's very special to me. It has a very special place in my heart from my childhood. But also, it's fairly linear. It's gotten mixed reviews over time. A lot of people have slammed it. I love it, but it is pretty linear. There's not a lot of deviation. There's not a lot of open world exploration, which means that for a marathon, for my first marathon, since I've never done this before, I thought it was a good choice because it's going to be kind of difficult to get lost or to screw it up. And I know where everything is, so it's going to be me trying my best. I'm not a speedrunner, I am a mere mortal. Me trying my best to go through the game just kind of as relatively as quickly as possible and get all of the items, get all of the spells, that kind of thing. So we're going to go until it's over. I'm going to play tonight until it is done, so hang with me. Of course, if you have to drop in and drop out, that's totally fine, because I don't expect anyone to sit here with me for 9, 10, 14 hours, however long this takes. 14 hours is the average playtime, says the word on the street. But I don't think it'll take me that long because I have played it many times and I do know where everything's at. We will see. So thank you, regardless, however long you stay here, whether you drop in for a few minutes, whether you chat or just lurk, whether you're here the whole time or whatever. In order to see exactly how long it does take, I actually have this. I am going to be timing myself to see how long it takes to get through. We will probably have to take some breaks here and there, just so I can stay hydrated and things like that. And I will pause the timer whenever I take a break, and I'll start it back up again when I return. But I'm interested. I'm eager to see how long it takes. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and finish this long intro by saying just a quick warning that there are a few brief instances of flashing lights in this game. I don't think that it's really that bad, but just a heads up in case you are triggered by that kind of thing, or have something that would be negatively affected by flashing lights. And it does start pretty quickly because you'll see what I mean as soon as I boot up the game. So here we go. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Oh, I love that music. Here comes the first. Yeah, there you go. Flashing lights. All right. Well, let us press any button to begin. We are going to start a new game. I'm actually playing this on a Super Nintendo. I'm using the analog SNES that Specific Pixel got me for my birthday several years ago. But I actually am using my old Super Nintendo controller, my wired controller, um, from my original SNES that I still have, that I got back when I was a little baby. Because the Bluetooth controllers, sometimes I didn't want to worry about them like running out of battery during the marathon or whatever. So I'm actually using a quote-unquote real Super Nintendo controller to make sure that that does not happen. So it's kind of cool playing on a new Super Nintendo, playing this old game, the original cartridge, with this high-end capture card, but also this ancient original flavor, like discolored Super Nintendo controller. I love it. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to hit start. And let's go. God, this music slaps. My village is gone. What on earth is going on? This place is going to sink any second. Let's climb up quick. Yeah, the dialogue's pretty simplistic. I think Ted Woolsey, a famous Final Fantasy translator, Squaresoft translator. Oh yes, press the B button. You can jump in this game. Yes, Radius voice to go with our new Radius emote, in fact. There's not a lot of tutorial in the game, though, because it's pretty simplistic. But I think Ted Woolsey said this was the simplest game he ever had to translate because it was so small in file size. Look over there. That's the Focus Tower, once the heart of the world. An old prophecy says the Vile Four will steal the power and divide the world behind 4 doors. At that time, the night will appear. The prophecy has now come true. 4 monsters have locked the doors of the Focus Tower and escaped with the keys. They're draining the light from the 4 crystals of the earth, and the world is in chaos. The people are in desperate need of help. Starfish, only you can save the crystals. And the world. I've got a lot of people to disappoint. Me? Yes, you, Starfish. Only you could be the knight spoken of in the prophecy. Why me? Look out, a monster! I love this. It just happens so fast. And that was by design. Oh, you got a critical hit right away. Oh my god. We might lose this and have to start over. Oh, come on. Yeah. Immediately. An auspicious start. Okay. Alright. Yep, so the behemoth is faster than you. And does more damage. So if it gets 1 critical hit during this fight, you lose, and there's nothing you can do about it. And I guess part of that is to help teach you that the battle system is pretty forgiving. A lot of people panned this game when it came out, and still do, for being so linear, so simplistic. There's our critical hit. Hey! For being kind of hand-holdy, but that was by design. Seems I was right. At last I found a true knight. You only died 1 time. But you said you were sure I was the one. Well, actually, it was more of a guess. Love these little gestures. Forget it. Just tell me where I can find the crystals. It's up to you to find them. This place is becoming dangerous. Follow me to the level forest. I don't know if the level forest is called that because, like, this place is off kilter. Gotta get out of here. Who is that guy, anyway? Yes, who is he indeed? I don't know if the level forest is called that because, like, it's on flat ground as opposed to that mountain which just disappeared in an earthquake, or if it's because it's where you go to level at the beginning of the game, like the tutorial level. Here we go. There you are. What do you think I should do first? Save the Crystal of Earth. See ya! I love... So, in English here, the default name of the protagonist is Benjamin. And I love his expressions. That boulder is blocking my way back to town. Would you shove it aside? Sure. Boop. Thank you. If you want to go through this forest, find Kaylee and Forrester and show her this. Ooh, the tree wither. So these brown chests, they repopulate every time you leave a level and come back, which means you can farm items that you find in them. Alright, Forrester, the Earth Town. So, yes, look at this. It's all brown and desiccated. Strange trees are growing in the level forest. Crystal of Earth is to the north in the Bone Dungeon. Thank you. Everything's very simplistic. The dialogue and stuff is really straightforward, because this was actually targeted at kids. The monster can drain energy from a person. I'm really just a child. That's one of the reasons that I think a lot of people disliked it. Is because at the time, RPGs were not like super popular in the US. Here we go, the Cure spell, our first white spell book. Excuse me, old man. Thank you. Kaylee can talk to the tree spirits. I love this, just the glowing orbs. That's everyone's lamps. You'll never see a normal lamp. Everyone just has crystal balls. We also have over here, we can't get through there yet because we need a different weapon to cut those trees. We'll get that shortly. If you're not familiar with the game, it's, like I said, pretty linear. I want to grab what I can here. You never know what we're going to need. But yeah, RPGs were not super popular in the US, and so this game was actually made to like appeal to people, because some folks thought the reason that Americans didn't like them were because they were too hard, so they made an easy one that was introductory level in order to entice people and show them that they could be fun. My husband Mac forgot his captain cap. I hope nothing happens. Yeah. I'm Kaylee. There's a tree blocking the north exit of the level forest. I can chop down the tree, but monsters have taken over the forest and I can't get to it. I can help you with that. Come on, let's go. Don't you dare take Kaylee anywhere dangerous. Listen, Mom. Hey, that tree wither looks awful. How much the trees must be suffering. Okay, you win. I always assumed Kaylee was like part dryad or something. I don't know. Don't worry, Mom. First party member. First thing we're going to do is see down there in the corner, we can switch between auto and manual. And I want her on manual control. Perhaps because the battles are not super difficult and the game is fairly easy, if you leave your companions on auto, it's not bad. Let me cut this with my axe. We've got to reach the north exit. There we go. But I prefer to have them on manual for the most part. I like to better target. And every companion you get always starts at higher level than you to help you through the area that you're currently in, so... Oh, we're not healed. I forgot. That's fine. Critical hits. It's so fine. That's also possible. She's just a giant lady with an axe. Hey, we got one. Let's go over here and we'll grab some more cure potions and use a couple of them. This is one game where I'm not going to be hoarding consumables because... I go ahead and I'm going to save. They are so easy to get, so... God, this battle theme slaps. This is one of the few Final Fantasies and or Squaresoft games in general, and one of the first Final Fantasies that was not composed. Come on, Kaylee. Oh my gosh. It was not composed by Nobuo Uematsu, who of course does most of the Final Fantasy music, and always has. And instead, this one was composed, right, level up, by Ryuji Sasai and Yasuhiro Kawakami, I think? And Sasai, of course, he's like he's like the bassist for a Queen cover band and other stuff like that. So, like, you can hear these sick guitar tracks are his work. Karen, interesting. Yeah, some of the artwork is really interesting. Very pretty, but also there are things like, for example, you'll notice if you can find a picture of the original box that this game came in, which I actually still have my original box and my user manual from this cartridge. Zash. Why is Zash such a much cooler name? That's heal potions. There we go. That's what I wanted, because those cure status effects. But on the back of the box, you will see a character in the party with Benjamin here who looks like a later companion we get called Phoebe. But her name is T, and she is like T-E-A, like the tea that you drink. And she is using Reuben's Morning Star. And I have a fun story about that. When we were little, my dad played this game, and he got tea in his party somehow, and we've never been able to replicate that, and I swear that it's true. And it took years of looking around and doing research for me, and my brother struck gold. He's the one who actually sent me an article a long time ago that showed someone else talking about tea. And apparently she's like in the game code as a debug character, I think is her purpose. And so that means that, of course, she's in the files, and if you do certain things, or certain things happen in a certain way, I guess, then you can potentially wind up with her in your party. And we never could figure out what Dad had done. He came here to the level forest, and he was constantly level grinding until he hit max level, because that's the way he played games like this. And then he went to get Phoebe later on, and instead of Phoebe, when she joined his party, she became T, and she wouldn't leave his party. So as the story progressed, other characters like Tristram and Reuben would join the party, and you would get the little jump and fanfare, but then it wouldn't switch, and he had T with him for the entire rest of the game. And we've never been able to replicate it, and all I can think is that maybe him being max level and spending that much time tripped something in the game or something, and it put the debug character in his party for some reason, because there's some kind of a stack overflow or a caching issue. I don't know. But you will see that she's real if you look just even on the back of this box. She's in the party, because for some reason the debug character is the companion that they chose to leave in for the publicity screenshots. This is the evil tree I was talking about. Oh no! Wahaha! Surprise! I love the kissy noise that they use for gas attacks. He poisoned me, just as he did to the trees. Oh no. Her little desperate sprite there. Ah, the boss music. There we go. Roundhouse. Oof. It's a good thing we leveled up. Now, of course, all of your companions come with the life spell, which is a great spell, because if you cast life, you always go first. It cures all status effects and restores you to full health, whether you're dead or not. So that's the only spell Kaylee has, but thankfully we didn't have to use it. Kaylee, what happened? I'll be okay. As soon as I take elixir. That's in the sand temple. Don't worry, I'll get it. Then take this axe with you. Got an axe. I'll be back. Whoop. There we go. We didn't have Kaylee for very long, unfortunately. But now that we have the axe, we can do things like this. Whee! I love how jumping and walking go at the same speed. There we go. Mostly. Oh, it's the other one. I want to come over here and rest. There we go. Ah. I love his sprites for whenever he gets out of bed at an inn or something. He's just like, which way did they go? Show me. And there's Kaylee. In bed. Take care. We shall. Hey, Trance. I'm excited. I'm excited. See, now that we have more than one weapon, we can use L and R to switch between them. And as you might imagine, trees... Oh, well, of course we missed. Hilarious. You ruined my timing, game. I was gonna say trees, as you might imagine, are weak against axe attacks. Yes, axe is an element in this game. No, every spell and item and whatever has, you know, an attack type associated with it. Plants are weak to axe. Well, he's just level 3. He's just starting out. Actually, these battlefields here, so each battlefield has 10 battles that you can run through, and you get some kind of prize at the end of them. Ooh, I'm gonna have to use a spell. So that next attack probably would have got me. But they each have a prize of some kind. And for some places, it's one of the items. Oh my god. Ben. Goodness gracious. But even the ones that don't give you an item or a spell, they still... There we go. Fuck's sake. They'll still give you bonus experience and money. Okay, he's attacked 4 times and missed 3. This is not... Oh my god. Brother, you have got to hit. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's feeling like Mystic XCOM. I'm actually gonna go in here so that I can, I have to press the start button really hard on this old controller to get into the menu screen. It's feeling like XCOM here. But these battlefields, since they do have 10 rounds, so you can see round 8 of 10. So it ticks down. These are going to be really good places for personal anecdotes. And this Ryuji Sasai guitar tracks always get me pumped. That's the one thing that everyone agrees about Mystic Quest, is that the soundtrack is just a jam. No one fights about that. It really does. It goes way harder than it needs to, and I appreciate that, and I think that's one of the things that got me really into it as a kid. Because it goes like Final Fantasy VII hard. There we go. I'll risk one more, because as he levels up... Ooh, there's our first frog. Okay, good. He hit, though. As he levels up, of course he's going to get better. So yeah, at the time, RPGs just, you know, like Final Fantasy, they just were not super popular here, and people blamed it on games being too hard, and I think Ted Woolsey was the one who said that, you know, there's an attraction to just getting straight into the gameplay with an action or an adventure game, and just diving right in, and being able to go out there and whack some monsters, and you're in control, and you feel powerful, and you feel like a hero, and that really grabs you, and American gamers love that stuff, you know, like Doom. Whereas for a typical RPG, and I'm sure he was thinking of things like Wizardry or Eye of the Beholder, it's like it takes hours to get into it before it really grabs you. And I think that just varies, of course, based on gamer. It's the same thing as some people like point-and-click adventure games, other people like racing games, still others love FPSs. It's, you know, it's just a preference thing. So this game was designed specifically to be an introductory RPG to hook people, to get them to see, like, hey, this is simple and fun, and, you know, it doesn't take hours to grab you because you can just jump right into the action. And boy, does it. Because it starts with, it's one of those games for sure where, like, there is no lead in. You have to read the instruction manual in the box in order to figure out what the hell's going on. Because you notice that Benjamin at the beginning, he just walks up to the old man, and it's like, what's going on? My village just disappeared. And then there's an earthquake, and the whole mountain falls off the face of the earth into that black pit. And apparently what's happened is the earthquakes have been going on for a little while, and he wandered up the Mountain of Destiny, or the Hill of Destiny, I think is what it's called, actually. Just hanging out to explore. Here we go, clean them out. 154 XP. So that's our prize. And then the earthquake, while he was up on the hill, claimed his village. The entire place disappeared. And that's it, and then you just go from there. So he's got nowhere to go back to. When you see the red chests banded with gold like that, that means it's an important item that you can only get once, some kind of upgrade like the cure spell. So, looking for some cure, kid? I very much like, you know, what are you buying? Opens coat to show stolen Rolexes. First of all, my name is Starfish, and I'm looking for elixir. I'll sell you something for, say, 9,000 GP. Well? Whoa, that's way too much. Listen, kid, this stuff is precious, right? My allowance is only 2 GP a month. Then let's do it this way. Also, my allowance is gone because my parents are dead. We just won't talk about that. See, that's what I thought, old man. It's like, I'm looking for some cure, kid. I'm going to the Bone Dungeon to find treasure. You come with me and help. If I get the treasure, you get the elixir. Do I have any choice? When do we go? Oh, there's a battlefield nearby. Why don't you whack a few monsters there, maybe win something, kid? The name's Starfish. Tristram. Now, he does start at level 7, and he has ninja stars, and he's the only character who gets ninja stars. And he's got his own theme there. You can hear that as well. Tristram is the most useless companion. Everyone hates him. He's some kind of ninja. Strong against poison attack. Yeah, that's the thing, is his ninja stars do inflict poison. I'm just gonna heal that, and... see, because yeah, I won't even get to go. Hey, we leveled up. But at least since he's level 7, he can take all these things out in one hit, so... go ahead. That's probably futile because someone will hit me and poison me again, but... I've noticed something about my cartridge here, and I'm interested to see if it persists when we get to a later section of the game. and that is when the ninja stars hit, there's supposed to be multiple sound effects. So there's the initial sound effect, and then there's like a thwack, 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 thwack noise, like a bunch of darts hitting a dartboard. See right there, and there's like a mysterious like blank there, and I don't know what's happening. It's like for some reason this old cartridge is not loading that sound effect. I mean, that's okay. I just hope it doesn't mean something terrible for the cartridge. Also, this battlefield and the one across from it in the other direction, they are my favorite battlefields in the game because you have this sick desert background, right? But look back there with the clouds rushing overhead. That, like, animated layered parallax. I love that. And when I was a kid, I just thought that was so fucking cool. The dynamic battlefield where stuff is moving in the background, and these are the only battles that you can fight that have that. No other battlefields in the game have a moving battlefield background. So, because you'll notice that like the monsters and stuff are not really animated. They do have multiple states. See, where like, you know, he lays his head down when he's defeated, or the frog blows up really big. Yeah, very much like Lufia, where you have the characters along the bottom and then the monsters up in front of you in a row. A lot of games from around this time did that, and it's a big nostalgia button. Ooh, you know, at some point I should, honestly. No, I am going to go back to Foresta. I wasn't going to, but I need to heal and also cure my poison, so I'm going to go back here and just sleep in the bed. But yeah, I could play Lufia. It's been a long time since I did, too, so I would enjoy that. Just leap into bed. You'll see, too, that the ninja stars have a quantity, so he can run out of them. They're like ammo. And there are 2 weapons in the game that are like that. One is his ninja stars, the other is the Bow of Grace, which we will see later. Which, like the ninja stars, only one character gets and can use, and it's one of the few pieces of equipment in the game that you don't ever get. So 3 of your companions have unique weapons. And I think one of them has a unique piece of armor. No, 2 of them have a unique piece of armor. I don't remember if Tristram does or not. I'll check in a minute. And Aruba gets the flame armor, which you don't get. And then Phoebe gets the mystic cape, which you don't get. Tristram gets the ninja stars, Phoebe gets the Bow of Grace, Ruben has the Morning Star. And I think that that's it. Because all of Kayleigh's axes you do get. So yeah, you never get a weapon type that deals what they call shoot damage. The ninja stars and the Bow of Grace are the only ones that deal shoot damage. And you'll see things that says weak against shoot attack. Like birds. Here we go, clean them out. And there we go, we got the charm. That's what I wanted. Now we'll go on to the Bone Dungeon. And look at this, you can see the shifting sands. The sands move on their own. It's a magic desert, which I love. Very charming. Okay, let's go ahead and save. Oh, I should actually ask. We can customize this? We haven't done that yet. Let's see. There we go. Yeah. Probably, that's a little bit closer. There we go, that's Starfish Purple. Which do y'all prefer? Do you like the scale, or do you like the figure like this? You can just see actually, like, how many hit points we have. or you've got the colorful scale where it goes down like a health bar. I've played it both ways. I usually play it like this so I can just see rather than having a visual representation that I have to decipher. But we can leave it on whichever one you want, so let me know if you have a preference. Now I'm just gonna go straight across here. So you can fight these monsters and go around the outsides, around the outside, around the outside, and there's stuff in them, and some of it I want, but you don't have to fight every monster. Giant sandworms. They are weak against axe. Boom. I hate that. Sandworm attacks with scrunch. Get scrunched. Hey, level up. There we go. We do not have to hit max level to beat this game by any means. Certainly not. Max level is 41, which is an odd number. It's a strange number. Of course, it's an odd number. I'm not 100% sure why it's 41. Probably some programming reason or other. But you definitely do not have to max it out in order to get through the game. Because when I was actually... I played a little bit of the game when I was recording my, my little hype trailer for this marathon, which is currently set as my Twitch channel trailer, and you can see it as the featured video or pinned video over on YouTube as well. I had to get some footage of the game, and I didn't have a current save file to use because when I was putting this together, I just, started a new game and named him like Test in order to make sure that the game still worked and that kind of thing. So I wanted to start over, and I was able. It only took me like, when I just rushed straight through and didn't level, didn't do anything to the side. I just ran straight for the boss of this dungeon, and I did it in something like 15 minutes, maybe. So I'm already double that amount of time, as you can see on the timer up there, but that's because I'm reading dialogue, and this time I'm actually stopping to like level up. When I play this game casually, I usually kill every single monster in a dungeon and clean them all out so that I can level up. And I'm not racing myself or anybody else today. I'm just doing this casually, and it takes as long as it takes, but I also am not going to deliberately extend it. So, like, I'm not going to grind all the way up to level 41. So I'm going to kill the monsters I need to in order to open some of the better chests and stuff. But, like, I'm not going to kill every monster in every room just because they're there. Although you can do that. They don't come back. So if you clean out a dungeon, like this one, then the monsters stay gone until you leave and come back. And you can see here, I didn't really demonstrate this, but you can see all of the sand is moving, but the slow sand, you can move on, you can walk back and forth and control your direction. But when it's fast moving like this, it sends you where it wants you to go. Now it is possible, if you can jump far out, you can, like, see, you can manipulate your direction a little bit. So it's possible in some places to cheese around. Alright, we'll come back there in a second. I love the glowing green eyes on the skulls, like, why? Because they're evil possessed skulls, you see. Here we go. The door's sealed shut. Well, here goes. Ha, watch this. Hey, aren't these something? I'll sell you something cheap. How about 50 explosives for 30 GP? No. Alright, I'll cut you a deal. How about 50 explosives for 15 GP? Bruh, no. That's the least that he'll go, is 15, so... And you get stuck in a loop, so you have to buy them for 15 gold pieces. I don't know what would happen if you didn't have 15 gold, but I don't think it's possible to not. I guess you could leave and, like, steal things and come back, or like, buy things and come back and not have 15. I've never tried that. Maybe if you can't, there might be a failsafe in where he just gives them to you for free, but you have to fight at least one monster. Well, no. No, you don't either. You can come through and... I don't know. It could soft lock the game. Anyway, now we have bombs. Bombs are great because bombs can't miss. Unlike other weapons, they always hit. And they are our first AoE attack. So that means that if there are multiple monsters, then it will divide the bomb damage evenly between them. So it will divide it by 3, by 2, or if there's only one monster, that one monster gets the full damage from the bomb, which can be very powerful because they do hit hard. Also, their adventuring use is like this. So, like the arrows and the ninja stars, the bombs do have ammo. There we go, the steel shield. Let's go ahead and take a look. You can see your stuff over here. See, this is what your companion has, the ninja stars. Oh, he's got the black robe. That's his unique armor. And he's got a moon helm, which makes him resist fire. That makes him resist poison. We have the charm, which is just 1 defense power. Steel shield is defense 5, and our steel armor is defense 6. And then here's our weapons. So see, sword attack power 27, axe is attack power 31, bomb is attack power 63, and the ninja star is 42, and it inflicts poison and can also inflict paralysis or stun. Each of these also has a hidden attribute as well. So like, for example, see here on our status screen, look, our magic is 20. So not all of them do it, but this is because it's the base level thing. So you can see our attack changing, but okay, later on, some of the things like your swords, they'll actually increase your magic. There's a small boost, so that means that it can be worthwhile to do stuff like if you are using spells exclusively and you're not going to be attacking with your weapon, leave it set to your sword and you get a small magic boost from that. I remember as a kid trying to fight the fewest monsters possible to find my way through here. Alright, monsters that actually have animation. Rocks. And these guys are weak to shoot attacks. Oh, he didn't hit, so... well, you'll see in a moment. And see, this is the first time, too, I think, that we're really getting a good look at each monster. Bosses have a minimum, have like 3 or 4 states, but each regular monster has a minimum of 2 states where they have their low health sprite that changes when you get them to critical HP. There we go. See, weak against shoot attack. So this is what the rocks look like when you weaken them. Also, once you blow up a door like that, it stays blown up. Let me actually take a couple cure potions. But you only ever get to see that if you inflict an amount of damage that gets them to critical health without killing them. So if you're fighting stronger monsters, you are more likely to see that. But if you kill them in one shot, then you just briefly see it as they dissolve. Of course, because they change to that sprite and then immediately they're gone. I don't want to waste all my bombs. We don't need them for these guys. Hey! Now we're level 7 also. Skeletons! Now this is fun, right? Because skeletons are undead. And so like in many Final Fantasy games, you can do things like this. You can target enemies with white magic, as well as black magic and wizard magic, the other kinds. Now, the only spell Tristram has is life. He doesn't have any black or wizard magic, he just has the life spell, because they all get it. Ironically, if you use white magic on an enemy, it usually has the opposite of its effect. So if you cast life on someone, it's actually an instant death spell. It has a chance of instantly one-hit KOing them. But skeletons are immune to instant death attacks, so it doesn't work on them. Which is funny to me, because of course in most Final Fantasy games, there we go, weak against zombie attack. I don't know why it's called zombie attack, but I guess it means undead or something. And it was just that's the Woolseyism. But so healing magic hurts them, but they can't be instantly killed the way that a Phoenix Down or something similar usually one-hit KOs most undead enemies in your typical Final Fantasy game. There's nothing over there. I like the little flat, like, bone texture. You can see the whole place is supposed to be... Oh, rematch. Here's our first palette swap. Instead of the behemoth, we have the Gorgon. Let's take him out first. There we go. But you can see in the battle screen there that the whole place is propped up on those bone pillars. So that's what it's supposed to look like, but of course out in the actual overworld it's just a flat texture, because this game was apparently made in RPG Maker. And I love that about it. Oh, this is one of my favorite parts. Boom. And our first secret area. Nothing down here. I don't know why that's there, but other than to distract you. There's a couple places like that. Or see, like there's stairs down here too. But there's nowhere to, like... There's nowhere to go. So. There's another place like that here in this dungeon, too. Got him in one. Whenever you get a chest with ammo in, it almost always has 10, but if you don't have room for 10, then it just gives you whatever you can carry. In this case, 7. Aw, I have like 4 hit points left. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Tristram attacks Tristram with Ninja Star. The only thing in this dungeon that can kill us is us. Lord. Oh crap, that's right. That doesn't get status. That's fine. Jumping through the dungeon. Now if Tristram will actually hit and kill this one. There we go. I really shouldn't waste bombs on these because you can't kill 2 of them in one hit anyway. I have to just hit one with my axe. And then I'll finish it off on the second turn. as you can see, again, if you're not familiar with the game, you can see by now each different weapon has something that it does here in the overworld. So the bombs blow stuff up, the axes chop things down, the sword you can actually use to poke buttons, which I love about it. Ooh, nice. Actually, there we go. I think they're strong against swords. Yeah, I'm gonna do it this way this time. Because it takes Tristram one hit to kill anything in here. There we go. So actually we're better off using the axe, because now that we're level 7, he's hitting hard enough that he's taking stuff out on his own. I love that the Minotaurs just have, like, their tongue hanging out to the side like blip. Blip. Blow up its teeth. Seeds! This is the first place in the game where you can get them. Still fairly early, but... So seeds are a really cheap item, and I don't mean that in terms of what they cost. A seed replenishes all of your spells. Because unlike some Final Fantasy games, you don't have MP or anything. This is more like Final Fantasy 1, where it's based off kind of a D&D system. So you have white magic, black magic, and wizard magic, and you have a certain number of each of those. So there are 4 spells in each category. And, you know, it's like right now, you can see down there, we have 6 white, 3 black, 1 wizard slot. And you can cast any of those spells. So if we had 2 white magic spells, we have 6 slots to spend between them, and that just goes up as you level up. Yeah, it's kind of like how sometimes you'll see that division where it's like arcane or like sorcery to indicate that it's extra powerful. And really esoteric or something. Like, these are not spells that just anyone can cast. These are powerful spells, secret spells. These are for wizards only. Boom, there's Quake, our first black magic spell. Lol, when I was going through here and doing the, just getting the test footage for the, for the hype trailer for this marathon, I walked past. I didn't even go in that room because I didn't need to. You know, I wasn't trying to beat the game. Hey, there we go. Speaking of beating things. And here we are, the boss chamber. Take a good look at this guy. I love him. Actually, let's do full health here. I'm not going to use a seed because we've got most of our spells, so...
You'll never beat me. I have the power of the crystal of earth.
Yeah, whatever. There we go, that boss track. Thank you, Ryuji Sasai. Alright, well, first things first. Flamorous Rex here. Ooh, nice. He's strong against poison and paralysis. Attacks with Chew Off. Oof. That's okay. Boom, we're gonna do a big hit. He's not actually weak against Quake, against earth damage, which is the type of damage that Quake deals. It's just a powerful spell. Oh, there we go, the Bone Missile. One of my favorite attacks in the game. We got 1 Quake left. There's his third state. Rip Earth. He casts Quake back at us. When I can't help it, whenever I think of, whenever I read Rip Earth, I think of like Rip Ass. Oh my gosh. So Quake is like Bomb. It divides the damage between all your enemies, so it hits harder the fewer there are. Likewise, see spells like Cure, we can divide that as well. So it will heal less. Each person only gets 50%, but you can heal both people. There we go. And usually that's okay. Alright, let's finish him off. Big finish. Rip Earth. Get out of here. Get out of here. Rip Earth somewhere else. There we go. First real boss. Tristram doesn't even care. Here we go, some flashing lights. This is what I was talking about at the beginning, so it's brief, but so there you go. That's what you should expect. And every time we free a crystal, that's going to happen.
Look, the crystal. Never mind that. Get a load of this stuff.
Oh my gosh. That's so weird because it's like binaural, so when he shoots it out, it's like in my right ear, and then when he pulls it back, the other sound effect's in my left ear.
I'll keep this. Oh, here's what you wanted.
Thank you. Got some cure potions, some explosives. Here's the crystal. I always thought it was weird that, like, you couldn't do anything with it, touch it, or whatever, and it just stays here forever. That's just where it lives now. And this is going to be the sand coin.
Look, I've got to go. See you around, kid.
Yeah, he got what he wanted, so he's gone. Oh, man. When I was a child and first playing this game, I did not know what was in that chest. And it was very upsetting to find out later that it is the Dragon Claw, which is the ultimate claw weapon. And it's one of the best weapons in the game because it can just instantly kill creatures, because it inflicts every status effect, including Petrify. Plus, it's a grappling hook, as you saw. And so you get it in the first dungeon, and Tristram just takes it. I don't feel like fighting him, I'm just gonna go around. And he gives it back to you later, but it's like way later at the end of the game, so you know, you can't help thinking, man, I could have had this the whole time. And where? I feel like I missed something earlier. Maybe it's over here. Somewhere there's a passage. I thought it was here. Maybe I was wrong. Oh, I know what I'm thinking of. Here we go. Here to show that we defeated the dungeon. There. And check this out. Here's the real reward. When you restore the Crystal of Earth, it restores the element of Earth, so the forest recovers. So check that out. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. That's why he's undead, but also, like, you know, a dinosaur. Ta-da! Go save the crystals! Thanks for saving us and the trees! Yes, everything is green now, and everyone has their youth restored. Just gonna rummage around here first. Starfish, is it really you?
Here's the elixir.
Thank you. Now I can visit Spencer in Aquaria. That's like her uncle, I think.
Why don't I go to Aquaria first and look around? Where is it?
It's through the focus tower and to the northeast. Alright, well, we know where to go. Bye now. Goodbye. Okay. Let's give it a save here. This is the last time you will see this cool animated parallax battleground, so enjoy it while we have it for these next 9 fights. Attacks with stare. Oh, we are not strong against confusion yet. It wore off and he immediately did it again. Hey, we're doing pretty good at resisting it, though. So many Minotaur zombies. What was Flamorous Rex doing down here? Guess, like you said, raising the dead. I love how the giant worms are weak against axe attack. Because you think, like, presumably that's because you're chopping them. And yet, what are worms known for? Most worms, or at least a lot of worms, are specifically known for, like, if you cut a piece off of them, it doesn't kill them, and sometimes it grows into a second worm. I love how that, uh-oh. Got paralyzed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That doesn't wear off on its own. I think we may be... Yeah, there we go. We got fucked. Paralysis is nasty. If there's only one of you, that's it. You just lose that fight. If you don't have a companion with you to use heal potions and stuff. I'm gonna try again. We'll hit him with a bomb instead of axe. Oh my god. Confusion is also very nasty. At least the game is generous with this, where, you know, if you do lose, you can just start that fight over. Okay, here we go. Come on. Get out of here. Yeah, every time you hit one of these with an axe, you should have 2 medium worms. Giant sandworm. Oh no! Now there's just, like, big sandworms, and then regular sandworms, and then teeny sandworms. The terrifying thing is it never stops. No matter how far down you go, it's just worms all the way down. Three more to go. Yeah, we got this. 2 more to go. Come on. My personal goal here is to complete the entire Earth area and be in the focus tower in under an hour. To the tower in an hour. We've got a minute and a half. Clean them out, got 150 gold. There we go. Here he is.
Well done, Starfish. Remember, Captain Mac will be crucial to your quest. A girl named Phoebe can help you. But I'm going to Aquaria. Maybe you'll find her along the way. Old man, out!
have to have the coins to get through, and... ta-da! There we go! Out the other side in 59:22. Now you'll see, like, there are some items down there, right? And this one, which I don't want to leave behind. That's the fire spell. I'm doing really well. Because I rushed out to get out in time and then came back for the item I passed up. And still got back out in under an hour, so... But yeah, you can see the water area is frozen, right? So if the earth area was drained of life, because earth is the element of life, so the opposite of life is death, so undeath, then of course water is flowing, right? So the opposite is stasis. So the corruption here in the area is going to be ice. So it's all frozen, which means you can guess the fire spell is going to be pretty useful. Remember this. We'll come back to this later. And here's Phoebe. Hi. It's hopeless. I give up. Aquaria's frozen. People are sick. Grandpa is trapped. Okay, I didn't ask, but nice to meet you. Wait, have you ever heard of a man named Spencer? Why, he's my grandpa. What luck. Let's go free him. But we can't. I'm going home. Hey, what's your name? Where are you from? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Phoebe from Aquaria. You are Phoebe? Well, then I'm going with you. And that's that. So she starts at level 15. And your companions cannot level up. Their stats are static. So since you don't share experience, I decided that I would just get her in the party and then come back down here and do this battlefield. Because she will make it a lot easier and make it go way faster without dividing the rewards or anything like that. What are these little dudes are called? Mint Mints. So the first ones, you know, you have brownies back in the level forest. Now you have Mint Mints, so it's like they're all Girl Scout cookies or something. A rogue lumberjack princess and a selfish ninja. Yeah, that's why he's so desperate to hang out with Phoebe, because, you know, Phoebe's, like, kind of normal. Except that her weapon is the cat claw. So she is this girl in a cape who is just flipping shit with a claw weapon, anime style. And I love that about her. We love Phoebe. Now, actually, we did not get to see this because I didn't go back to the level forest. But the battlefields can change after you restore the land with the crystals. So, like right here, we're fighting on frozen grass with those icy mountains in the background. If we didn't do this battlefield right now and we came back later after we had restored the crystal of water, we would be fighting on green grass with regular mountains in the background as opposed to snow-covered frozen mountains. Likewise, if you go to the level forest, or if I had saved any of the battlefield that is right above the level forest between it and the sand temple, the brown dead forest changes to green woodland. And it's just a palette swap, like it's the same shape, it's just different colors. But it still is cool because it, clean them out, got 99 XP, we leveled up twice from that. Fucking A. But still, it feels good because, like, you can see that you're doing something. Now, Phoebe is a much better spellcaster than Tristram was. So, she has our first wizard spell, which is Thunder. She has Fire. She has Life, of course, but she also has Cure and Heal, which is great. And she is the best mage in the game. She's the best caster, except for your main character, maybe. Since we have access to all of these different battlefields, there is no reason not to go ahead and just crush them as we encounter them. because we do want the rewards. It'll make the upcoming dungeons a lot easier if we can match Phoebe's level. Generally speaking, except towards the very end of the game, your companion can kind of carry you. So, like, Phoebe is the level that she needs to be to just kind of breeze through this whole section, the entire region of the game. Strong against paralysis, but not strong against 192 damage. Oh, that's what I was specifically trying to avoid. I didn't want to get poisoned, but it's okay, she's got heal. And when you're in dungeons, usually, you want to try and save your spells for fights. And that's what the items are for. But out here, it's like if you're just doing battlefields, there's no reason not to use your spells and save your items for when you get low on spells. Because they do the same thing. Like, the Cure Potion and the Cure Spell are pretty identical. Oop, okay. And heal is the same way. Like, it just cures all negative status, no matter what that status is. It cures everything but dead. And the potion is the same. And so that eliminates the need for a lot of different scaling items. You know how in a lot of Final Fantasy games, and also in many other RPGs that have taken inspiration from them or just are along the same lines, you'll have things like a separate item for every single status effect. So you'll have the golden needle that cures petrification. You'll have the throat drops that cure silence. You'll have the eye drops that cure blindness, and so on and so forth. You know, you have a poison cure and a paralysis cure and a slow cure and whatever. In here, you just have heal potions. And that's nice. I actually kind of prefer that because it's just less inventory management. In most cases. Just because after a certain point, I feel like it kind of becomes redundant to have all of those different items because once you gain access to them, there we go, 300 GP. A prize for that one. This is the one that I really want to do though. So we can get the magic ring. Look at these random scorpions. Why are they in the ice area? Who knows? She can't kill them in one hit though. Yeah, they're so lost. Like, you'd think, why were these not in the desert area? I don't know. Yeah, like, they shouldn't be here anyway. They really shouldn't. More. More scorpions. They can poison you, so when you get like 2 scorpions and a frog, it's like, bruh. Oof. They hit us with poison, but didn't poison us. That's fine. But no, what was I saying? Like, the cure spells are percentile. So they scale with you. That's why there's only one. You don't need more than one. You know, and that kind of stuff. And it's just, that's fine because in most games where you have access to multiple healing items, they become redundant quickly because I feel like after the game gives you access to them, you can just buy as many as you want anyway. So you're going to wind up with 99 gold needles and 99, you know, whatever, poison cures, 99 eye drops, and so on. So, like, why bother? If that's the case, just have one item. you can still have multiple status effects, and that's still useful. I think that's what a lot of people maybe are thinking, or I don't want to say afraid of, is that you program in 15 different interesting negative status conditions that you can have, and then you have one item that cures all of them. That means that it kind of cheapens some of them, where you're not going to see a lot of them. I'll cast heal so you can see what it looks like in combat. It's a green cure. So I guess I kind of understand it from that perspective. I think I spent a lot of time doing this. I want some of the status effects to be meaningful and to actually, when they come up in a battle, if you don't have the right item, you have to deal with the status effect. And if you just have heal potions, if you have the Isuna spell that cures everything, then it's not as big of a thing. But then again, consider that in most Final Fantasy games, they do have the Isuna spell, which cures everything. That's exactly what heal is in this game. It's just Isuna. And so that being the case, it's like, for me at least, I don't see the difference. Two more to go. Well, just in case. So you can see she's a better wizard than we are, because she's got 18 white slots, 10 black slots, 5 wizard slots. Oops. I healed her instead of him. Oh no. It's been a while since I saved it too. I should probably do that. Finish off the one that she hits, because she's fast, so she'll go first and we'll get at least one of them. I really like the battle transitions here too. Like, of course, this is a Super Nintendo game, so and it's very old, so when you go into a battle, you just get the shrinking black box and the pixelation, but then right here, where it's like you see the monsters first, and then the battlefield kind of like fades in, and then there's that boom, that flash. And it all just kind of pops out at once. Clean them out. There's the magic ring. That's what I wanted. Magic ring is important because, see, that's the next upgrade from the charm. You have helmet, you have armor, you have shield, and you have accessory. And you get 3 of each. And I would say that they stack, but really they don't. What happens is each one gets pushed up and the best one applies. So the next one in line always does everything that this, like the first one does, but better. So the charm is just defense power 1 and that's it. The magic ring is defense power 3 and also makes you immune to silence, which is great. See, that's why she's got one too, because she's a wizard, so she can't be silenced. She's also protected from water and wind damage with her mystic robe. Alright, on to Aquaria. I love the Aquaria town track. Hello. Ah, the monster in the ice pyramid makes itself invisible. Does it? So, Phoebe, where's Spencer trapped? In the tunnel he was digging under here. The dirt is frozen solid, so he can't get out. Can't we melt it? Not until we get wake water from the Spring of Life. But a monster in the wintry cave stole the Libra crest, which warps us from the Libra Temple to the Life Temple. Okay, anyway. First we have to get the whatchamacallit crest back, right? Right. To the wintry cave. With just a bunch of exposition at once. So we've got to get wake water from the Life Temple, but to get to the Life Temple we have to have the Libra crest to warp from the Libra Temple. But while we're here, so you can see everything is just See, a monster in the ice pyramid up north is draining the power of the crystal of water, so it's freezing everything. Refreshers. It's a magic mirror which reflects the images of monsters. Ah, here's what I wanted. How about buying my steel helmet for 200 GP? Absolutely. Hope you're happy with the steel helm. Oh, we are. So there's our first in that slot. Defense power 4. So our total defense is 18, which is great. So refreshers are our last consumable item as well, because all of these are going to be like key items that we will need at some point. So we've used the tree wither, we use the elixir, we use the sand coin. We'll get more of those. Refreshers fix your stats. So in combat, if you get hit with an attack that does something like reduces your speed, for example, or temporarily reduces your magic or your accuracy, if you use a refresher, then it resets it back to normal. That doesn't happen a lot, but it's really useful when you do need it. Also, I don't know why you can do that. It's like the only place in the game where there's some grass that you can cut with the axe, but there you go. For whatever reason. Yeah, I don't know. How about some explosives? Yes. We have, 928 gold. Let me stay at the end first. Hey, Grandma. Brr, the ice doesn't melt even when heated. Ooh, magic ice that doesn't melt.
Oh, all the healing herbs are frozen, so I can't make my cure potions.
Yeah, you can buy cure potions, but... There we go, I'll buy 20. Because I think, yeah, we've got 53 with that. So you can buy cure potions from him, but not until you melt the ice. Yeah, the cold air made Grandma sick. Oh, this is cute. We're just stuck in here. It's a frozen waterfall, so we can't jump out. Well, that's Aquaria. So now we go over here. Battlefield time again. I'm gonna try and start saving some of my bombs. Because we're gonna level up a little bit anyway, and then soon enough we should see an improvement where we are able to actually take some of these monsters out in one hit. In the meantime, with Phoebe's help, not gonna be that big of a deal. Ooh, these little guys. Edgehogs. Love an edgehog. And look at that. That's their weakened state. Their critical health sprite is they just get like a reverse mohawk. Excuse you, I'm pretty sure we can all agree that Shadow is the edgehog. I thought that was the whole point, because he's got a gun. It is endearing. It's very silly. I really hope that the devs who made this game had a lot of fun doing so, because I've certainly had a lot of fun over the years playing it, regardless of what anyone else thinks of it. Because, of course, you know, like I said earlier in the stream, you know, this game was targeted at children more than any other audience. It was meant to introduce kids to the concepts of games like Final Fantasy and show them, hey, this can be fun. You can enjoy this type of game. And so it is a little linear. It is, well, it's very linear. It is a little hand-holdy. That's why the companions are so powerful when you get them and they can carry you. Is, you know, to make sure that you don't die, so that you can, you know, be guaranteed to get through each area and stuff. Battle is still kind of tactical, you know, you can still lose, but for the most part it's an easy game. It's not a difficult game. But for a kid, I mean, that's when I engaged it. I played it as a child, and so if I had first played this game as an adult, might I have felt differently? Perhaps. But because I was introduced to it and I started playing this game when I was like 5, it was perfect for me at the time. Five or 6, maybe. Probably 6. So Mom and Dad got me my Super Nintendo the same year that they came out here in America, which I believe was either 1990 or 1991. And then I think this came out in either 1991 or 1992. You know what? Actually, let's do this, since we're just farming anyway. Fire spell. Because scorpions are weak against that. That'll make this go a lot faster. So I'm going to go back and heal after this anyway. I don't know why I'm doing anything else. And you know, speaking of the devs, actually, a lot of people think that Square USA actually made Mystic Quest, and that's not true. I think the reason that myth prevails is because it was released in the US first, before it was released in Japan, which is wild for a Final Fantasy game, but you have to remember that it was targeted at US audiences, but it was by Japanese developers. So Square did make the game, and Ted Woolsey translated it, and then it was released through Square USA. There we go, clean them out, 99 XP. Now, ironically, before we can get to that other battlefield over there, we do have to actually go into the Wintry Cave and beat it, so. But yeah, so it was made by Square Japan. And then it was just released in the US first by Square USA, and so a lot of people think they made it. I like how the battlefield monuments, like, crack when you beat them. Alright, Wintry Cave time. Here we are. Look at this. Let's see. Let's just do axe. Make this as easy on ourselves as possible. I like the music in this area as well, for sure. We haven't heard much of it yet because I've gotten into 2 battles in a row, but... Oh good, a crit. I feel like, so, axes just have really high attack. Swords will slightly boost your magic. Claws inflict various status effects and have like a higher critical hit rate. And then the bombs are the ones that they hit everybody and never miss. And of course they divide their damage, like I said before, so that means that if there's only one enemy, they get the full blast of the bomb. So there is a reason to use any given weapon. At the beginning, they are more alike than anything else, but as you get like your second and third tier weapons, it becomes less of a thing. They become more differentiated. Look at this. Look at the hedgehog's little obnoxious sprite. I love it. And you can see the worm over there. He's just twitching back and forth. Love that. Ooh, nice. Another critical. The worm is turning. The worm is turnt already, I think, all the way up. I'm pretty sure. I don't know how much more it can turn. See, look at this worm. He's having a great time. He's offbeat, but he's having a great time. Oh, there we go. We got some interesting enemies coming up. Yay, for once it is us who deals damage. In Phoebe's presence. Okay, let's go ahead and heal a little bit. Oh yeah, did you all prefer the... Do you like the scale, or do you want me to change it to the numeric HP? Here we go. This claw saved me. Here's how to use it. Select the claw, hold the A button down, press the control pad. Now it's yours. There we go. So she gives us the claw and switches to the bow. Yeah, see, that's why, like, usually I switch to the other one just so that I know what's up, but it is certainly, the scale is certainly something special. Okay, we'll leave it on the scale for now. Alright, so now we have the claw. And she has the bow of grace. And she missed immediately. Love that for us. There we go. So the bow of grace is stronger than the cat claw, so that's why she doesn't mind giving you the cat claw. It's because she had this bow apparently the whole time, and it's an upgrade. There's all kinds of different ways to go here, but see, now we can climb wherever we see these little handholds. And you can even do this, see, like, I'm holding down A. If I let go of A, then I fall and I can stop. And you actually, once or twice, have to do that as like a puzzle. Just in a couple of places. Now, right now, these enemies are not really susceptible to the claw, so we'll stick with our axe. See, the bow is, like, significantly more powerful than the claw. It does have ammo to counterbalance its strength. It deals shoot damage like the ninja stars. And instead of inflicting paralysis and poison, it inflicts blind. See, there we go. There's one of those attacks that reduces my speed. So if I used a refresher, it would go back up. Centaurs with their bows and arrows. Uh-oh. Don't want her confused. There we go, look at that. That's their, like, critical damage state, is you've taken their bow, and so they just throw their hands up like, oh shit! Now, we do need to go kind of, like, both ways. So I'm gonna switch back over here. And this is the area we were looking at before. See, so now we can get down there because that ledge has collapsed. So it did what it was gonna do. But we want to go in here. I swear, Phoebe has never been this bad of a shot in my whole life. I have played this game for over 30 years. And I've never seen them miss this much. Streamer's curse, of course, you gotta, right? Because I'm doing a marathon long play all day, live for an audience, so of course, they have to suck. They've got to. It wouldn't be fun if they didn't. Alright, we got first strike. So there is that strike first mechanic where in a normal fight, of course, you and the enemy both get turns. Suparna. Weak against shoot attack. Yeah, because it's a bird. Yeah, that centaur's knees he must not feel great. Here, I'm actually going to save an arrow. I like the defend command in this game too because you can defend another character, which is great. Land turtle. This is the adamantus, I guess. They're weak against axe attacks for some reason. I guess because there's not a hammer type weapon in the game. Can't jump over this, even though it's normally you can jump over obstacles like chests that are only one space. Not these. You can't jump over this because it's an ice crystal, right? If you landed wrong, you'd be sorry. Have to go around to the other side. This is why I wanted to come this way first, is because this comes up here to this bunch of monsters and the treasure. Whereas if you go the other way, it takes you to the boss, which you can see in that little room down there below. So yeah, if you, you know, in a normal battle, you get to go, they get to go based on your speed. If you do strike first, and that means you get a free round where only you get a turn. Oh, thanks, Phoebe. The monsters don't get a turn, so... There we go. Okay, let's actually take the centaur out. Because he inflicts confusion. All that guy can do is, like, make us slow. Alright, well now we get to see the life spell in action. I love it. Watch this. The little angel comes down and just pat on the head. Ooh, We don't have the life spell yet, and won't get it for a while, so... That's okay, she comes back with 1 health. The turtle's, like, overworld sprite is so goofy, and I love it. Yeah, see, the ninja stars and the bow of grace are both supposed to make the same sound effect, and it's, like, not loading. That's weird. It doesn't ruin the game, it's just odd. This is also strange, and I think, as an adult, knowing a little bit more about game programming than I did when I was a child, that I now understand why this might be. and it has to do with like layers. But remember before, these flying enemies were like bobbing up and down? They only do that when you encounter them in a group where they are the only type of monster. If there is another type of monster with them, in this case a turtle, they are static and the animation doesn't work. Just an interesting little tidbit. Do I want what's in that chest? I think I do. Yeah, that's kind of like... without going really deep into it, I believe that that's kind of what it is. It's like because the enemy sprites are, you know, in a layered group, in order to make sure that they are underneath effects like the arrows hitting them and stuff. And when it is just the flying enemies, they are all doing the same thing. So they can bob up and down because they're all doing it. But if there is one enemy sprite that's not supposed to do that, then it makes it harder to have the others animated on this engine that they use to program it. So how much XP do we need? 327. I'm actually going to fight this battle then. But yeah, so I think that they just, because it was on a Super Nintendo cartridge, it was an early Nintendo game. They were still learning the technology, and it was meant to be simple anyway. It was meant to be an introductory game for kids. It was meant to be kind of quote-unquote dumbed down for US gamers that didn't like RPGs. And so, there we go, level 12. So they didn't put as much oomph into it as something like, say, Final Fantasy IV, which we know is Final Fantasy II over here. Or definitely not Final Fantasy VI, which for us was Final Fantasy III, etc. I am going to use a spell here. So I'll get rid of 2 of them in one hit. I love the big, like the band-aid on the frog when he blows his throat out. So, all of that to say that I get why you know, it's probably programmed like that. Could they have made it to where the animated sprites continued to be animated when the other ones weren't? Probably, but it was a challenge that they didn't need to overcome, so they just didn't fool with it. Because it is on a different layer, it's not like the parallax backgrounds in those battlefields back in the desert, which are behind the enemies. So it's okay that all of those move independently. That didn't take the same kind of programming. Let's do it this way. Critical hits. I love that. See, there's paralysis, right? We've seen that before. And now we will heal it. But for the blind status effect, I love that it is literally, they turn around. Just turn their back to the enemy. God, this guitar track is so good. So there are like heavy metal covers of Mystic Quest songs out there floating around, and you absolutely should go and listen to them if you've never treated yourself. You should. Should have saved an arrow there because she's not going to take them out in... Oh, no, she did. I was thinking she wouldn't get them in one hit, but... Like I said, I'm not deliberately level grinding, so some of these enemies I'll take out and then others I'll ignore. If there's a treasure chest behind them, you know, that's one thing, but I want to make sure... 5420, yeah, see, like... I'll fight the ones I have to fight and then we'll go from there. Yeah, absolutely. I'm ahead of the game, so to speak, because the battlefields are optional. We're getting an average of like 400 a pop, so that's not bad. We're making pretty good time, too, because we are about to finish this one up, and we're under 2 hours. So if you average approximately 1 hour per dungeon-ish, and some of them will not take that long because there are places like the mine that are much bigger than the wintry cave and more complicated. Oh, we're both confused. Love that for us. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, great. We're just hitting each other. Oh, good, she got one. Get out of this yet. Please hit the centaur. Yes, thank you. That was almost bad. Still blind. Good, we gotta strike first. Love that for us. But yeah, I've never timed myself on this game, so I am interested to see how long it's going to take. Right now, we're kind of on track-ish for the estimate I had in my head. Plus or minus. Be gone, worm. Get out of here. Arrows, yes, good. Wow, 1 hour and 51 minute speed run. I could never. I can't imagine. And of course, I am obviously that's got to be a glitched speed run, because I know that there's a trick. There's all kinds of wild stuff that you can do with Mystic Quest that I'm not doing here because this isn't a speed run and I don't know how to do all of the glitches and stuff. But there's at least one where you can like. You can glitch through the focus tower and go to areas you're not supposed to be able to get to yet. And then you can do stuff like you can walk across obstacles, like you can go to the fire area first and come from there back over to the water area while it's still frozen and get to a battlefield, the one I think that drops the exit spell that you're not supposed to be able to get to. Because even though the area is frozen and there is still, like, ice crystals there, the game treats it like if you come in from the other side, you're not blocked because it assumes that you did things in order. So if you come in from the fire region on the left, then it just is like, okay, well, you did it right. So it lets you walk on the ice crystals. Stuff like that. So here we go, since there are only 3 Sparnas and there's nothing else with them splitting up the group into a different kind of monster, they're all animated again. That's alright. They're weak against the bow. We like big groups of things that are weak against the weapons we have. Actually, they're weak against wind attacks, too. Most flying enemies are. And interestingly, Phoebe, speaking of glitches, there's one you can take advantage of early in the game where, sort of, it's hard to control, I think, but if you put Phoebe on auto instead of manual, she will actually cast the arrow spell, even though she doesn't have it. Probably because she has it in her second form later on. And so there's part of her code saying like, okay, Phoebe's got arrow, but it's like it's Phoebe 2, not Phoebe 1. Her first state doesn't have access to it, but her second state does. So if you put her on auto, it reads that part of the code or something, and she'll cast arrow even though she's not supposed to. Oh, knocked her confusion off. I'll take it. Arrows, alright. Now, let's check our status. How close are we to a level? 1037. Okay, then actually I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fight a couple of these other monsters because one level will make a big difference against this boss coming up. Ooh. First time we've broken 1,000, I think. Ah, see, unlike Bird, Phoebe is strong against wind attack. Oh my god, they killed him. Hilarious. One little safety thing that I do love about this game is that if you cast the life spell, it does not matter what fight you're in or what else happens, you always go first. You have the initiative if you are casting life, and that's to make sure that it goes off. I don't want to fight centaurs if I can help it because they inflict confusion. So I'm just gonna like, no, I'll just fight the turtles. Yeah, I have seen speedruns of Mystic Quest, because when I saw it pop up at like GDQ, I had to, because I'd never seen one, and thought, well, you know, old games are the easiest to speedrun because people have had the longest amount of time to discover glitches and exploits and things like that. They've had the longest time to pick them apart, reverse engineer them, and even just to play them and practice with them. So it makes sense that people would have found some absolutely wild stuff, but nevertheless, I had not seen one, and it was pretty wild to see what people got up to and how fast they did go through it. And it was just, I was sitting there like, what? You what, mate? Okay, so let's go ahead. We're gonna hit it with fire, and she's gonna take out its minions. See, and you can see the animation thing is a layer issue because look here, they're not even set up off the ground with the shadow underneath them. They're lined up, the bottom of the bird sprites are lined up with the squids. Ooh, 59, okay. Well here, the magic went way down, so... Heal thyself. Attacks with 6 pseudopods. Oh no. We only have 3 fire spells, so let's use them. But she's got thunder. Boom. Do a big hit. Luckily, magic always hits, so it doesn't matter if we have the blind status. We'll get it off anyway, though. 1 left. There we go. You clip his tentacles, and he's just like, Look, I love how his eyes just bug out like, bruh. Get a couple more of those good thunder spells. There's his next state. See, not all monsters have that many. Usually they only have 2. But if it was a boss at some point, like this one, then it will have like 3 or 4 different HP states. There we go. That must be the Libra crest. Let's take it and go to the Libra temple. There's a mark there that looks just like the design on the crest. Stand on it and we'll be warped to the Life Temple. Ta-da! Unfortunately, we do have to walk all the way out. That's something that will change later. Like I said, there is an exit spell. Here we go. Now that we're just leaving, though, we can do this. We don't have to save our spells for anything, so it's like whatever. So I'll grab a couple of these dudes on the way out. Actually, wait a minute. Oh, never mind, I'm out of black magic. I forgot. At least they're missing almost as much as we are. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, so there's a more efficient way to do that. I'll remember that for next time. If they're not like weak to fire, she's just really strong at magic, so it's going to be better to just attack them, because then we take out 1 per hit, guaranteed. It'll save us a lot of time and hassle. Teamwork. And save some time by just dropping like this. Oh, wrong way. Did that too early. Yeah, okay. This way. Gotta go all the way over here. But we get some heal potions, which is good because we were low on those. It does get a lot faster later once you get the exit spell, but unless you are doing like a glitched speedrun, you don't get the exit spell until after you restore the water crystal. Aha, but now we can do this. Sahuagin, or here they're called desert hags. I guess because they had hag in their name, so I don't know if he thought sand hag something, but they're supposed to be Sahuagin. I don't know. But anyway, they're like fish people, you know. If you hit them in melee, you take damage and they counterattack, but if you shoot them, they don't. Yeah, see, that's what I think is just because they had a hag in the name. The H-A-G. Oh, unexpected attack. That is rarer than Strike First, but of course that's the other version where they get a surprise attack on you. They get to go and you don't. I love their critical state. Look at that. Huh? What the hell? 8 more to go. You know what? It's not going to matter anyway because it's going to take him 2 hits. Oh, Phoebe. Come on now. There. She hit that one. But yeah, there's Desert Hag, and then later on we fight Water Hag. So they're never named Sahuagin or even Sahagin like in some of the other Final Fantasy games, because they only had so many characters, so they had to find ways to shorten the names of monsters. Oh, guys. Dudes, friends. You can't miss like that. You can't both miss. You cannot. Six more to go. Oh, well, this dude's fucked. He's by himself. Bye. Bye. Goodbye. I think this is the first enemy that has a counterattack. So when you hit them, it says, you know, they counter. I believe they're the first one to do that. Man, Trance, you mentioned Lufia, and Mystic Quest has given me nostalgic vibes, like, hardcore, for a lot of other games. There are some that I've had in the back of my head for a very long time that I want to play on the channel, and they just haven't made it on here quite yet. But that's okay. We're doing like the flip-flopping Monday streams where we alternate, and so on the like week B slots, where it's kind of streamer's choice. I was glad when we came up with that, because that way I can sneak in some games that I just kind of want to play, and you know, when I'm in the mood for that game, I don't have to wait for it to come up on the list or to be suggested by a patron or something like that. Instead, I can just go ahead and play it. Yeah, it's hard to lose at Mystic Quest, though, to be fair. So I can't take much credit for winning, but yes, so far, survey says. And we're making pretty good time. We're not quite to 2 hours yet. There we go, that battlefield is cleared. We will stop in Aquaria on the way back to the Libra Temple. We have a lot more money than we did, so I want to see how many bombs we got. 58. We're probably fine. I'm gonna buy 10 anyway. Because when it comes to that, I would rather have more than I need. Here we go. So now, grab these as well. Free arrows, because she's running low. So, our crests. They have these items on. They're these magical tablets, you know, that have this symbol. Whenever you see a giant glowing square that has the same symbol, if you have the appropriate crest, you stand on it, and it warps you somewhere else. We saw another crest up in a basement in Aquaria, and we do not have the matching item yet. We will get it later, of course, and then that actually becomes like a fast travel system insofar as the game has one. Of course, you have to keep in mind that there's not a lot of reason to backtrack in Mystic Quest 2, so, you know, for what good it's worth.
That must be the spring of life.
The water's dried up. It's hopeless now.
Don't give up yet. There's someone inside. Let's have a look.
Hey!
Aquaria's in great danger. I know that. We need wake water to melt the ice.
But the wake water is dried up. It's hopeless. She loves that. That is her favorite word.
Hear me. All that's left of the wake water is in this bag. Take it and go back to Aquaria.
There we go. Yeah, he actually did something useful and not, like, cryptic. Now, after you restore the crystal of water, this is still dry, but presumably... and here's the life temple. That's why you need the crest to get down here, see? It's like way below this cliff. Just wanted to show that, so you could see where we were warping. And watch this. This is very cheesy insofar as, like, it's not intended by the game, I guess, but I'm just gonna, like, quickly fill up on free arrows here. One more. But anyway, yeah, I think it's implied by the game that all of that stuff does come back, so, like, the Spring of Life will be fine later. Alright, cutscene. I'm not in control. We walk right over here.
Wakewater, please, save our town.
That's what that little weird heart-shaped plant is for.
That's it? I guess this town will stay frozen until the crystal of water shines again. Then we'd better hurry to the ice pyramid.
That was actually accidental, but also funny. All right. Okay, the waterfall. Let's push this out of our way. Boop. Yep, so you can move these pillars here. I love this music track too, by the way. So we're going to use that to jump across. And we have to be careful here. It is actually possible, because those pillars stay where you put them. It's possible here to soft lock your game if you push them into a place that you can't get them out of, because they don't reset when you leave and come back. So that means if you push them in the wrong place and then, like, save your game, you may have to start completely over. Okay, let's... get ahead of myself sometimes because, like, I know what I have to do. To get on the other side of these areas. So here, we have to push it, see, like right here, and jump across. So you have to be careful, because it is possible, very possible, to get it into a place where you don't want it to be. And they try to make it easier with, you know, like the level design here, so you can see it's got like stops. But for example, if you pushed it right here into this space, you wouldn't be able to jump across because you can only clear one square. And then if you save your game or something, it's like, oh, fucked it up. And the chance of that is slightly increased because there's a couple of times here where, in order to get to certain things like that treasure chest we see over there, you have to move some of the ice pillars more than one time. See? Look at this. Shaking that thing. Oh, yeah, Final Fantasy Adventure. They all have, like, different names in different regions. So, like, there was Final Fantasy Adventure, there's, Final Fantasy Saga. So, technically, there's a couple of Final Fantasy games that are part of the Saga series, like Saga Frontier, which I've been playing every other Monday. And, some of the Mana games, I think, as well. That were on, you know, like this system, or they were on Game Boy. So because they have different names, sometimes, yeah, they get mixed up. I love how the Lamia's critical health sprite is that they just turn into a snake. There's like, whoop! Okay, this is one of the rough ones. You gotta be really careful right here, because see, it's so easy to push it right there, and then you have to go around and push it back, and it's like, Okay, now we have to push that one there. Yeah. Make sure I can get across there. There we go. This game holds a really special place in my heart because, of course, like I said earlier, you know, we got a Super Nintendo when they were new. They had just come out. But there we go. We have to push this right here, as you can see. So right there. Right here, and then I'm going to push it right there, and that way everything is kind of like where you can still get to it and it's not locked in place. And just in case, let me... But, so yeah, of course it came with Super Mario, and we got a couple of other games, you know, fairly quickly after that in order to make the system more versatile. But, this was... like, kind of the first game that, my dad got it for me as a gift, that it, like, wasn't shared with the family, it was mine. So he got it for me, and we stayed up together the first night that he brought it home, and, we played it all night together, leveling up and, you know, just having fun. And we actually played until we got to the ice pyramid and beat the boss there and restored the crystal of water. There's the heal spell, which we needed. So that was our stopping point. It was very early in the morning. I remember sitting on the couch and being under a blanket. We played together until we beat the ice golem. Attacks with full Nelson. Oh, God. That's no good. BB is strong against water attack. I love that animation and that sprite, though. It's not actually weak to fire, so... See, look at that little little snowman, and these are kind of like blinks. Let's see if thunder does better. Oh, yeah. Which might actually mean maybe that his axe is just going to be... Oh, yep, because it's... There we go. Weak against axe. Well, there's such a thing as a snow crab, right? I don't think this is what they mean, but... There we go. Hey, we leveled up. Nice. You could use explosives, right? Here's how to use a jumbo bomb. Ta-da! So she just gives us... So she's not only packing the cat claw, she also has the bow of grace and had it the whole time, and she just randomly has these bombs. So this is our first weapon upgrade. So now we have the class 2 bomb. It jumps from 63 to 112. And you can see that is double the power of anything else that we have, which means that if we use that against a single enemy, it's going to do way more damage than anything else we have. Oh yeah, from Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, what's her name? Nisha, I think? I know her last name is Makaraka. Yes, I will rest. Thank you. I think I've got enough bombs. 76 should be more than enough to get us through the ice pyramid. Hey, sweetheart. There's my specific pixel. There we go. Actually, let's demonstrate the jumbo bombs. There we go, big damage jump. I'll throw one more so you can see the damage difference. Boom, see, big damage. Yeah, I mentioned T. I wish there was a way I could show that, but I never have been able to replicate it, so... But now that we have Phoebe in the party, at least you can see what she looks like. Yeah, because being the debug character, T uses Phoebe's sprite and animations, but has Ruben's Morningstar, comes with every spell, comes with all of the best, the max armor and accessories and stuff like that, and is level 41. Oh, here we go. These are fun characters. The mages. There we go, now you can see their critical state. They drop their crystals and you're just kind of like, no! And I'm not sure if the things sticking out... No, they do look kind of similar, don't they? But see, I'm not sure if the things sticking out from his head, when his hood is up, you can see those little projections, and it almost looks like he's got ears. But then here, where it's revealed when he's laying back in a defensive posture, I have never been able to determine for sure whether that's supposed to be little tufts of hair, or whether those are supposed to be like demonic horns, actually. So, it's up to you, whichever one you think is more interesting. Or funnier, or whatever. We've been fighting this particular grouping. I have been targeting the Sahagin first for that shot with the Bow of Grace, that initial shot, and I don't know why, because the Lamias can put us to sleep, so... Yeah, surely they hate it here, right? Surely the Lamias don't want to be here. Yeah, they can heal themselves. It's the first enemy that can do that. But see, when their hood is up, you can see the horns or ears or whatever it is underneath, like causing those little bits to stick up. And I just have never made a decision in my own mind whether they're horns or tufts of hair. When I was a kid, I thought that they were just like, you know, old man hair sticking crazily out to the side. Good shot, Phoebe. Four more. Tearing through it. And you're probably right, Des. Like, I think that that's correct. Not least of all because you pointed out the coloring. So yeah, I think it's supposed to imply that they're like, you know, satanic or something. That's, you know, they're evil wizards that dabbled in the occult and now they're part demon or made a deal with the devil to get their power, and that's why they're bad guys. That's why we're fighting them. Because we know magic's not evil in this world because we have it. Phoebe's got it. You know, other people can cast spells. But these guys are bad guys with bad magic, so they probably got it from the bad place. No. Okay, good. Well, she did what I was going to do anyways. That's fine. It's always funny when they put something like confusion on a character and then they immediately do, like, what you were going to do anyway. So yeah, that muffle there, that can silence you. When you're silenced, you can't cast spells. And that's a huge pain in the ass, and thankfully Phoebe, as a high magic character, comes with the magic ring that protects you from that. You get it very early. That's why I wanted to go through that one battlefield south of Aquaria to get that before we came up here, is because this is where you start fighting enemies that can inflict that. This battlefield is the first place where you find mages that have the muffle attack, but then when we go into the ice pyramid, they're going to be all over the place. And I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to have to waste my turn using heal potions so that I can cast spells. There we go, 540 XP. Nice. We're probably not far from level 15, actually. We've almost caught up with Phoebe. 5100, yeah, that's not bad. She's down quite a few arrows after those battlefields, so I am going to go over here and refill. This will only take a moment. And it's free. And we are going to need those arrows, so... Because if we went down 40 arrows almost in that short time since I did this last... then we're definitely going to be tearing through them in the ice pyramid. One more, here we go. Well, usually when you shoot an arrow into somebody, like, at least an old-timey arrow, you know, it's hard to get back. I guess she's following, like, Dungeons & Dragons rules. A piece of non-magical ammunition is lost when it is fired. On the other hand, this is the Bow of Grace, so you'd think it's, like, it's got a name and shit, so presumably it's magical. I see a switch in the statue, but I can't reach it. Let's push it with something. I love the little light bulb. Mystic Quest 2, Grace's Revenge on Phoebe, who didn't return her shit. Okay, so we haven't seen this before. We've used the axe to cut stuff down, we've used the claw to climb things, we've used the bombs to blow things up. Now it's time to use the sword. Whenever we see a statue with glowing eyes like that's this darker blue instead of the same teal color as the surroundings, we can do this. Boop. Poke it in the belly button. Alright, well, first things first. So, there are monsters all over the place here. They are invisible, you just can't see them, but they are here. We want to take care of that as quickly as possible so that we can go around the ones we don't want to fight. And to do that, you may remember the little girl in Aquaria mentioned that there is a magic mirror that can reflect monsters' images. So yes, the ice golem here is using the crystal of water to make itself and its minions invisible. But that won't last long. Not with us around. Yeah, she's not going to be put to sleep, so... There's one more fight. Nope, that's it. Ta-da! We hear that little whoosh noise. And now when we come back, we'll be able to see all of the monsters. There they are, see? The Sahagwin have such a, or Sahagwin have such a dopey world sprite, and I love it. Very good. Well, she's gonna take one of these out, so let's use a bomb on the other one. You get the same animation even when the weapon upgrades. Just does more damage, and that's fine. Oops. Wrong one. I have to go to the left first. There are the mages. See them hovering there. Grab these items. Some refreshers, some arrows. We have to go through all of these doors eventually, but this is our first sort of semi-puzzle dungeon, insofar as it is a puzzle, because there are a couple of places here where you have to do things like fall down the correct hole from a certain direction in order to get to other parts of the pyramid that were inaccessible to you earlier. But it's not a huge deal. Nice. Go this way first. Oh, now come on. I told you, you cannot be missing like that all the time. You just can't. You gotta get better at it. See, look at this. Look at this little guy. Just look at him. One more level and I think we'll be taking those guys out in a single shot, which is great because if you hit them and kill them in one blow, they do not counterattack. so then it becomes okay to hit them with a melee weapon instead of using something like your bombs. Oh, nice. But he doesn't cure himself. Arrows again. I also like, and you'll see this when we get out of this battle, if you look in the mirrors, there is a pretty decent reflection layer of the floor tiles and stuff that is in the mirrors. See, and they use like a parallax thing. Look at that. You can see through that hole over there that there is a layer underneath that is offset. It's moving back and forth, and it is underneath the layer we're walking on. And so the mirrors just look through onto that. They just have a transparency layer. It's really cleverly done and very simple, but it looks really good. Like, it's a good effect, I think. I love that blizzard animation. It's so funny. Let's take a couple cure potions here. These guys. Look at these ridiculous birds. A stony roost, they're called. Thankfully, they are weak against the bow. Wow, you guys, you gotta hit. You have to hit, you must. Oh, this is why. Actually, how many potions do I have? I'll use a potion first. Because, see, they can petrify, and neither of us is immune to that at this level. Ooh. Yeah, I think that that's what it's intended to be. Okay, good. I thought I was going to be so mad if that just didn't instantly re-petrified him. These guys are a huge pain to fight, and I do hate them. Because we will not be immune to petrification for quite some time. And here we go. There's a palette swap of our friend, the squid. It's the Fanquid. And also Sphinx is here. I want to get rid of them right away because, see, look at that. Grr. But they can confuse you. They can inflict confusion like the centaurs can with a riddle. Yeah, I think that's exactly what they intended for it to be, old man. Phantom squid, a Fanquid. It's Fanquid. That sounds like the It's Thancred meme from Final Fantasy XIV, and I want to post that and just be like, it's Fanquid, but like no one would get it. Nobody but us here today watching this video. You'd get it. There we go, there's level 15. No one else would get it. Come over here and get these items, because we do need to level up. Okay, I'm going to hit him, because I can't take one of these out in one shot, but she can. So if we hit with the axe, he might waste his turn curing himself instead of attacking. We got first strike anyway, so hopefully it won't matter. Yep, good. Because those birds have got to go. Oh, these guys. So, I don't know why these are called gathers. I think it's a mistranslation of gazer. I'm almost positive. I think that it's supposed to be gazer. And it's a Woolseyism. It's a spoony bard, you know, it came out as gather. Oof. That's alright, now I can just use one spell to fix everything. Yep, they just self-destruct if you don't get them in one hit. Yeah, where they just, like, the one eye bugs out. It's very bad. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. They are weak against axe attack, and so we can kill them in one hit. Finally! Something here that we can kill in one hit. Love that about these giant frozen crabs. We have plenty of cure potions, so let me use a couple. And actually, there's a lot of like backtracking and stuff in this dungeon. It is what it is. Okay, let me go back around. We'll go up those stairs. The jumping I mentioned before, it goes exactly the same speed as you're walking, but as is often the case, jumping makes me feel like I'm going faster. So you will often catch me jumping, even when it doesn't do anything, knowing it doesn't do anything, when there's no reason, because it makes me feel like I'm doing something other than just holding the D-pad down, I guess. But Lizard Brain says push B button good. Go. See, this takes us up to... This is the other side of that same room we were just in. Yeah, see, you get it, Des. We're not quite to Party Town yet. That's Fireburg. Now notice, see, where this is just kind of a dead end. So there is yet another staircase we have to go up in order to get to the other part of that room that we have not yet gone to. And that's where we are headed now. There's so many chunks to the second floor, and so many ways to get there from the first floor, and most of them are wrong. The place is built like a maze, which makes sense, you know, it's the ice pyramid, and people have that thing about pyramids where they're supposed to be labyrinthine death traps. So since they went with this aesthetic for the dungeon, it makes sense that this would be like... This is the one. Go, don't put us to sleep. Don't do it. Or if you're gonna do it, yeah, target Phoebe. Whee. Once again, whee. See, just like with the birds, the mages don't bob up and down because there was a Lamia in the monster group, so it is what it is. This is just another chest, but there we go. That drastically, oh. Ooh, that was close. Sometimes they counterattack with petrification. So he got petrified by hitting it with his axe, and then it immediately used Stony Beak on Phoebe. And that could have been an instant, like, game over. There we go. Arrows. This just goes to a dead end. It's the middle path that goes to those stairs over there, which is now that we've gone everywhere else, that is where we want to go. Put Phoebe to sleep. She is highly caffeinated. Been drinking all those refreshers. Yeah, I love how the refreshers, see, they look like a soda can. Like you have the cure potion and it's glass bottle. That the cure potion, to me, it looks like if wide potion from Betrayal in Antara was not squashed down. Right, because you can see it's just a nice glass bottle, red liquid, a cork. And then the heal potion is in like that fancy gold bottle with the jewel on it. And then here's the refresher. And here comes the refresher, and it's just in a pop-top aluminum can. And that is so funny to me. I remember as a kid thinking, why do they do that? Who's making these soda cans? Oh, the heal potion? Or you might have been looking at the seed. And the seed does kind of look like a gourd, honestly. Which is fine, because that's kind of... It is a vegetable, at least. I use some cure potions anyway. There we go. See, there's the heal potion in its fancy bottle. This one, to me, it looks like a persimmon or something. It's supposed to be a little seed with a green sprout coming out of it, but... It's always so satisfying, the little click. You stab them with your sword, and then it just... chunk. A gourd with effect... Well, I guess I kind of see it. Now that you put the image in my head, like I kind of see it. It's like the spooky chicken stick from Betrayal in Antara. Like someone had to say it and like describe to me what they meant, and then I was like, oh. Yeah, see, now that you said the gem is the nose. Yeah, I kind of see it. It's like he's got little kind of squinty angry eyes and a big grin. Yeah, spooky chicken stick, man. That was the MVP for a long time. It was so funny. That was the first magic staff that we found in Antara, and we never could get it to work right, and it did nothing. But I felt so bad letting it go, even once we found a shop where we could buy more of them. It felt so bad to throw the OG spooky chicken stick away. It's like kicking an old friend out of the party. Oh, no. That Sphinx gone as quickly as possible. that you come into from over there. See, like there's another staircase. You fight that Lamia and go through the wall and then come down there. But it's like, whatever. We don't need that. Okay, now for this area, I want to go this way first. And then we will circle back around. And people love Betrayal in Antara. I did not expect it to blow up the way that it has. I feel like a lot of people find the channel on YouTube through Betrayal in Antara. And, I mean, like, I really appreciate it. It was totally unexpected how the Antara fandom kind of came out of the woodwork when I did that Let's Play. Oof. I was worried that would happen. Okay. I'm gonna take the bird out first to get rid of it. Because the mage can't kill us, but it can. There we go. I'm really glad that Call of Saragnar is in the works. I saw on Twitter that they had updated that the other day, that they were working on some more of it, and I just am really anticipating that game. Because I enjoyed Antara. I haven't played Betrayal at Krondor yet. One of these days I will go back and do it. I just didn't want to do it while Antara was still kind of fresh. I'll save an arrow on this one. Oh, come on. Lol. But Call of Saragnar, when I played the demo for that, it really scratched that itch. I'm a big fan of what they've done with it already. It feels very authentic. I hate the design for the gathers. And I think the reason why is actually not the giant eyeball, it's the red tips on the ends of their tentacles, because to me, it always looked like a painted nail. There we go. Now you see why we had to come this way first. It opens that mirror all the way on the other side, so if you go the left way first, like that is the long way around, and then you have to come all the way back in order to hit that button. Anyway. We are about to get a new melee weapon, and I can't wait. Because we need something that deals more damage. Because even if you level up, you know, your weapons are such a big part of your base damage that they just don't keep up. So we are not too far away. Oh boy. Here, I'll do this. We're not too far away from a weapon upgrade. Oof. Oh god, that was close. I'm gonna get rid of one of them, because at least that halves the chance that we'll get petrified. That animation never gets old. Just the little snowman and then the blinking eyes, like they were surprised to get doused. Just like, huh? They are weak against bombs. I should be using that against them anyway. But also, it's very satisfying to me to use the bombs against the gathers. And I think the reason why is because the explosion animation for the bomb damage lines up exactly so that the final burst is precisely centered in the middle of the eye. And I love that about it. Yeah, there's that. If that wall does not have a crack in it, bombs aren't going to do jack shit. They're not going to do Monterey jack shit. Remember how you could always tell in, like, Link to the Past? I'll go in here first. That, it was a wall that you needed a bomb for versus you were able to knock it out with the Pegasus boots because the top would be rounded. So like the stone was looser, I guess, if you could ram into it was the implication. But if it was just a crack and it didn't have that rounded top, then nope, gotta be a bomb. Oh, nice, he went first. Wild. Hey! Nice. Good. Free bombs, free arrows. Excellent. I liked how you could still blow up the round-topped, cracked walls with a bomb as though you weren't going to use... Like, why would you use one of your precious limited bombs as opposed to running into it with the boots when you saw that? But I guess the reason why is probably because it would make less sense for you not to be able to do that. Like, it's a cracked wall, and you can only knock it loose with the boots. You can't actually, like... You can't do anything about it with the, whatchamacallits, with the bombs. So you put a bomb against that and blow it up and nothing happens. And it's like, huh. Forgot I was copying the last room in my head. It's like, nope, you gotta go the other way. So I'm not hoarding consumables this time. Y'all can't say that I am. I'm almost out of cure potions, actually. Oh, they both healed. There we go. Now we'll take the other one out with the bomb. So you can see in this room here, there are like a bunch of gathers. Okay. Alright, so when he throws the bomb, if she doesn't kill this gather, watch the animation and you'll see what I'm talking about. Here we go, watch. See, that final explosion is exactly centered on the iris. So satisfying. Yeah, see, it's gross, right? I think it's partially because of, like, the shading and stuff. It's worth it to go this way because there are 2 treasure chests. Ooh, nice. Nice. Aw. Love how they have that big kind of like you knocked a bunch of their teeth out. Bombs. Bombs. Alright, so we're good on bombs. Now, I have to move carefully here because this is the first place in the game where you can actually step off the platform. And we do want to do that, but we want to do it in a specific place. Well, I was hoping she would go first. I think we're a little faster than her now. Gotta get rid of one of these. Oh! See, that's what happens. That petrification is the deadliest thing here. Just have to hope that they don't do that again. Okay, good. This should finish both of them. There we go. See, you can't even turn because you can't turn in place. If I hit left or right, he walks a space. So you just have to carefully navigate these paths. You cannot jump across them. You can from that side right there, where we're about to get over to. See, because here you can go back and then you can bounce across. So like leaving from here is much easier. Yeah, see, look here. This is what I'm talking about. It's partially the shading. So I don't know if that's supposed to be that there's like blood on the ends of their tentacles, because you can see some loose dots and pixels that look almost like drips or splatters, or what the design choice is. But very specifically, the ones on the right, and like that top right one, to me it looks like a big toe curving up with a toenail, so it looks like painted toenails, and that's no good. Like, imagine a tentacle but with fingernails. That's no good. That's no good for anybody. That's fair. Take the crab out first. So we'll get it in one hit. Yes, I was hoping she would crit. Good. Okay, so here's one. See, we can do this. Boop, boop. But then we have to very carefully walk back, because see, that's 2 spaces. We can't jump and we can't turn. Go. Oh, I got one of them. I was hoping we'd get the one on the left too, but that's fine. I want to come over here because see, now we can do this. Boop. Yay, cure potions. Might as well fight this guy. Better to do it this way because of the gather. I almost called it a gazer. Can do more to us than the freezer crab. The first one's called a snow crab. This is freezer crab. So snow crab is like fresh caught, I guess, and freezer crab is like after it's been in there for a while. That's why it's not as powerful. Okay, so you can see we can't get through here, right? We need to come up here from somewhere else. This is, we've gone as high as we can go, so now we need to go down. There we go. Ta-da! This is a room we really want to be in too, because that chest over there, that's the weapon upgrade I was talking about. All the way back down. Look where we're going. Retreading old ground. Here we go. Let me see if I can get this on the first try. Yes! It is the second one from the right. Every time, even. Or I'm sorry, yeah, that one up there's an armor upgrade. This is the weapon upgrade. So that's why you actually only have to fight one monster to get out of here. This looks intimidating, but if you just defeat this any of the Lamias, then you can jump over the chests and escape. We've got a different floor now to go with that same wall, because we are standing on a different texture. The others are obviously like icy tiles. You can see through this, so I don't know what it's meant to be, if it's like a thin sheet of really clear ice, or because it kind of, you know, looks like diagonal bars, but obviously you can walk on it okay, so I'm not sure. Anyway, Night Sword. So the Night Sword, big, see, almost double the power. But also, watch this. See, look here. See, our speed goes up by 5 when we have the sword equipped. And our magic goes up. I said it was magic for the swords earlier, and I was wrong. It's magic for the claw. So axes are usually the strongest weapons. They have the most, like the strongest, most straightforward attack power other than the bombs against a single enemy. But of course the bombs are divided and they can't miss. The claws give you a small boost to magic, and the knights, or the swords, give you a small boost to speed. So if you need to go first, it is wise to equip a sword and just be wearing it regardless of what you're doing. And if you're going to cast a spell, instead of attacking that turn, you can switch to a claw, and it will be slightly more powerful. Anyway, let's meet our host. Here we go. This is the boss. Y'all ready? Are you ready for a boss fight? Let's save another crystal.
I'm enjoying our little game.
Boop. Told you. Yeah, that's not a boss fight. Well, he's mostly Pex, to be fair. So you also see this is stronger than anything but our bombs. So against a single target, we now actually have like a legitimately good weapon. Maybe able to see the difference here, because we haven't been able to take one of these dudes out in a single shot, right? Unless we critted. Boom. Now we can. We got big damage now. How close are we to a level? How many of these do I want to fight? 65, 79. There we go. Now Phoebe's gonna have to keep up, especially if she misses like that. Hey, Crow. 300 XP. That would be half a level if we did all of these. Yeah, it'll go pretty quick if I don't sit here and think about it and just do it. So let me slam these out real fast. Especially because now that our speed is close to Phoebe's and we are killing most of these enemies in one hit, that means it will take even less time than it would have before. Because now, see, like I can just hold A down basically and stuff will die. I don't even have to target, because whoever hits it is going to kill it, so I don't have to individually target and plan around the fact that Benjamin there is going to take 2 turns to do anything useful. Yeah. This was the right decision. That'll save Phoebe some arrows, too. this won't take any time at all. Now that we have our Night Sword, this is just trash. There we go. That's the last of them. Oh, and of course she missed even as I was saying that. Lol. Very funny. Oh my god, you two. Okay, let's see. We've still got cure potions, but she's got 20 white spells. Let's just do one of those, I think. Go this way. And also, you can blow these up for whatever reason. They look like fake doors or shields or something, but there's nothing behind any of them. Just so you know. Alright, we have just crossed the 3-hour mark. That's not bad. We're about on track, I think, for what I was expecting. Because I thought with having to go through the wintry cave first, because each major dungeon sort of has like at least one sub-dungeon. Some of them have more than that. It gets to be more as you go on through the game. Because like there's the level forest in the earth area before you go to the bone dungeon, and it's like, does that count? Does it count? I don't know. Probably not really. It's not the same thing as the Wintry Cave, where you have to do that, and then also the waterfall, which is very short, in order to get to the ice pyramid. And then when we go over to the fire area, it's gonna be, gross. It's okay, bombs can't miss, so it doesn't matter. We get over to the fire area, there's the mine and the volcano. So it's just a lot. Ooh, nice. I wasn't sure if we'd get that in one hit. Oh, it healed. She must have blinded it. Uh-oh. Well, okay, that's fair, I guess. Not what I wanted, but not what I would have done. Lol. We've got 640 hit points now, so now we know. I'm worried. I think may have to backtrack, and that's okay, because see, this opens that. Now we're stuck here, we can't jump out, right? But we can fall off this way, and we want to do that because that takes us, that's how we get to this room, and that's why I waited to come here, because when you fall down that exact perfect spot, it takes you to the center and you fall through this room. But now when we go back, you know, it'll like those mirrors are open if we care to backtrack. Which we will have to in order to get to the stairs. So that way we can get those, level 17, there we go. So we can get the items that were in that chest, or those 2 chests, actually. Sword this time. I want to see if he can take out, I think they've got 350 hit points. Yeah, there we go. So he can do a Sphinx in one shot now, too. Nice. Here we go, and we don't want to miss this. This is the Noble Armor. First armor upgrade. And that makes us strong against water and poison, which is nice. Very nice indeed, because of course everything in here uses water attacks. So as you can imagine, that's super helpful. She still has more white magic left, even after casting a couple spells, so we'll let her do that. Okay. There we go. So now we have to go back up to the top floor and fall again through that one spot. Because you gotta get up to get down. This is known. But see, it's a short trip too, so I really don't mind. So like it's backtracking, but like. Now we'll come over here and we can get these. Can't carry any more arrows. Can't carry any more arrows. That's fine. I forgot that it was arrows. Whee! Ta-da! And now we're back. And we are just a tick past the 3-hour mark. Like I said, that's about where I wanted to be. So we're close to my estimate. And so now, there's the actual boss. Just in case, let's save it here. We can open the chest and then they're useless after all that. Oh, thank you, Trance. Thank you for the gift subs.
You think you're a knight, huh? Take this.
That has real, like, Garland will knock you all down energy. Here you go. Now you can see the pecs that have been flexing, and you can see, like, this guy is mostly pecs. Because if you're going to carve a golem out of ice and give it a magic crystal with which to ruin the world, why would you make anything other than this, I guess? Weak against fire attack. Attacks with Stomp Stomp. It's just a big ol' hit. So we're going to spam fire until we run out, because since it is weak against fire, that's actually going to do more damage than her thunder spell. Thunder does more damage than fire, like base damage. But if something's weak, then of course. You know when you just say it like that? Almost kind of, old man. I guess you could boil it down that way. Do you see the ice cube attack? I love that. I hope he does it again. Oh, he's melting. Melting. I'm melting. Now, I actually am going to cure Phoebe because we don't have the life spell yet. Which means that we can't let her die, because there are no items that bring you back in this game. There is no Phoenix down. You either have the life spell or you don't. There you go. Whenever he casts Blizzard, he actually heals himself, which is kind of neat, but also that's the first time you see a boss do that. So to watch him go from, like, this state right here, this critical state, back to the previous one, It was like, oh my god. You didn't do it that time, though. See, so this is where, when my dad and I stayed up all night and played it, this was the final battle. So when he started healing himself, and it became a struggle, it was like, oh, this is demoralizing. We got through without too much trouble, though. Here we go, flashing lights again, warning. The crystal! I'll go back to Aquaria and see if the ice melted. Don't forget to see Grandpa. Right. Bye. Okay, she's off. There's the river coin, so... fairly simplistic dialogue. That's fine, we've got a mission. Oh, actually... I don't want to go back to the basement, so... this will be much faster. Since we have killed everything, we really don't need her help any longer, so that's fine. Back around this way. There's the only door we didn't go through earlier. You have to fight her to get down there, but there's really not much reason, because like I said before, it goes up to that one wooden chest, so it's not even a permanent key item or anything that you get. It's like, I think it's cure potions? Don't quote me on that. And here we go! Now that the water crystal has been restored, ta-da! You can see what Aquaria really looks like, although ironically, the Wintry Cave must get its name, like, from something other than the disaster that's been going on, because it's just like that. That's just how it is all the time. And here we go, Aquaria as it was meant to be. Check it out. And there's Grandma. She's not sick anymore from the cold air. Thanks to you, I'm well. See? Yes, wet version. Thanks. Have you met Grandpa? He's in the tunnel under this house. Why was he digging a tunnel? We don't know. But you can also see, like, these weren't here before, but now there are trees because I guess it's no longer too cold for trees or something. I hate this though, that one like special plant that we poured the wake water on is gone and it's just replaced with all these flowers, and I kind of don't like that. I wish that it was still there because it feels special. Aquaria looks best from the top of the focus tower. Also, the grass is gone. See, it's just replaced with flowers as well, so... the wake water killed it. That's what it was. Yeah, that's like one of the only changes I would make. Oh, and here we go. So you can see this random platform here for some reason that was frozen under the water, I guess. Whee! That's all I care about, is that now we can ride down the waterfall. Anyway, so there are two entrances. You can see them both. Either one of them takes you to the same place, which is right here. And don't worry, you can't fall off this waterfall. So yeah, we're going to see this place several times. This is just called Spencer's place. Which, to me, that sounds like either his house or a bar. You know, like, he just lives here. And there are places like this, see, where you can just kind of jump over. And there's a few things to even pick up, right? It doesn't do much for now, though. But if we go out the door, then you'll see, here's where we are. So, Spencer knows how to live, does he? In a hole in the ground. In a hole in the ground, there lived a Spencer.
The ice has melted. How did it happen? Phoebe and I restored the crystal of water's light. Then you're the knight in the prophecy. The shield has found its owner. A shield used by a knight in days gone by. Captain Mac found it. Oh, Captain Mac. I've heard that name before. For years, Mac's been studying a prophecy. On his way back from doing some research, the lake dried up, and his ship ended up on a rock ledge.
So yeah, it just happened that fast, apparently. Yeah, you're probably right, sweetheart. Nobody bothers him all the way down here. He gets left alone.
That's no problem. If we dig from here, we'll be able to reach the ship. Anyway, here's a key. The shield is hidden in the focus tower.
There we go, the Venus key.
By the way, Fireburg's been having some strong earthquakes lately.
Ah, yes. And here's the real explanation.
There's an underground river here. We have to dig carefully because the ground is thin.
So there is a reason he's down here. Yes, Fireburg. Yeah, I feel the same way. Like, Foresta, Aquaria, Fireburg, Windia. Like, come on now. You have to expect that certain things are gonna happen. I like how simplistic and straightforward the dialogue is. Just like, oh, by the way, Fireburg has been having some earthquakes. It's like, okay, well, they're next. And anyway, you can see the waterfall falling down here separated by the islands, and then down below is all that water. So that's why he was digging. He's trying to reach liquid water after the lake dried up all at once. Yeah, no, that's fair, actually. We're not going to see Nina, though. Sadly. Alright, well, we're off. We're off. You can actually see, by the way, down there on the ledge in between the Life Temple and Spencer's place, that's Mac's ship on that ledge down there. Alright. Let's do it. More battlefields. I also love that animation. I like that one maybe more than the little snowman. Now, of course, we want the experience. We want the other rewards as well. We want the bonus cash. All that kind of stuff's going to be useful. Although cash, I should specify, in this game is only used to stay at inns and to purchase consumable items, such as, you know, to refill your bombs, arrows, to buy cure potions. You never purchase a key item with money. So this is a little bit unusual in terms of Final Fantasy games in that you find all of your upgrades. There are no shops anywhere where you buy spells. There are no shops where you buy accessories, weapons, armor, none of it. You only find them at treasure chests. And then rather than choosing what you have equipped, the best one just applies because it is always, always better than the one before it. So like the noble armor, as you saw, is just like the magic ring. It is identical to the steel armor, except higher defense and better resistances. Yeah, those little things like that, like the bone missile, the ice cube attack, the little electricity zap. And now, too, I mentioned earlier when we were fighting on the frozen battlefield, what it would look like when we got the Crystal of Water restored, so now you're getting to see that. So we saw the snowy version, so this is what it looks like normally. But anyway, yeah, so we are farming specifically for a drop here. Well, I say farming. We're not farming. We're just cutting our way through this crowd of monsters. And when we kill them all, we will get something important. Because it's actually... I don't think it's this one. I think it's the other battlefield, actually. But we are going to get our third white magic spell, which is Exit. Oh, no, it was this one. There we go. The Exit spell. So the Exit spell, of course, is great because that's the spell that you cast that it will take you out of a dungeon. It returns you to the world map from wherever you're at. So that way, from now on, no more backtracking like we did out of the Ice Pyramid, like we did out of the Bone Dungeon, like we did out of the Wintry Cave. From now on, when we are done with a dungeon, we just go. And actually, I should show you the Exit spell, because like all of the other white magic spells and stuff, you can use the Exit spell in combat. And when you do, here's what it does. Fucking gone. Banished. It's actually, to me, one of the coolest spell animations in the game. So yeah, it just kicks a monster completely out of the fight. However, it is not like an instant kill, right? Because notice we got 237 XP for that, right? Look here. 237 XP for that also, because it was one freezer crab. So what happened is we didn't get experience for the gather because we used Exit. So Exit instantly defeats any non-boss enemy, like it throws it out of the fight, but because you just banished it, you do not get any experience for it, or any money. So keep that in mind if you play this for yourself. Exit may seem like a great way to cut through really quickly, but actually, you're shooting yourself in the foot. You know what? I should be doing this because I'm gonna rest. Four more. God, this battle music just goes so much harder than it really needs to. And I love that about it. Two more. Just a bunch of crabs. Single crabs. Crabs in single file who think that they don't need any backup. But they got this. Oh, of course you did. That's fine. 744 XP. What does that put us at, actually? 65, 61? That's not bad. Wintry Temple. Now, there's not much here. I just wanted to show this because, see, like it just loops around to a dead end. There's nothing. Because see that crest in the middle? That's the Gemini crest, and we don't have it yet. So you can teleport into the middle of the Wintry Temple from somewhere else and get those 2 treasure chests. But here's where we really need to go. See, we can get into the Focus Tower again this way from up on this ledge and come in for a different part of it. See? This is the ledge that we passed by before. We'll talk to you in a minute, old man. First. It opened. Yep, we just used the Venus key on this, so if you don't have the Venus key, you cannot open this chest. And we got the Venus shield, and that is all that that key does, and why it requires a key I don't know, because I guess it's because you can technically, you don't have to talk to Spencer, you can come here first and bypass that, so if you do that, then you don't have the key and can't open the chest, so that encourages you to go back. But why you would do that, I don't know. But anyway, so now we have the Venus shield, double the defense power, and it protects us against paralysis. See, and that's what we really needed because paralysis is nasty when you're by yourself especially, so. Yep. Just a whole cave. You do not have to have the shield to progress. You can move past it, and yeah, and that's why. It's just, why would you? Because it makes you, oh look, our head is underneath his sprite. But you want to be immune to paralysis, so.
Some awful news made Captain Mac race from his home. Anyway, seek Reuben and Firebird. Say, what's the statue for?
I love it. Oh my god. There we go. At least they put this right here to show you like where you need to stop. Because if you put it up there, you can keep going. And the blizzard spell. You know you're going to Firebird because they gave us the ice magic. Yeah, it's like a little dude and he's got like a turban and a beard. With his nose poking out and like big bushy eyebrows. The shrug animation is very good. Alright, so now that we have done that. Actually, no, we'll just go on. I was going to heal because you can see there are more battlefields coming up, but actually, I'm going to wait till we get our next companion and then backtrack for the same reason I did with Phoebe, and then finishing this one here is because when we get Reuben, it will just make it easier. Yeah, he's literally just eyebrows and beard. This way. So now, go back through here. The sand coin opened the door forward to Aquaria. So now the river coin will open the way forward to Firebird. Boop, boop. Up we go. Cure potions. And here we go. Let's go ahead and give it save. I'm not going to heal for right now because we're not going to stop at any of these places on the way by. You may find this annoying if you play, that literally every time you move to a new course point on the world map, you get the earthquake shiver scene because, like the old man said, we've been having some nasty earthquakes in Firebird. Oop! I was tried to talk to her and she just moved really fast. The guy came in saying he could open any lock. Let's do that so we don't waste our bombs by accident. I love the Fireberg theme. Tons of monsters in the mine up north. I bet there are. How about buying my battle axe for 500 GP? Absolutely. Ta-da! Hope you're happy with the battle axe. There we go, our next weapon upgrade. So this takes our axe from 61 to 115, which is actually stronger than our knight sword. So there you go. But see, the axe doesn't really do anything, so the knight sword also makes us faster, so that we will go first. This one hits harder. That's the difference. Why don't you just have a battle axe? Surely you do. And then you see, here's another Gemini crest. Thought you knew. Yeah, people just have battle axes. A mask lets you see the monsters through the gas in the volcano. Thank you for telling me all this stuff that I don't need to know yet. I love how children and young people, sometimes they move faster. And this is just a small detail, but like, look at this old guy. See? The old people move a lot slower. Oh, they sell us bombs. We have 93, so we're good, I think. Doodly-doo. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. It's not really that secret. You can see it, so it's just a question of how do I get down there? I can't get in here. It's locked. Well, we have to go in here for reasons. First of all, this is important because once you get here, you can just buy seeds, which is great. Let's see. There we go. I think we have 3. Worth all of our money. How about some cure potions? Everyone is a shop here. Oh, there's our old buddy Tristram. But look at this. Check out the band. This is why Fireberg is Party Town. Want to listen to this band? Yes, we absolutely do. I love that animation because it makes it look like he's doing the disco thing from like Saturday Night Fever. Listen to that, what a jam.
Nice to see you again, kid.
And that's it, that's all he says. Nothing here, this is just the inn, where that's where you wake up if you stay. So here's where we actually need to go.
The volcano seemed odd, so my husband Arion climbed it with his friend. But his buddy freaked out, ran home, and locked himself in. A boulder is keeping us from saving Arion.
There we go. Now, it took me a long time before I really understood what was going on with Ruben's face, because of the design of his armor. But he's got a helmet on, and there's like a thing in the front and center of the helmet. So there's like a jewel sort of thing, and then you see those 2 black pixels dropping down. That's his eyes. And then he's got like those wicked shoulder pads. But for a long time, I was like, what is his face supposed to look like? I just wasn't seeing it.
You're Ruben, huh? Have you heard about the Crystal of Fire? I can't help with that now. I've got to help Dad.
See, when he turns to the side, you can see it a lot better. I don't know what that's supposed to be. If there's like a thing on the helmet, like maybe it's like a visor and it's pushed up.
Well, why don't you let me help you? He's stuck behind a boulder. There'd be no problem if we had a mega grenade, but only Dad's friend can use them. Where's the guy's house? In this town, but he shut himself in. We'll pay him a visit anyway. Come on.
Ruben joined. He is level 23, so he's got double rows of health bars. Look at that. That's the first time we've seen that. Let's take a look at Ruben. So he comes with the charm, the steel helm, and the flame armor, which isn't as strong as our noble armor, but it gives him resistance to fire, of course. Smart if you live in Fireberg. And the Morning Star, attack power 152. Now it counts as an axe attack. I don't know why. I mean, I guess that's the next closest thing. Like, so all axe and hammer type weapons that you swing count as that. Excuse me, old man. Well, still can't get in. But we know a guy who can open any lock. What's up? We went to the house in the pit, but the guy wouldn't let us in. You two want in? And take this. We got a multi-key. It's the only time Tristram is truly useful. So he gave us a skeleton key. He gave us some lockpicks, basically. Yeah, that's exactly it. Here we go. It opened. Here's the loser. I ran when I saw the monsters in the volcano. A huge boulder fell and trapped Arion. Only a mega grenade can free him. Well, how do you use one? Just throw it. Well, that was simple. Go through the abandoned mine to reach the boulder. Once again, there's the third crest. That's the Mobius crest. Get that later as well. And we got plenty of bombs. So see, this is the final upgrade of the bombs. You get it fairly early on, right? So the jumbo bomb was 112. This is 162. But more importantly, it still blows things up in the overworld, but at range. Haha. There you can see, that's the boulder that is apparently trapping him. So there's the volcano up there. You can see it, the blue dot. The boulder is somehow blocking the road. Looks to me like there's plenty of room to like walk around it, but whatever, I guess. Alright, let's do some battlefields. Let's level up. Alright, we get to try out our new axe as well on this plant man. Ooh, weak against axe attack, you say? Bam. Ruben's a beast. He sucks at spellcasting. He's like Tristram. He is a warrior, not a mage, so all he has is life. But that's okay. That's what it is. Like, the boulder's not really doing a great job, but it's doing its best, so he's like, alright. We'll do this side quest then, I guess. It's a lot of trees here. For a place called Fireburg, which is very visibly, like, devoid of woodland. So we're up in the rugged, like, high hills. This is the mountainous area. Because it's set up even higher than Aquaria is. So Aquaria is, like, alpine. Foresta is, like, temperate forest and woodland. And then the desert. Fireburg is just like the mountainous badlands. Yeah, that's what it is. It's like there are trees, but they're feral, and they are roaming the wilderness in search of blood. I'm glad we're all on the same page about the killer trees. Seriously, though, this one battlefield is just trees. So if you come in here with Ruben, and you bought the battle axe in Fireburg, then this whole forest is just going to have a bad time. Oh, I don't fear shit. Look at this. We can one-hit kill any of these. See, got 116 experience points, or 816. Say the wrong number 3 times. Now these guys. It really was. If only Kaylee had been here with us, she would have loved it there. See what I mean about waiting? Because, like, yeah, we could have done this on our own and leveled up, but Ruben makes this so much easier. Especially because at level 23, he's just faster than us, too. Like, that's not even his good stat. He's just 5 levels higher than we are. Or 6 levels higher. So we're just gonna really bang through these dudes. If we had done this by ourselves, then... There we go, lava jellies. Look at them. Finally something different. Ruben does smash. These guys, so the other ones, I didn't stop to comment on the name of these. The first porcupine type enemies we ran into were called edgehogs. These are just called sting rats. And that sounds silly, but also terrifying. Because they're obviously labeled that way because of, you know, that's what they do. Think about if there was a real animal that was just called a sting rat. Yeah. First person to run into a hedgehog or a porcupine. Like, ah, that rat stung me. There we go. Now we have the Gemini crest. That's what we wanted from there. So now we can backtrack a little bit. The green ones were called slimes. Oop, there we go, level up. These are called jellies. Orange jelly. See, we're going through these so quickly. Can you tell each of these 3 battlefields has, like, a theme? Trees, hedgehogs, slimes. Man. Really start to come online, I feel like, once you pick up the Night Sword and the Battle Axe. Because before that, you're always kind of... It feels like you're always lagging behind your partner in damage. Even with the bombs, most of the time. But then when you get that second tier weapon, it's like, chef kiss. And of course, Ruben's still doing more damage than us. But like, he's always going to, because that's what Ruben does. He's a physical damage monster. He takes reduced damage from fire and does increased damage to everything else. I don't have to individually target. I'm taking everything out in one hit. One more. I said I didn't have to individually target or manually target, and immediately did it anyway. There we go, got 900 GP. Makes back a lot of the money that we spent on the seeds. So now that we have the Gemini crest, we'll check out that dude's basement. Huh. Ha! This is the only place in the game where you can actually buy seeds. So I find myself spending a lot of time coming back here. Oh, wait. Dang it. Wrong one. That's the Mobius crest. My bad. no. It's gonna cost me so many seconds. Put me behind estimate. I'll never get a PB at this rate. Actually, jokingly. Ta-da. Now look here. Recognize that music? Yep. See? That's our fast travel. So that way we don't have to go back through the focus tower to get here. Ta-da! Just wanted to show that off. So yeah, you can warp around between the 4 towns once you have all of the crests, and that's mostly what they're for. But anyway, I was gonna say that technically, today, this playthrough that y'all are here for with me is actually almost guaranteed to be my PB for Mystic Quest, insofar, like, I've never measured it before, because I usually don't care about how quickly I beat a game. Sometimes if there's like a puzzle game or something and there's an achievement for beating it at a certain time, I'll try for that, but generally, I don't care. But of course, when I play Mystic Quest casually, you know, I pick it up, I put it down, I kill all of the monsters in a dungeon and clean it out completely, that kind of thing. So actually racing through it this way today, even though I am doing the whole game in one big fell swoop, it's gonna be the longest you know, stream and the longest video on the channel ever up to this point, but it will probably still be the quickest that I have ever personally gone through Mystic Quest. I hadn't thought of that until just now. So yeah, this will be my personal best time for Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. That's weird. That's weird to think of, just because that's not something I measure. If y'all were with me through things like Titan Quest, you'll know that I generally do not care at all how long it takes me to play a game, because I like to explore and I like to level up and I like to make sure that I get all the cool stuff that's hidden in nooks and crannies. And there's not much of that in Mystic Quest. There are very few things that are... There are things that are missable, but there's nothing that's easy to miss. I'll say it that way. Oh yeah, I should point out that these things are called Flazzards. So do with that what you will. I guess it's like flaming lizard. So they're called Flazzards or Flazzards. Eddie Flazzard. I like my salamanders like I like my women. Covered in bees! Wow, that's a reference that takes me back. Two more. This is another one where at the end it's just like money and experience. There's nothing super impressive. The next one, though, we get something very special. And it's kind of funny to think, like, that you could miss these things, because I can't imagine going through this game, except if you're speedrunning it, and not doing all of the battlefields, just because outside of the dungeons there's nothing else to do on, like, the overworld map. Wow, y'all. They really did just miss, like, 3 times. So it's hard to imagine playing this game and not doing all of the battlefields, not maxing them all out, or cleaning them all out, I should say. There we go, 1200 GP. But there are some things that I guess you can miss because they're behind that quote-unquote paywall. The red caps. Take out the lizard, or the flazzard, the flazzard. Now here we are, we're back to some enemies that take us 2 hits to kill. So yeah, if you did not do the battlefields, then there would be things that you would miss, like the exit spell, right? The charm, the magic ring, the Gemini crest. And then there's this one. We're going through this so fast, it's like I could just tell you, because Mystic Quest is so old, and because this is a marathon too, and I'm capitalizing on the fact that I have played this game so many times, you know, I'm not really thinking about, like, spoilers. So I apologize if I'm doing things like, I'm naming characters or talking about places like Windia that we haven't gone yet. And you've never played the game before. But... ouch. Damn it, Ruben. But I promise it's not spoiling that much. But in this case, just because we are going through these battlefields so fast, really tearing through these monsters, I will save it so that there's a little bit of anticipation and excitement, question mark. I appreciate how the these little gnome guys, the brownies, the mint mints, the red caps, they've just got that fighting stance, and all of their moves are kicks and punches. So they're just beating the shit out of you, just straight up. They're not breathing fire or anything. They're just like, no, let's take this to the mat. And then their critical health state is, you know, they whip their cap off and they have the band-aid on their forehead and like a sick mohawk. Makes me feel like you can picture them in a Double Dragon game or like Streets of Rage or something. It feels so good to have paralysis not work on us, because paralysis is so damning, especially when you're by yourself. So now we can never be paralyzed again by their foul magics. We are free. Free. And that's important because Ruben is not immune to paralysis. Like Phoebe was, because that's one of the game's ways of kind of protecting you. So when you run into monsters that can paralyze you for the first time, you are also in an area where you have a companion that can't be paralyzed, and she's a great spellcaster and a healer, so she can take care of you and help you out. But then you get the armor that protects you, or the shield that protects you against paralysis, which is kind of why I think they call it out, and Spencer's like, oh yes, you should take this key and get this special shield. You're really gonna need it. So that makes you immune to paralysis, so now you can babysit Ruben because you have the heal spell and he doesn't. The fire animation is up there with the cold and electricity animations. Where you just get blasted and then you're just all there covered in ash, just kind of blink, blink. The Flazzards deal way more damage than the red caps, but the red caps can inflict confusion, so it's like... if this was any game other than Mystic Quest, I would say that it's, there we go. We got the Thunder spell, our first wizard magic. Anyway, yeah, I would say that it was like a struggle to decide which one to target. Oops. There we go. Alright, so we have to do the mine before we can get to the volcano. So, that is our next target. But first, we are coming right up on the 4-hour mark, so I'm actually going to pause it here. Pause our timer, and I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to hydrate. I'm going to walk around and stretch a little bit, and I will be right back with you, so don't go anywhere. I will only be a moment, and we will be right back with some more of Final Fantasy Mystic Quest in just a second. Alright, and we are back. So I'm going to start my timer back up, and let's go ahead and we will dive straight on into the mine. Here we go. I love this track. This place is fun because we have the little elevators, but we also have conveyor belts, both of which are fun. We get some new undead enemies, the Red Bone and the Zombie. I like how the skeletons, like, weak state is their sword is broken, their sword is dented, or their shield is dented, but also it mostly just looks like they're cocking their head at you like, bruh. What's your problem? You can see the big jump in experience points too. We're getting almost 1,000 a pop now. Oh, here's a fun set of rooms. I suppose we should do it though. We do need the XP, considering that we very quickly went back to enemies that we could not kill in one hit, even with our upgraded weapons. So we do want to continue to level up. Ooh, we got a big hit though. Almost 1,900 damage. We love 1,900 damage. Yeah, see, I definitely do want to try and level up to where we can destroy each target in one shot. There are certainly some games out there where you can level up too much and it can actually like soft lock your game. Like 7th Saga can do that if you're not careful, but in this game you can't do that. The monsters' levels are static, so your reward for grinding is that you kick more ass, as is standard for most video games. Oh, Ruben, come on. Confusion is so dangerous, when you have a powerful companion especially. There we go. That's a little better. See, I like this combo because we can take out the tree while he focuses on the Flizzards. I feel like Ted Woolsey just did the best he could with what he had, so I'm thinking like Flaming and Lizard, but also because of the double Z, it makes me think of like Flambe for some reason. That's why I say Flizzard instead of Flazzard. And also words like sizzle and frazzle, which are related to heat and fire, they have 2 Z's in them too. So I think that's what he was going for, you know, it's like a sizzling hot lizard, a flazzard, a flizzard. I want to... Okay, strong, it's paralyzed, so there we go. Now you can see what the zombies look like in their crit state. It just strips off a bunch of their bandages and they're wearing little shorts. Very funny. Yeah, I feel kind of bad for them. Talk about getting caught with your pants down. Don't miss, Ruben. Bruh. Oh, y'all. We should be looking at a new level pretty soon. I'm thinking we gotta be 8250. Okay, that's a little further away than I actually thought, but when you're getting almost 1,000 per battle, that's still really not that far away. Now, needless to say, once you get on a conveyor belt, you kind of have to go where it takes you because it's like the quicksand, where, see, like you can jump out and get a little bit of play on it, but then you can only move one space at a time, and you can't jump again while you're standing on it, so you're just stuck there. That's where you live now. Right, need to go over here. The mine is absolutely one of those places where occasionally I get a little bit lost and forget what the optimal path is. Because there's so many conveyor belts and elevators, and some of them go to the same places, and some of them go to optional places where you don't have to really go out of your way. You know, they go to little ledges that don't really do anything. And then sometimes you have to go to them in a certain order in order to do things like, you know, blow a hole in this door. But we do want to explore all of the mine, and the reason why is because there is a weapon upgrade here. And we definitely want that weapon upgrade, and you will see why when we get it. Ugh, stop critically hitting. Don't do it. Critical hits are for protagonists. Bruh. You have to stop or be stopped. I guess it was that second one. Ah, the dead end. If there's one monster, it's a dead end. If there's 3 monsters or 10 monsters, that's the way you're supposed to go. No. No. Oh no. Okay, well at least he did something useful. Ooh. Great. Oh, I kind of hope he dies now. He won't. I was gonna say so we could just start the battle over, but... Well... Boo. We wasted a wizard spell slot. That's probably fine. I don't know for sure that we would use it here anyway, but... Oh yeah, thank goodness we're strong against poison now because of the noble armor. Because they have an attack called Rotten Mucus, and I don't like it. Well, Benjamin, if you're just gonna miss anyway, I guess Ruben can handle it. Bruh. Ta-da! The Charm Claw. So this is our first claw upgrade. So in addition to paralysis and poison, it can also inflict confusion, sleep, and blindness, which is pretty sick. Oh, and of course, its power goes way up, so 95. Now, the claws are always going to be the weakest of the weapons, but that's fine, right? That's fine, because they still give us magic and stuff, and they inflict all of those status effects. So they don't hit as hard when they deal damage, but when you have something like the Dragon Claw and it's just going to, you know, instantly kill everything. Right, we need to go down from here. Like, it doesn't matter how much damage you do if you turn your enemy to stone after you hit them. I feel. I'm actually going to hit him first because he can inflict confusion. We are less worried about poison than we are confusion. So we'll let the zombies savor their last few moments of undeath while we focus on their allies here. Oh, so this room actually contains one of the great mysteries of the game, at least for me. And I'm sure, I've wondered about this since I was a child, so for 30 years, 30 plus years, I have been unable to figure out exactly what this is or if there's anything significant to it, and no one has ever been able to tell me, and it probably is me going like, wait, like tinfoil hat on something that doesn't really even exist. It is probably absolutely nothing of any importance. It is just a minuscule programming error, and it means nothing, and you'll see. Nice. So right up here, right? Look here. I can't walk into that space. It's like there's an object there blocking the path, or like it's a barrier or something. You can't step into that space even though it's the same tile set as this and it's got a border around it. So I've never been able to figure out why. I have no idea if there is any significance to it whatsoever. I don't know if there's some meandering hidden backstory where maybe there was an item here, like there was a treasure chest or a monster or something, and it was removed and they never turned the switch back on where you could walk on that tile, or if it just is like a layering issue. I have no idea. It's probably nothing, but it does keep me up at night. Sometimes I just find myself wondering, man, why can't you walk into that one little square on Mystic Quest? Because it's the only one in the whole game that's like that I have ever found. If there is another space like that, that looks like a tile you should be able to step onto, and you can't, then I do not know where it is. Zombie counters with Paratouch. He attacks with mucus. Ew. Attacks with bad breath. There are no Malboros in this game, so it's the zombies who have bad breath. There we go. Level 20. Love that for us. Good. See, and there's nothing else down here. This whole area is just so that you can walk between those two little sets of handholds. But yeah, so there you go. That's my mystery. That's my Mystic Quest. I'm gonna leave those enemies. I don't care about them. I have to fight this guy sooner or later anyway. I just really appreciate how the zombies have multiple mucus-based attacks. So there's like mucus, which just does damage, and then there's rotten mucus. Oh. Right, okay, now we have to go that way. And rotten mucus inflicts poison. So this takes us back around to where we were. Now we're going to go down the elevator instead. We're going to go this way. I like the little counterweight there. It's a very simple animation, but very good. Let's try the Charm Claw out. Haven't used it yet. Maybe we'll paralyze somebody. Hey! Good first use. Cool. I like how the scratches it leaves are blue instead of yellow. See, here's another one of these. There's nothing down there. There's no reason to go on that ledge. There's nothing hidden. It just is there, and you can go down there. It's like, whatevs. Yeah. No, and that's true. So, I definitely don't think that it's like bad game design or anything for that stuff to be there. I kind of appreciate it that way myself, where the world in a lot of games often feels as though it exists only as a place to hold your adventures. And I really appreciate it regardless of genre, when there is a game that gives you more than is necessary for the adventure, because even if it's something as simple as that empty ledge, it's like, okay, just like you said, right? There is more to the world than... It's not just a big room for our quest to happen in. Makes it feel alive, I guess. Makes it feel lived in. Makes you feel as though the mine is a realer place, because whoever carved this area out, they didn't do it because you were going to come here and have an adventure. That's not why the mine is here. So that down there was the boss door, but we're going to go this way first, and then circle back around. There's a couple more monsters up here, and I think there's a chest. Or this might just be the way that you go back. Could also just be that. Which is also fine. Okay, yeah, it does just circle back around. That's fine. It takes nothing to go back, so... My favorite part of that animation is how when the elevator hits the bottom, it like tips over, and like it's just dumping you out. Here's your stop. Get out of here, you bother me. Okay. Let's do that. There's that boss music. Now, one thing to note is when you look at the Jinn here, which of course the plural is Jinny, but so when you look at it, it looks like he's got an eyebrow, and he's squinting, and he's got two white eyes and sort of a shadow over his face under his sloping brow. You will see that that is not the case here directly. Let's get rid of these minions first. I bet Jinn does attack with fire. Attacks with Hypno Sleep. It's probably fine. Dragon Cut. Now we do have Blizzard, and we haven't used it yet. Perhaps we should. There's the Blizzard spell. It's not weak against ice, I should point out, so... But I just wanted you to see the little, the happy little snowman. It's very good, especially because you can see, like, watch it, and you can see as the head spins around, it's got a frowny face, and then when it stops, it smiles. Love it. This will probably be more effective, though, which is why I didn't want to use up a wizard spell slot. Okay, there we go. There's his first critical state sprite change. So you can see now he's yelling at us. He does not have 2 eyes and a sloping brow and a shadowed face. No, he just got one big eyeball, and because he was kind of leering at us, it was half closed. That's why it looked like that. There we go. Pushing him back in his bottle. Yeah, the Djinn is he's nasty. In fact, he's nasty enough. I'm gonna cure Ruben because again, we still don't have the life spell. Oh, there we go. We got him. The Djinn can be kind of a like brick wall boss if you're not careful. He's not really that tough because no boss is really that tough if you're of the appropriate level, but also I appreciate here, this is just a tiny thing. It does drop the S if you only pick up 1 bomb, or arrow, or ninja star. So you found explosive, singular. We'll need that here in just a moment. Cure potions. Can't carry anymore. Heal potions. Ta-da.
We're close enough to blow up the boulder.
That is the same boulder that's, see, like now we are looking across from the plateau that the mine was on. That's the gap. And we're looking across at the other plateau where that big boulder was sitting there blocking the road leading up to the volcano. So it's a question of scale.
Dad, stand back.
And now they're going to show us. We get a little cutscene. I love how that doesn't cost us a mega grenade.
We did it. Ruben, I knew you'd save me. Please head home to Mom. Right, you two be careful. Starfish, let's return to Fireberg.
Yeah, because that's a 2-space opening, see, so we can't jump. There, I felt bad about leaving that chest. One more elevator to go down. Whee! And this one is good because, see, it just takes us straight across here. And there we go, that's the one we couldn't get to earlier that goes back to the entrance. But, good, I'm glad I'm not the only one. But anyway, we're not going to do that. We're just going to cast Exit. Because we got everything in the mine, so... And also, you can see there the boulder, the top of it sticking out. It fell down into that crack, and now we can walk across it to get to this little area here. The Sealed Temple. And look who's waiting for us. This is one of the funniest interactions in the game, and also now I will pause and give you a chance, for those of you who were looking at him earlier, to look at the old man. You can see his turban, and like he's got a really high collar, like a Doctor Strange collar on his brown cape sticking out to the side. See his little beard and mustache, and his nose sticking out, and then his eyes are like all eyebrow, and he's sitting on a cloud. Yeah, very much like Radius, actually. But anyway.
Do you have 10 GP for a cup of coffee?
Whoop. Apparently not. Either that or we gave it to him. I don't know. And this takes us back to the Wintry Temple. See? That's how you get there. Oh, very much so. Very, very certain. Let's stay at the inn here. Get all our spells and things back. Hua, ha, hua. Gotta go go back and talk to his dad, because after all, he was exploring the volcano because something was weird up there, right? So now he can tell us what. Arian made it back, thanks. I love, this is such a simple thing, but I love that little desk object.
I forgot to tell you. The crystal of fire is in the lava dome.
Okay, well that does sound important. Don't know how you know that or how you figured it out, but I'm glad that you did. Oh, and by the way, so I mentioned before that I wasn't sure if you could soft lock the game if you got into that conversation in the Bone Dungeon with Tristram, where you have to purchase the bombs for a minimum of 15 gold pieces. But there are other points where people ask you for money like that, where he's like, do you have 10 GP for a cup of coffee? And I have tried my best to... Oh, look at these fun guys, the ghosts. They're here. Love these dudes. Oh, right, they confuse you if you hit them. Gross. So we need to use bombs here. That's fine. But specifically, there is the point where Tristram offers to sell you the elixir for 9,000 gold pieces. And Benjamin is like, bruh, my allowance is 2 GP a month, what the fuck? And so I have actually ground up to 9,000 gold pieces before going to the Sand Temple in those battlefields and in the level forest. Mostly the level forest because there's only 10 fights in the battlefield. So yeah, imagine how long that would take. But I've done it before because it was part and parcel with like trying to replicate how my dad somehow managed to get T, the debug character, in his party. Because the only thing that we knew for sure, him included, that any of us knew for sure, that he did differently from just playing the game, was that, as I said back at the beginning of this, he went level grinding in the level forest, and he took the name literally, and he went all the way to max level. He leveled all the way to level 41 in the level forest, grinding on those tiny tutorial level, like first level enemies. And so when he got to the point where Phoebe was supposed to join him, he was already level 41, and we're like, maybe that's the key. Maybe it's doing some kind of like a level check in the background or something. And because he was max level, it screwed up the game, you know, did something to the programming. Kind of like how you get Missing No to appear in Pokemon by doing something very specific, right? So that turned out not to be it, because I have level ground in the level forest up to level 41 before even going to Foresta. And it doesn't work. But you do have 9,000 gold pieces, and if you do have 9,000 gold pieces when Tristram offers to sell you the elixir, you can't buy it, which I think is bullshit. I think it should be like that's one of those moments where the developers never expected you to do that. But if you do, then like I feel like that particular type of crazy should be rewarded. It's like, I'm sorry, you actually have 9,000 gold pieces? Oh, well, okay, then here's the elixir. And maybe the trade-off is like you get to keep the Dragon Claw. You get it early or something. Since you are remaking so many of your games lately, Square Enix, that's my pitch for a Mystic Quest remastered. Let me purchase the elixir from Tristram for 9,000 gold pieces, and he is so surprised that he just lets me have the Dragon Claw at the end of the Bone Dungeon. Because it's not like, this is not a game with backtracking where you have to go back to certain levels, Metroidvania style, in order to do things that maybe you couldn't do before because you have a new piece of equipment. So there is nowhere where you need to go back and really revisit once you have the Dragon Claw in order to use its grapple ability, for example. Therefore, since all of that type of stuff comes later in the game after the point where you're supposed to get the Dragon Claw anyway, then that means that it doesn't hurt, like you can't break the game progression by having the Dragon Claw early. You would just be powerful and would be able to kill a bunch of enemies in one hit, and I mean, so... Okay, what are we looking at? 29.55. Okay, we'll level up soon. Going really well. We're still under 4.5 hours and we're almost into the Lava Dome, which means we should probably be done with the Lava Dome before we hit 6 hours for sure. Oh, this track rocks. God, this track is so sick. I love it. The Volcano and the Lava Dome both have such good music. I am begging you to just listen to the Mystic Quest soundtrack, like, in your own time. I actually like this battlefield because it's very plain, but it emphasizes that you're up high because you can see the cliff edge back there and then the mountain tops are like below you. So it gives you, it really does do a good job of giving you that feeling that you are climbing the tallest mountain. I lost my sentence there. So that you are, that you're climbing the tallest mountain in the area, which is the volcano. So it's a big deal. Here we go, werewolf. I don't know why they're called werewolves when they are very obviously like some sort of Cerberus or Kerberos situation, but I do like that the second tier centaurs are called nightmares, and because they only have 8 letters to work with, it's N-I-T-E, nightmare. That's very funny. Let's get rid of him because he can cause confusion. They have one of the cutest... Look at this. One of the cutest critical HP state sprites in the game, where they wave a little white flag on their tail, and then look at their dopey faces. Just like, oh, bleh. Very funny. Also, they have an attack called Body Odor that causes paralysis. Yeah, right? It makes you feel bad fighting them when you see this. Even though they can paralyze you and then cause earthquakes. Also, I really appreciate that their world sprite is legit, just like oh wait, let me go back. Is just a like a pile of heads. Also, this is another one of those places where, see, look how they use the parallax background. So it really gives you that cool sensation that you are up high and overlooking the area below. Oh, Ruben, come on now. Oh my gosh, y'all. Oh, I forgot they can cause confusion too. Whoop. Okay. That's about par for the course. Come on, Ruben. Well, at least we might get through this. Ooh. Okay, well. You do still get experience points for winning the battle, even if you're lying there dead. But just him lying face down with one leg sticking up, it makes me think of that GIF of the gymnast who swings around and then lands, and instead of sticking the landing, she just face plants on the mat, and there's this like perfectly comically timed delay, and then she throws her leg up like she's trying to make the best of a bad situation. And it's like that pose, but then we get 1,000 XP and level up. Ah, here we go. This is a fun spell. So this is one of the most powerful spells in the game. It's the second strongest spell. It is called White for the same reason that Pearl is called Pearl in Final Fantasy VI. And it's the holy spell, and that is the elemental damage that it deals, right? And I'll show you. Here we go, because it works really well against ghosts. Now you will also notice I cannot single target, like Thunder can single target, or I can multi-target and switch between. But White does not do that. White always hits everybody. Yeah, see, that's kind of how I feel. Even as a child, I really felt that, old man. It's like, So I don't know why Ted Woolsey did it that way. Like, I'm not sure. I'm certain there's a story. I don't know what it is. Oh, here we go. He's going to kill that one ghost. This dude's going to get all of it. Boom. Look at that. More centaurs with bad posture, indeed. But yeah, so White is a very powerful spell. Its only weakness is it is always multi-target. So that means that against... Ironically, it is slightly weaker, well, I guess significantly weaker, against trash mobs versus bosses. Because when you fight a boss, there is only one target, right? See, against groups of enemies like this, right here. In fact, I'll just defend. I like that animation too. There we go. See, that almost one hit killed the entire group, which is pretty awesome. I'll just go ahead and finish them off this way. So you can see if there's only one of them, then, you know, he gets the whole shot. So it is a very strong spell. Great. Love that for us. Oh, good. He shrugged it off. Back the way we came. Just had to go down there and get a quick cold one. Gonna crack open a cold one with the boys. And up we go. Alright, so this is the rough part. Remember, they said that there was a mask that lets us see monsters in the gas of the volcano. This is what they were talking about, right? This is that nasty section, see, like this. once again, like with the ice pyramid, the monsters are invisible. There's just a different reason this time. It's because we cannot see through the toxic gases of the volcano. Which, I'm glad that they did that, actually, because, especially in fantasy settings, you see people play fast and loose with the temperatures in a volcano anyway. Like, oh no, you know, it's very hot. Watch out. And, I mean, that's fair enough, right? It is very hot. That's why the rock is molten. But people often don't go as extreme as they need to, right? Because if you are over an open lava pit, the heat radiating up off of it will kill you long before you touch the actual lava itself. So you don't have to fall into lava to die in a volcano. But more importantly, you don't hear often enough about the toxic gases because it's burning minerals. It's literally rock that is on fire. So all of that nasty stuff that's in the rock, of course, is going up into the air, and then you're breathing it in your lungs. So that's something that you can put in your back pocket for your next D&D game, your next tabletop campaign. When you send your players to a flaming death mountain, remember that it is not just fire damage when you touch the lava. It's not just like fire damage per turn for being near or over the lava pit. It is also like you're getting poisoned by breathing the air near the lava because it's bad air. They really are. Like, it's real bad. So there you go, you can have that for free. Deal poison damage to your players when they hang out in volcanoes. That's your pro long-time Dungeon Master tip for today. Poison your players in the volcano. That's my advice. Do as I do. You want to improve your D&D game? Poison your players when they go to volcanoes. They'll love it. They'll thank you for it, in fact. Alright, up we go. Now, of course, the mask is hidden on this side, so we've got, that's the stairs up to the next level, where the boss is. But we are interested in the mask first and foremost. This way. There we go. I think I have that right. I believe that the mask is over here, and the boss is up the other stairs, I think. Oop, I may have gotten it wrong, actually. It doesn't much matter. The mask is absolutely one of those items that you can live without because it is only useful in this one place. All it does, much like the magic mirror, is it makes the monsters in the volcano specifically visible through the gas so that you can see their sprite placement. And that is it. So see, like, we come up here and you can, like, you rise above the gas at a certain point and you can actually see them anyway. So it really doesn't make that much of a difference. But because this is a 100% run, that means I need to get every item, so I am not going to do that, or it would not be a 100% run. But just for your own reference, if you decide to play this game, whether that's going back to play it for the 20th time like me, or if you're going to give it a try for the first time, you do not have to have the mask, especially if you're just going to kill every monster anyway. Because then it's like, whatever. Like, you're just stumbling around into invisible battles that you were already going to fight, so you don't care. And because, just like here, if the monsters respawned or something, it would be a lot different. But they don't. Once you kill a monster, it's gone until you leave the level and return to the world map. So who cares? Like, once you defeat it, it's gone, so it doesn't matter if you can't see it in the mist. Monsters in the Mist. Makes me think of Stephen King's The Mist, as opposed to John Carpenter's The Fog, which I think is the superior movie. To be clear, the original one that had Adrienne Barbeau in it, not the remake. The remake was terrible, in my opinion. And The Mist is actually a good movie, I should clarify. It pushes a lot of my specific buttons, where I'm like, oh, this makes me really uncomfortable. If I was trapped in this situation, I would not do well. So it's a good movie because it does exactly what it set out to do. It's just like, I don't enjoy watching it. That's different from it being a bad movie. So I have to clarify. It's not the same thing as Maximum Overdrive. which is a bad movie. God, if you've never seen Maximum Overdrive, you should. It's very like Mystery Science Theater 3000. I highly recommend it. It's very bad. Watch it with friends. That one bit, are you dead? Her yelling at her husband, are you dead? That stays with me. That lives in my heart. I think the short story, that's the only thing that he ever directed, until they remade the Stand miniseries during the height of the pandemic, ironically. That's what taught him that he did not like directing, I think Stephen King has said, was Maximum Overdrive. But to be fair, though, I think if you go back and like his first published anthology of like short stories and stuff was called Night Shift, and the story Maximum Overdrive is from that anthology, and it's called Trucks. And the story Trucks has held up almost as well as the movie Maximum Overdrive, because I'm certain that back in the 80s when he wrote it, Trucks was a very scary story. But ironically, now that the world is so much more reliant on technology and there are so many more devices everywhere and they're even more complicated than they were, 40 years ago, somehow it's less scary and seems less like if it happened to us that we would be bothered by it. I don't know, there's just something about the idea of automobiles coming to life that doesn't frighten me. Another one bites the dust. See, look at this. This is even better than the Sahagin sprite with its dopey face. It's just a pile of 3 wolf heads doing a little doodly-doodly-doodly, doing a little jig. I love them. I do kind of feel bad for fighting them. When they throw up the little white flag, it's like, oh. Okay, I can see the boss over there. Yeah. I went the wrong way. There's the mask over there. It's even, the placement on this one item is, like, genuinely kind of bad. Because by the time you get it, you really hardly need it anymore, I think. Wow. That's... I kind of hate that. Yeah, I kind of hate that. That's... Because that does give it a whole different vibe. That makes Cars into a real horror show. There we go. I knew I should have trusted my... Yeah, thanks. I knew I should have trusted my instincts. I knew it was the other staircase. And then I second guessed myself, and I went with the second guess, and it was wrong. It's like, it's over there. Just go get it. You're gonna have to backtrack if you don't. It's like, is it though? Are you sure? Yes. For future reference, yes, I am sure. Hey! Oh, there we go. Look. Now we're in double health bars. And there's the mask, and it is literally just a gas mask. And there's the reveal noise. Also, I hated this as a kid. There are like platforms over there, and you can't get to them. They're not part of the dungeon. They are just for decoration. But it's very frustrating because young me just, I knew there was something over there. If I could just get over there. It's like, yeah, there's something over there. The edge of the map. The edge of the tile set. The end of the zone. God, I hate that you put that in my head, baby, because now I'm seeing that giant semi-truck with like the weird Joker mask on the front of it. But it's like Mater, like Mater, but without the God. Okay, well, anyway. So we killed all of the monsters that were down here in the gas, which is hysterical. Now we don't need any of that shit. Very funny. Right? Someone send that to Stephen King. Just tag him in that real quick. Be like, hey, remember Maximum Overdrive? It's Maximum Overdrive for a new generation. We killed every monster that was down there in the gas. I don't believe it. So you can't even see what it looks like. It is literally just their sprites. But it's funny because the gas is on an opacity layer between our sprite and them, like it's on top of it. So it's us, then the gas, then them, which means that when you're wearing the gas mask, you are still obscured by the gas, like Benjamin here. But the monsters look exactly the same, so they pop and they come through like super vivid because they don't have that transparency over them. And it's very funny looking, and I'm sorry I didn't get to show you. Maybe I can go out and come back in. No, that'd be a waste of time. You can play it yourself. You should play it. It's a good game, I don't care what people say. If you have fun with it, then it's a good experience. That doesn't necessarily make it a good game. After all, we are having fun, ? With Mystery of the Druids. Ah, there we go. Now we see the top of that background. Look at that. Love it. I don't know what it is. There's something about those clouds overhead that's just so fucking sick. I love it. The pixel art, like parallax layer back there. But, yeah, exactly, Trans. That's what I'm saying. It's just like you can watch a B movie and have a lot of fun and enjoy it, and that doesn't make it a good movie. So is Mystic Quest a good game? I think it accomplished its purpose. I think that Mystic Quest set out to introduce young gamers who weren't familiar with styles of games like Final Fantasy to those kinds of games, and to try and make them seem fun and approachable. and I think it did that. And I think that does make it a good game. And not just because I have fun with it. I think it did what it was supposed to do, and therefore, it is a good game. It's fun, and it accomplishes its purpose. So when it ticks both of those boxes, I think it is a good game. And then on top of that, everything else is just gravy. Like, it's got a slapping soundtrack and all that other shit, you know. Also, note here, look, right, this first dungeon, this was called The Volcano. Right, exactly. Yeah, well, I think it's a good game if it's fun in the way it intended to be. Like, Mystery of the Druids is a bad game because it is not fun the way it's meant to be fun, the way that the devs meant it to be fun. We're having fun with it, but we're having fun the same way that you have fun watching a bad movie on Mystery Science Theater 3000. Right? This is a good game because it's fun the way that it intended to be fun. But anyway, so yeah, we have climbed up the volcano dungeon, we've climbed up the side of the mountain, and now here we are at the top, at the lip of the crater, and we are now looking down below us. That's where the lava's gonna be. Yes, exactly, Trance. We're laughing at Mystery of the Druids instead of because of Mystery of the Druids. I am afraid to call Mystery of the Druids a good game because I feel like if I did that, something terrible would happen to me. Like, it would ruin my credit score or something. Or, like, curse my family for 10 generations. Because you can't say lies of that size. You can't speak that level of falsehood into existence and there not be some sort of cosmic repercussions. Oh, that's no good. Alright, so the boss is in fact Medusa. So we do have to babysit, let's cure not heal, Ruben a little bit because he can be petrified. Yeah, so you got it, Trance. Yeah, like the room is not it's not even a good experience. So... Oh, Blunt. Oh god. Poison snake. Ah, we can't be poisoned now. Take the full force of my magic. 1300 damage. Oh, we made her mad. I actually love this sprite. And for the first time here, in order to make things a little bit easier, I'm going to use a seed. We're going to get back our spells. Because the best way to get through this is, in fact, to cast White on her. And we don't have Cure, but we do have Life, and Life just sets your HP to full, so Ruben can still heal, thankfully. Yeah, it really is. That's one of my favorite things about it, Trance, is if you're going to have static sprites like this, then having that little bit of dynamic, interaction where as you beat on them, you see progress is really good. And I love that this is her final state. It's like the snake hair is gone and she's just like, bruh, what happened? And even her hand reaching out for you kind of droops a little bit, like she's lost, like she's more concerned about that. Like, whoa. Okay, and here we go. So we finished, we climbed all the way to the top. Now we're gonna go down inside the lava dome. First though, one more quick trip back. We're gonna get our spells back and heal. That's probably not necessary. I could probably get through the lava dome with the spells that I have, even after using them to heal, but... Yeah. See, I always wondered as a kid, like, why is it called the lava dome? Because it's not... There's not a dome. You can't have a dome of lava, because that would just be a bubble and then it would burst. Like, if there's a lava dome, an eruption is happening. And then I was like, oh, maybe that's kind of what they meant? But I think it's another Woolseyism where the translation was supposed to be, like, it's the lava crater or whatever, and the dome is like the volcano or the crater around it. So, Yeah, like Vanilla Dome, actually. Very much so. Except that made more sense because you were inside and underneath it and there was a roof over you. Here, there's no roof. So... Oh, here's one of my favorite enemies. First we have the ninja, but check out these birds. It's time for hot wings. Y'all like hot wings? I hope you do. I love it. And for some reason, look, not only are they not weak to water, but they also can heal themselves. Fuck these birds. Get out of here. That hotel is probably pretty sleazy, Braylor, because Tristram hangs out there, so... And I feel like... I don't think I would expect to see Tristram in, like, a classy hotel. But anyway, yeah, I like that. I like the design of this, where you go up in the first stage of the dungeon. You're going up and scaling the outside of the mountain to get to the crater, to the caldera, and then you have to climb back down the inside towards the lava to get to where the Crystal of Fire is. Okay, good. Then we will drop down there later on. Now, here we go. This is where we want to go. See that treasure chest over there? This is our first stop, and why I came right here. And look at this. Fangpire. Now, I'm not 100% certain, like, why this translation was used. I really don't know. Oh, uh-oh. That's not going to do much. Oh, great. Okay, I'm gonna have to heal. Yeah, probably something like that. It's just like, because they have fangs. And also, there is a palette swap of these enemies later on that is just called a vampire. Oh, well, that was a waste of a spell. No, there's just one of them. He is dead, though. So there is an upgraded version of that is just a vampire, so I guess they had to call the lower level version something? Now, this is the Adamant Turtle. So this is literally the Adamantoise, or the Adamantus, however you choose to pronounce it. We finally found it. But since the Morning Star and our axe both count as axe attacks, and they're weak against axe, we can just hit them with that. This guy again. It's alright, he's not a boss anymore. Bam! Eat shit! I do like that the Fangpire's damage sprite is just they turn into a little bat. Ooh. And now immediately Medusa is no longer a boss either. Instead, there's Steno, which is one of Medusa's sisters. And they already had an enemy called a Gorgon, which was a palette swap off of the Behemoth, so... Let's do her, because she can still petrify us, so we want to get rid of her quickly. Now this guy, I don't know what the Avizard or the Avizard is supposed to be. Like, I don't know what that translation was trying for. I don't know. Like, probably the first part is avian because it's flying. Avian lizard, maybe, like it's a lizard bird. But there's another version of it called a gargoyle, which seems more appropriate. Anyway, we finally have the life spell, so now we have all of the white magic. See, I feel like we get that a little bit late into the game, contextually, but now we have it, and that's what matters. Go up here and... Oop, wrong way. Grab some of these treasures. some of these treasure boxes. Let's take him out. Bam. See, white is just such a powerful spell. And because it is wholly elemental, it's basically like neutral magic damage is the way that the game treats it. So there are a few things that are weak against it, but nothing is strong against it. I don't think. And so the most powerful spell in the game is, of course, Flare, because they don't have Ultima in this one. So Flare is more powerful, but it deals fire damage, so that means that there are enemies that resist it. I bought a bunch of seeds, so I'm going to start using them to cut through some of this chaff. Help me watch, and if I forget to refill on magic when I get down to like 0 wizard spells, call it out. So I may very well do that. Let's get rid of you first. This is the last one, so... Oh, both bombs. It pisses me off that there are just stacks of glittering gold bars here and you can't do anything with them. Like, what the hell? Rude, to be honest. Also, I'm not sure here what the ninja's damage sprite was trying to do. Like, if you look... See, like, they just flop down. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be that they have collapsed, like they've tripped, and they're lying there, and you're just looking at them head on. So that's why you can't see their legs and stuff. Or if it's supposed to be, like they fell into a hole, and they're struggling to hold themselves up on the edge with their hands out? Maybe? I don't know. Here we go. Now they're actually bobbing because they're in here by themselves. So they're actually animated. That's just such a weird little glitch in the game. Here we go, now we are back around this way. Go this way first. Fight some more hot wings. Honestly, that is the worst thing about the game, but if that's the worst you can say about it, then, like, okay. It's the fact that there is sort of that strange layer glitch where animated enemies are not animated when they are grouped with non-animated enemies. And that's fine. If that's the worst thing about it, no big. So the hot wings were probably supposed to be a phoenix, in the same way that the stony roost was probably supposed to be a cockatrice. I am almost certain that that's what it was, but we may never know for sure, because Ted Woolsey can only do the best Ted Woolsey can do. Hey, there we go. Finally match Ruben's level. Now that is the next place we need to go, because see those big doors over there? That goes to the boss room, but we have to step on this switch to open them. Well, you brought that on yourself. Let's see. Do I want to go up here first? This is another one where I get kind of... See, look at that. The ninja is just getting it in place. This is another place kind of like the mine where I get a tiny bit lost. But not bad, because it's too straightforward to really get lost. Okay, so see here, look. Look at that sprite. Like, what are they doing? Did he just fall flat out and you're looking at him dead on so that because of foreshortening you can't see the whole thing? Or is it like, did he trip and fall into his own shadow and he's desperately holding on to the edge of the pit, the abyss, with his hands? I don't know. I'm not sure what that sprite is trying to convey. And that's fine, actually. Sometimes it's okay if you don't know what the hell's going on, actually. Yeah, see? It's like... I don't know. Because I've seen stuff like that in, like, anime, you know, where, that's an idea, is that ninjas use shadow magic and so on. So I can disappear into my own shadow, I'm so stealthy. So I'm not sure. I have thought about it, and I've just never been certain. So here we go. This is back at the edge. This map kind of wraps around. And see, there's a dead end over there, so we want to go this way. This is a bit of a fun dungeon. Ooh, we get to strike first. Nice. I don't mind doing some of the like, the backtracking's not bad. And there's a little bit of puzzle solving, but it's not a huge deal, you know, it's not really much of a head scratcher. It's just a good fun time. And considering that we just broke 5 hours, we are well ahead of what time I was worried it was gonna run. Or I'm kind of close to the estimate of what I had in mind, but I was not sure exactly how long this marathon was gonna take. I just know that the average playthrough time is something like 14 hours. What I have been told. That's what my research suggested. And I knew with like 90% certainty that this isn't going to be a 14-hour Let's Play. But I wasn't sure exactly what it would turn out to be. And now, considering where we are, I'm thinking it's going to come in something closer to, like, maybe 8 or 9 hours. Plus or minus. Which is, that's kind of what I was hoping. That was roughly my prediction. Oh, I need to take a seed. Now, Dad, blast it, Ruben. Stop going blind. I'm doing it just for the wizard slots, like I'm wasting those seeds practically because I'm full up on white and black magic. Okay, I wanted to come in here and go down this way first because... Well, let's see. And of course, in every dungeon there is at least one item in one of the red and gold chests that you really want to get. So the life spell is the big one here in the lava dome. But there is another that I want to get for sure before we get into the boss fight, and you will see why when we pick it up. If you're not familiar with the game, it's kind of critical for this this level, I feel. Damn it, Ruben. Focus. See, I just squint at this sprite and I'm like, what are you doing? What are you up to? Second stage damage sprite for Ninja. What are you doing? Fangpire attacks with uppercut. Oh, there we go. Now you can get a really good look at the bat. He's got little angry eyes too. I love it. So funny. The Adamantus is just way easier to beat than you would think, right? Based on perhaps previous experience with other Final Fantasy games. If you've played any other Final Fantasy game, you look at this one and be like, wow, that's the least impressive version of that specific turtle. So here's why we wanted to come down this way first. This way we don't have to backtrack later. Ooh, 420 GP. Nice. There we go. Now the door is open. I would almost use the exit spell to literally just go back, and it would be faster to get to the top and come back down, but if we do that, then all of the monsters will respawn, so... So, yeah. Okay, what's our levels looking like? We're doing pretty good. Let's do this. This is probably enough to level us up. So we're gonna do like we did when we got the Knight Sword. I'm gonna blast all these guys real quick. This might take slightly longer, but not a lot longer. Now, there's also the immersion. Don't you find this immersive? Are you not immersed in the world of Final Fantasy Mystic Quest? Are you not thrilled to be here? Is your disbelief not suspended most thoroughly? Oh, now you're making me hungry. I appreciate that the ninjas have an attack called Scimitar, which I'm sure was supposed to be like katana. Because that's what they're clearly wielding, is like a katana or a wakizashi. But instead, it's scimitar. And that's fine. That's fine, probably. Those are the same, right? See, this is why they gotta die first. They don't do it as often as the Stony Roosts, but they can also petrify you. Any bird that looks like that can petrify you. So they gotta go. They gotta. I can't wait until we're strong against sleep attacks. Good shot, Ruben. don't know why, but for some reason, and this is absolutely, I'm sure, just me, but it feels like Ruben hits more often when blinded than any other companion? That's an awkward way to say that. It's like he cares the least about the blind status. It makes him miss the least often, as intended, comparatively to like if Phoebe or Tristram or Kaylee are blinded, they can't hit shit. And you know we gotta do the other, right? I can never stand to leave the other rock. You only have to blow one up, but I'm like, no. They both gotta go. A lot of ninjas in this place, and I'm not sure why. Seems like an odd choice. Like, it's whatever. I honestly would love to pick a dev's brain about some things in this game like that. Like, for example, why did they choose to put certain monsters in certain places? Like, there are a lot of undead here in the fire area, because you have the zombies, you have the fangpires, you have the red bones, and some of that is just monster diversity where, you know, let's have a fire-resistant skeleton. That's a cool idea, right? Sure, let's do it. But the vampires and the ninjas kind of like right next to each other. I just like what was... Why did they do that? And I'm not questioning it because it's a bad decision. I'm genuinely curious as to why did they decide to put some of these enemies in specific dungeons? Because I think with a game you love especially, maybe with any game that you play, but especially a game that you love, you wonder about how they got there. Because they had to do something to make this game that you love. So you wonder about things like the design process, like, you know, when they were doing the sprite art, how did they come up with some of these monster designs? There we go. Level up. How did they come up with some of the spell animations? How did they come up with some of these backgrounds and things? What was the design process that took them to these places that enchant and immerse us, that amuse us, that hold our attention? And I know that, you know, when I'm designing, I have a thought process in mind, for sure. When I am deciding, like, alright, I'm gonna put this monster here because... Like, there's always a backstory. And even in a game that you make in, you know, RPG Maker, which is almost kind of what this is, you have to think about that. When you are creating groups of monsters that can spawn and the types of monsters that are available to fight in an area. Here we go. The Moon Helm. This is what I wanted. You can come in, there's a fake door over on that side where you can come out on that ledge and see this, and there's nothing you can do about it, and that's all that door does. So that if you miss this door and don't come in here first, it shows you that the chest is there and tells you you have to backtrack. But the Moon Helm, see, jumps from 4 to 9, but also that's what gives us fire resistance. Now you understand why I wanted it, and why it is important that we have it. That's going to be really useful when we get to the boss, because the boss, you know, lives in a volcano. They love fire attacks here in the volcano. The area is called Fireburg. So... Oop, forgot one. Just noticed I've got the I've got the follower goal down there in the corner, right, where it's like, let's hit 150 followers. And someone followed earlier during the stream, which I really appreciate. And it went up to 129, and now it's back to 128, so someone else unfollowed, or they followed and then unfollowed immediately. And normally I don't call out attention to stuff like that because I don't want to alienate anybody or make people feel bad for, you know, for their choices. And that's fine, you know, follow or unfollow, do whatever you want that makes you happy. It is no skin off my nose. I hope that you do follow, but if you unfollow, that's fine. It's just funny that whenever I see that happen, and I don't remark on it, but occasionally I catch that out of the corner of my eye where like someone follows and then someone else, the same person or someone else, immediately unfollows, and it goes up and then down, and it's always like, okay. Because then you think, what did I do? Like, I must have done something cool and they decided to stick around, and then I did something like really uncool and they decided to leave. It's like, oh no. I'm thinking of doing, and I've been thinking about this for a while, on that note, and y'all have to tell me what you think and how you feel about it, of course, because you are the community, so like all I can do is the best I can do, and then I gotta have your input if I'm gonna do better when it comes to stuff like community things that affect the community, which is to say, you know, a while ago, I think it was Author Blues said this and got me thinking about it, and we used to have call-outs, animated call-outs that would pop out whenever someone followed, and now we don't do that anymore because there are plenty of people who they like to follow but they don't want their name popping up on screen, you know, because they don't want their username or the fact that they are following people broadcast for whatever reason, you know, just that's fine, respect people's privacy. And so it can harsh the vibe for those people. If you have a big thing that pops out and it's animated and it makes noise and flashes colors saying, you know, hey, Fruit Loops, you know, 317 followed you, thanks. And then Fruit Loops 317 is like, bruh, I didn't come here to, you know, make a spectacle out of myself. I just wanted to, like, watch this stream. So, we decided to turn that off in order to make people more comfortable, and we only leave it on for subs, because it's like, well, if you subscribe, then usually people who actually sub to the channel are more into making a big deal out of it, or like you're paying money to get something out of it, right? You are paying to subscribe to the channel, and so therefore I feel like that's, you know, things like the call-outs and the thank yous are requested in that case and merited on the fact that someone is asking for it. Someone wants that because they subscribed rather than just following. So I think maybe the thing in the middle is the gift subs, because we've got several of y'all here on our Patreon and on the channel who are very generous, and you have on more than one occasion handed out a number of gift subs while the stream was live. And when that happens, there is still a call out, and it says thank you to the person who handed out the gift subs, but it also says like who got the gift subs, and oftentimes the people who are receiving the subs are just followers who are not subscribed themselves, and it shows their name and like plays an animation and everything. And so I'm thinking about probably that needs to go, because those are the people who already were not subscribed for whatever reason, and like no shame, no pressure, no shade. but like they already did not maybe want their name broadcast, and then when we give them a gift sub, it pops it up on the channel and it's like, so and so received a gift sub, they're now subscribed. And that makes me feel kind of bad for them. So I think I probably should turn that off to where it will still show when one of y'all hands out gift subs. You'll get a shout out or a thank you, but the part where it shows who is receiving them, I need to turn that off so that it doesn't show. Because I'm not worried if people unfollow. Yeah, no, I think that's probably true, Trance. For the most part. Most people probably don't care, but, you know, like I said, you know, with minimal input, with minimal feedback on the issue, I'm just doing the best that I can to, you know. Yeah, see, and that's what I'm thinking of doing, Crow, because I would rather have that, and then someone who hands out gift subs typically appreciates a shout out or a thank you showing that they did that because they were excited enough to do it in the first place. So then, you know, it's like, oh, thank you. But, you know, I don't know how many people are just kind of lurking, and it makes them nervous to have their name pop up on the screen and you know, have an animation and a sound play. Say I'm like, oh, Fruit Loops 317 got gifted a sub. And then Fruit Loops 317 like freaks out and panics, and then they unfollow or something. And like I said, I don't care if they unfollow or not, that's fine. I just don't want to panic anybody or make anyone anxious or nervous. And I would rather adjust what I'm doing to avoid making someone feel that way, if I can, than to leave it on and take the chance that somebody has a bad day or that it ruins their evening, you know, because it pops up in front of however many people are watching. Especially with the consideration that I have to think about this too, that not every Twitch streamer uploads to YouTube. I feel like most of them probably do. But I try to warn people, you know, like in the chat rules here on Twitch, if you scroll down and it says, like, remember before you say anything in chat that I upload to YouTube, so be comfortable with that. And that's something that I have to think about, is that, you know, I'm not just showing that to Twitch. So right now we're live for an audience of, you know, X number of people, but then I put it up on YouTube, and then over time, hundreds or thousands of people could watch that video, and then they'll see it too, and you never know. So I'll probably work on switching that off. That's just like a stream elements filter anyway, so it's easy to change. And if it's easy for me to do, then why not do it? That's what I say. If it is easy for me to preempt someone having a bad day or making them feel bad, I would rather go to that minimal effort. And yes, old man, I agree, flails counting as axes is weird. I said this earlier, but I think the reason why is because they didn't want to create yet another damage category. And so all of the, like, hammer-type weapons, the few that there are, which is mostly just the Morningstar, they put them in the same category as axes, because I guess you're swinging them kind of the same way. So, I don't know. Oh, stop, Crow. See, now you're making me hungry, too. Old man's making me want hot wings. Now you're making me want french fries. Lol. Celebratory post-marathon dinner. What should I have? I made chili last night. I don't know if I want chili again. Chili is one of those things like meatloaf or lasagna where it's better the second day after it sits. But sometimes I just don't want it twice in a row. Yeah, I mean, maybe hot wings and fries. But I have to make the hot wings from scratch, though. And after playing this game for like 9 hours, I just don't know if I'll have it in me to actually cook. Oop, level 25. There we go. I think I just want to like microwave something or just put something in the oven and not think about it. It's like I don't have food, I just have ingredients to make food. That's actually kind of what we did last night. I made like loaded tater tots. We did tater tots, and I seasoned those and baked them in the oven and then put the chili over top of them and then melted cheddar cheese on top of that. Here, I'll just do this. I got plenty of spells. So I made like loaded chili cheese tots. Here, we haven't done this in a while. Oh, right. We're faster than Ruben now. That changes our strategy. Because we're high enough level that we're quicker than him, but the difference isn't enough that we are killing 3 enemies in one shot with white at this level. Speaking of levels, where are we at? 25,000. Yeah, let's do this. So we're pretty well on track to where I want to be, so we're going to finish the lava dome before we hit 6 hours. And I figured approximately 2 hours per area, not counting the first area, because it goes very quickly. Where there's only one dungeon, and it's not a long one. It's like the training dungeon. But then there are some areas in the late game, including the final dungeon, that are separate and like they don't have a crystal in them. And so because of that, you know, I tack on an extra hour to my estimate. Yeah, unless something drastic happens, of course. So I'm thinking, you know, we'll finish this, we'll call that 6 hours, and then there'll be another maybe 2 hours or a little bit less for Windia. And then it will take another hour, hour and a half to go through Mac's ship and the final dungeon, because that's what happens after you finish Windia. So after we get done here with the lava dome, we go back through the focus tower, and then there's the damn tree, which is my least favorite part of the whole game. Oh, I forgot. Use a healing potion on him. So there's the tree, and then there's the mountain dungeon over there. And then there's the actual tower, and then there's the ship, and then there's the final dungeon. Almost forgotten cast white again, and it's like, oh, that would have been a waste. Oh, of course he goes first this time, so now we're gonna blow our whole spell on this one guy who already had like 3 hit points left. 1,500 damage, get wrecked. You can't crit with spells, and that is a shame, I think. I love being able to crit with a spell because, of course, magic always does big damage anyway. It's like, magic always hits harder than your weapon because your swinging your weapon is free, like you don't run out of axe. But magic is always on some kind of a meter, and that's the price you pay for it being more powerful, is that you have a limited use of it. So then when you can crit on top of that, and you're already dealing like, you know, maybe your weapon deals 400 damage and your spell deals 1,500 damage, and then you crit and deal 3,000, it's like, ooh, that gives me the good feels. Hello. Especially games that will let you crit with healing spells. I've been playing a lot of Monster Sanctuary recently, and there are some monsters in there that allow you to... Oh, here's this. I want to show you this. This is the Bastard Ledge. where you can come out and you can look at the chest for the moon helm, which is now gone because we got the item. So the chest is despawned, which happens sometimes, not all the time. Like the Venus chest for the shield is still there, but like this one's not. But so yeah, like all you can do is look at it, and it's like, oh god, now I have to backtrack. But there are some monsters in Monster Sanctuary that they have the ability to crit when they heal. And that's always nice, being able to crit heal. Now we saw this earlier, right? So this is where we can drop back down. You have to be careful. That's why I showed you that, so we don't get confused, right? Because here, we can drop back down, but it takes us back to the entrance. We need to go through this door because this is the big staircase that's going to take us down to those giant doors that we opened earlier with the switch. I'm going to go through here, and we're going to go to the boss chamber. Come on, Ruben, go first. Yes. Good. Now these other two guys are fucked. And yes, Crow, I also love the sleeping sprite. That's the same as the dead sprite. Oh, right, there's a pile of gold bullion blocking our way. Better go this way. Can't jump over that. Might get our dirty boot prints on it. Upset the rich people. Stop dying, Ruben. Take less damage. It's that simple. If it were me, I would simply take no damage from being hit. Oop, wrong way. The monster's actually there to trick you. You don't have to fight him at all. Salamander, because Salamander didn't fit. So it's just Salamander. Have y'all ever sal'd a mand? No? Wild. If you have a mand and you don't sal it, what are you even doing? Salad man. Oh, I didn't take a seed. That's fine. We'll be fine. Two down. Come on. There we go. Well, I actually want to go this way first. Because... Oh, no, wait. That's the way we actually want to go. I was going the correct way. Because I want the treasures that are over there. Heal potions. So they have shops all over the game, of course, where, you know, there are NPCs who will sell you stuff, but other than the seeds, there's really nothing important. Because you've seen me guzzling cure potions and heal potions, and we still have more than we need. And that's especially true because when you see that instead of MP you have limited spell slots a la D&D, you start to get worried if you don't know how that works. But realistically, unless you're constantly spamming them, you almost never run out of anything but wizard spells because you get so many white spell slots. White magic privilege. I should still take a seed, though. Yeah, see, for moments like this. God, I love that animation. All of those are so good. Give me the treasure. One set of gold bricks. See, look at this. Money ruins everything. Truly is the root of all evil. Ah, these salamans. Nice. Nice. Someone come get your mans. Better come get your mans. I think I lost in my DMs. What? Another dead end. Things are going well enough that at this point I'm just kind of level grinding-ish. Not a lot, but like I'm clearing out the monsters that are easy to get to because we have been leveling up at a pretty good rate and I want to continue that. We will almost certainly not hit level 41 before we finish the game, and that's fine. We do not have to be max level in order to beat the game, as I said earlier. That is totally fine. And you do have to grind to get to level 41 because the game will natively, I think, kind of push you to the level that you need to be, or that it expects you to be in order to fight the final boss and clear that dungeon. But level 41 is like OP, and so usually you come in somewhere around like level 35, 36, something like that. And so if you want to be level 41, you do have to go out and grind for it. Otherwise, you're never going to see it. And that is because it's simply not necessary. It's just flatly not necessary. Alright, so there we go. The other staircase I said goes to the boss room. That's wrong. It goes down there to that. And we don't need what's in there, so... Alright, let me make the most of my seeds by healing before I take one. And there we go. We leveled up and got another slot. Oop. Ruben got poisoned. Oh no. Oh no. The familiar taste of poison. Now this room's a bit of a puzzle, right? You gotta bounce around to get places. And specifically, there is one area where you must go in a specific order, and you have to go around to the islands and jump around in a particular place because there's like a four-way, so you have to jump across one way and circle around and come back to jump vertically in order to get where you need to go. So you are forced along a certain path. But it's okay, because you also can only, like, get through the game on that path. Oop, I fell for it. This way. So, like, no harm done. Whee. Is there a chest down here? No. Couldn't remember. Hot footing it. Yeah, and we've got a quarter of an hour before we hit 6, so we're doing very well, I think. Could I have done this faster? Absolutely. But like I said, this is not a speed run. So as far as my personal sort of vague estimate goes, There we go, level 26, nice. We are doing really well. Because we are going to finish this and be done with Fireberg before we hit 6 hours. And be on the way to Windia. And that one, I'm guessing, is going to take the full 2 hours because of we have to go through the giant tree. And if you've never played the game, the giant tree does just, like, it just drags. So here we go, dragon.
It's the end of the line for you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just going at a comfortable speed. Alright, we're going to use white here, because that's the strongest thing we have, and even though he is weak to Blizzard, white just deals more damage. And now that we have life, I'm not even going to cure his poison. I'm just going to hit the dragon as hard as we can. This monster, this boss, is called the Dual Head Hydra. Yeah, it's one of my favorites. I like this dragon design. Okay, now we're actually going to heal. There we go, it's not dual head Hydra anymore, it's single head Hydra. I love how you get the head that's looking at you, like straight on, and then this one's looking at you out of the corner of your of its eye. It's like, see, it was the head that was smart, it was in the back. That's why it didn't get got. See, white just powers through this battle. There we go, now he's mad about it. You get to see him full on, he's pissed. We got a single head Hydra situation, and he is not happy about it. One further damage sprite. Going to... No, you know what? I'm not. He's too close to dead. I was going to have Ruben use a seed, but... because this is our last white. But it doesn't matter, honestly. Because now I'll just switch to Blizzard. Oh no, he's scrunched. He's scrunching. Like the sandworms. See, I said he was weak to water attack. That's actually not true. There we go. Only the ice golem is actually weak to what you'd expect. And the dragon explodes! Here we go. Flashing lights incoming. For those of you who might need the warning. Yep, that's 3. 3 out of 5. We did it! There's 1 crystal left to go. I remember a person from Windia saying something about a crystal. Windia? Where's that? To the southeast of the focus tower. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The volcano finally erupted. There we go. And now we have the sun coin. Crystal. There we go. And now, see, that was blocked off, but now that the eruption has happened, it blew up and cleared on its own. And here we go. This is the back exit. This is the only dungeon that has a back exit. So that way you don't have to go all the way back through it. So, see, that cleared out those spikes. So now we can go back this way. And now there is a bridge that goes back across here. So that we can go straight to Aquaria, if we feel like it. Which honestly is the fastest way to go to the focus tower where we need to be. Uh-oh. Okay. And that surprise attack almost went bad for us. Whoa. Oh my god. We have hit them so many times and they have never countered with Petra Touch. Whoa. Okay, well, fuck these guys. Eat shit. No thank you. Oh, I should probably save it. There we go. Oh, and notice, too. The earthquakes are gone. So yeah, because the power of the Crystal of Fire was being, like, stolen or corrupted, that was causing the volcano and stuff to be out of balance. And that's what was causing the earthquakes, was the impending eruption. So now that the volcano has erupted, everything is back in balance. The Earth has exhaled, has breathed out. That's the theme of this battlefield, is that you get an unexpected attack every time, I think, so that way they get the jump on you. Makes it a little more difficult. Some battlefields have a theme, but they don't have a gimmick. This one is one of the few, or maybe the only one that actually has a gimmick. That's alright, because we have a spell. Who needs gimmicks when you have spells? Yeah, see, they go first every time. That's fine. They might as well get their licks in, because we only need one hit. 5 more, halfway. Oh, these guys again. So, notice, I didn't call this out earlier, but they're called Iflights. That's obviously a mistranslation of it's supposed to be Ifrit. Because the boss that they are palette swaps of was the Jinny. And so these are supposed to be, you know, Ifrit. But instead, somehow it came through as Iflight. I'm not sure how that happened. Don't miss, Ruben. You gotta hit when you swing your weapon. You must. You simply must. If you don't, bad things happen. Look how much we have to heal now. And honestly, y'all know that I sometimes have a bad habit of hoarding consumables against the inevitable day that I might need one. So I've got to have all of them all the time. Well, I think Ted Woolsey did that too, because they were all made around the same time. And so I think he did the translation for most of those. For Square USA. Uh-oh. It's okay. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Okay, well in that case. There we go. But anyway, it's like, I know he didn't have the internet. Oh man. Dang it. Okay, well fine, we'll do this the hard way. But I would think, given the theme of what was going on, you know, that's a monster he could have looked up and seen what they intended, so it makes me wonder, like, why he didn't have that information or wasn't able to access it. I don't want to blame him for just not doing his research. You know, I don't want to make it sound like that. I just feel like there was probably some reason why the translation came out as Iflight instead of Ifrit, and I don't know what it was, and I wonder. I'm just curious. There we go. 1,000 experience points. We love to see it. Okay, now, since we are close to it, I am going to go over here, and we're going to get our spells back. And Aquaria. Hoo-ha. We're good on bombs, so now we can just go back the other way. We'll head back to the focus tower. And now, see that rope bridge? You may be wondering, why couldn't we go there earlier? Because it's down there on that platform where we could easily get to once we have access to the focus tower. Well, that's what you think. But actually, this door was blocking our way, even though we didn't know. Oh, here's our mentor again. If light, yes, just 1 calorie.
Hurry to Windia, but be on the lookout for Captain Mac's ship. Peace.
Yeah, like, bruh, I know, we found Mac's ship. Do you not know where it is? I forgot there's nothing down there. I was thinking there was a chest. But I was wrong. Here we go, a random mix. There's a Chimera, Minotaur Zombie, and a Shadow. We'll attack this guy because we know we can kill him in 1 hit. Ooh, I forgot about that. Some of these monsters, once in a while, they have the ability to duplicate themselves, and the Shadow right there can do that. Now, they duplicate themselves with whatever amount of hit points they currently have, so that means he made a copy of himself that was also at critical health, but a big bunch of HP. And here we go. The arrow spell. We need that because we're going into the wind area. Also, listen to this jammin' track. Ooh, and it says Doom Castle. Yes, we will be back here. Don't worry. We will return one day. But for now, see, like I said, I almost forgot there's not a treasure chest here, but I wanted to go back and can't forget the arrow spell. So now we have all of the black magic as well. You would not think that they would give you arrow like right before you went to the wind area. Like, I guess in a sense that makes the most, that's the best time for you to get it, but you wouldn't think that things would be weak to wind in the wind area. Oh, gotcha. Step back, Starfish. Leave this filthy monster to me. Reuben. Oh, Reuben. Wow, it's just a mummy. It's fine, probably. Poison flower. Better than rotten mucus. We have avenged you, Reuben.
Reuben, I'm all right. Keep going and I'll catch up.
Oh, recognize that music?
Hey, your buddy fell, kid?
Yes, but he's okay.
Alright, then I'll tag along with you for a bit.
He just shows up out of nowhere. He's the same level, and that's because we're not going to have him for very long at all. We have Tristram for approximately 5 minutes in this section. But at least we get to listen to his jammin' theme while he is with us. So yeah, this transitional level right here, this rope bridge, it exists literally only to, like, as a platform for us to lose Ruben. And that is the stupid excuse for why we don't have Ruben in our party in this next part of the game, is because he tripped and broke his leg. So we're just gonna leave him on a ledge because he said he's fine, so. The alive forest. Instead of the living forest, the alive forest. And look here. The trees. They're trying to tell us something. They must be. Spectre is weak against shoot attack. Kaylee would love this place. Yeah, I assume that the alive forest is a slight mistranslation of, like, it was supposed to be the living forest, is my guess. And of course, when I make a guess like that, all I have is, you know, assumptions. Maybe? Yeah, it could be the Forest of Life, actually. Also, this is fun. See that? That's a Mobius crest plate. So you can teleport on top of that stump from somewhere else in the game. There's no reason why. That's the only thing that you can do, because when you do, like, you're stuck up there. There's not a treasure chest, there's not a hidden secret area, it's just you teleport on top of the stump and full stop, that's the end of the story. Very funny. Well, because I mean, yeah, there's no reason for that. It's kind of a waste of everyone's time, right? The level is shaped the way that it looks on the world map, so we're going across that bridge that we saw from the northern section to the southern section. Tristram, you useless bastard. I'm not sure if his name was supposed to be Tristan, which is like actually a name that people have, and Tristram was a mistranslation or a typo. But because of that, there is one brain cell in the back of my head that always wants to call him Tristram, like the town in Diablo. And like, it's hard not to do that, and I know that I probably have already done it at least once this stream. So you will, if you haven't heard it already, you will hear me call him Tristram. Because I have to stop myself from doing so. So here's a little secret. Whack. A Libra crest. Where are we? Who knows? See? Somewhere in Foresta. You can tell from the music as well. We're in like a locked house in Foresta, but whatever, I guess. Huh. That's interesting. Oh, okay. Lock, like thief, ninja. Oh, which is also, that makes sense because we all know that in Final Fantasy VI, there is a character who is also kind of, he's like the thief character, and his name is Locke, like with an E. Yeah. So you can't tell me that that right there is not actually where we teleported to, even though it said Foresta, right? Okay, that's where we're going, which means I'm gonna go this other way first. Because I want this treasure chest. So yeah, I can totally see that. Lock being a reference to him being a thief or a ninja and being able to open any lock, and then yeah. Does he have... No, okay, because this is Tristram V2. Later on he gets Arrow. That's not gonna do anything. That's not gonna do anything. That did something. That's better. Oh no, sleep powder. Oh no, petrification. This is fine. You know what? I'm not taking any chances. There, now the name Rock is really appropriate. Anyway, Giant Axe. So here we go. The Giant's Axe, this is the best axe in the game, as you might imagine. Power jumps up from 137, and some of this is based on our level, because you'll see like these weaker things. Some of them have gotten stronger as well. See, like this has jumped up to 80. The bombs stay pretty consistent. But see, like these have increased because they're based on our level. So went from 137 to 180, which is quite strong. I don't think that there's anything else over here. There might be one wooden chest, one brown chest that I'm forgetting. Because this just goes... Yeah, this doesn't go anywhere. That doesn't go anywhere. Let's go over here to the place the game is trying to send us. We haven't used Arrow yet. I'll let you see it. Oh, nice. Weak against wind attack, too. I love that sound effect. Just woo! Okay, need to go the other way. Yeah, Kaylee will love this, right? She would absolutely just love the damage we're doing to this forest and the way we're getting through it. She would definitely approve, I'm sure. Okay, here we go. Just that little thing whipping back and forth. And because the sprite of the tornado itself is not actually symmetrical, it's got like a little tail on the end, a little whooshy like wind, like almost like the curl on an ice cream cone from Dairy Queen or something. And so you can see it just woo, just whipping back and forth. Mummy attacks with neck choke. It's the only... Other than choking up on a weapon or the choke on like a lawnmower or something, I don't know what other kind of choking there is. Now you tell me that Tristram is a good companion. Like, look, he's a ninja. He inflicts poison damage with his weapon, with his only attack. I want to know how he's not resistant to poison. Go save it as well. And then there is one more right over here before we do the thing. Oh, Tristram is so useless, and except for the Bone Dungeon, you have him for such, like, minimal sections of the game where he just shows up and leaves. Ooh, nice. 27. And here's another crest. Ta-da! We're going inside of those tree stumps where I showed you. See, that was that one. So if we have the Mobius crest, we eventually will go inside that other one from somewhere else, but there's, like, nothing in there. Nothing that matters. We won't get the Mobius crest for a little while, though, so... because it's plot. The Gemini crest is missable because it's a drop from a battlefield over near Fireburg, as y'all saw earlier in the stream. So you're the king of this forest, huh? Let us through. I don't know why he just made that assumption. Look at this sad grandpa face, though. What fun. No answer. I don't think it likes you. How about Kaylee? Can't she talk to trees? Hey. Wow, you actually had a good idea, Tristram. Damn. Yeah, she must be in Aquaria by now. Well, we do know she was going to visit Spencer, so... Now, unfortunately, we can't fast travel yet because we're not far enough along, so... we do have to actually go back through the focus tower. Whenever you go between the parts of the world, you always have to go through the focus tower, which sometimes is a little bit of a hassle. You always have to take that weird detour. Unless you can fast travel and teleport with one of the crests, or occasionally, you know, like you have that one area between Fireburg there where you can come back to Aquaria, but there's no way to get back to Foresta that way, and there's no way to get to Windia that way. At least early on. Kaylee's sleeping. Why don't you talk to Grandpa until she wakes up? Sure, that makes sense. Excuse me, ma'am. Alright, let's go talk to Grandpa, I guess. All the way back down here to Spencer's place. Down, down to Goblin Town. Ho, ho, my lad. There he is. How's the tunnel going? Can you save Captain Mac and his ship? I can't dig a tunnel that far. We need Otto's help. He's in Windia. By the way, who's that with you? Yeah, Tristram at your service. I'm a treasure hunter. Oh, you don't say. Listen, I recently heard a rumor about some amazing armor. Hey, let's go. Sorry, Starfish. I'm going treasure hunting with him. Later. Immediately leaves, just abandons you. Flat out. Tristram, Spencer. Yeah, well, at least we get this out of it.
I almost forgot. I'll give you this dragon claw. Don't worry. It's on me. Bye.
There we go. That's the treasure that he hoarded back at the very beginning of the game. Why he's giving it to us for free now, I don't know. Maybe he feels bad for abandoning us. That's the only, like, generous thing that he does. Grandpa just won't slow down. Well, maybe I'll use a bomb to move this dirt. I love that's the jump that she makes. Watch this. This is so fucking funny. Phoebe, you shouldn't fiddle with that. Fucking bye. Phoebe's out. She is gone. The tunnel collapsed. I have to tell Grandpa. Take care of Kaylee for me. So Spencer and Tristram ran off to go treasure hunting randomly. He just left. He's like, well, I can't finish digging this tunnel without help, so fuck it, I guess I quit. Let's go treasure hunting instead. Which, I mean, fair. And then Tristram just abandons you to go with him. Phoebe shows up and it's like, oh no, Grandpa's not here. Oh well, I guess I'll blow this up. And his whole precious tunnel that he's been working on comes crashing down. And all you get out of it is this sweet dragon claw. Which, I mean, that is cool. Oh, stats. So yeah, we jump up from 115 to 157, which is not a huge jump, but what's really important is that it also, on top of all the other status effects, it inflicts silence and petrify. So that's really great because it can instantly kill enemies, just like petrification can instantly kill you. Kaylee, you're well. Yes, but did you hear about my dad? Yeah, Spencer told me. He said I should see Otto and Windia. I was hoping you'd come too. Boom, there she is. See, and unlike literally everyone else in the game, she does not get a unique weapon, she just has the Giant's Axe. Wild. We didn't have Kaylee for very long last time because we literally had her only in the level forest for that one mini-boss battle and have not had her since. And this is the last time that we have her, but we have her for a big section because she's like Ruben. We're going to go through all of Windia with her. So you can see she's got the Relica armor. That's her unique item, which protects her against petrify and water damage. So... Alright, back to the bridge. Oh. Don't need any more bombs. I filled up last time and haven't used one since, so... No big deal. No big dealio. Yeah. I like that as well. Oh, I still have the Dragon Claw on. I was looking at her Giant's Axe and was like, oh, well, I've got what I need. I appreciate that they do rotate through and you get everybody in your party a minimum of twice. So, like, eventually Ruben will come back and you'll have him as well. Some of them, like Tristram, you never have Tristram for longer than one dungeon. But he leaves the party and rejoins more than anybody else. Everybody else you tend to have for like a good chunk. It's just in different orders. So like with Ruben, you get Ruben 1 for the longest period, and then when you get Ruben 2, when he comes back, you only have him for one section, for one dungeon. But that's fine. And then Kaylee, likewise, you know, you have her for all of 5 fucking minutes. But then when you get her back, you have her for this huge section because we have her for the giant tree that we're getting ready to go through. And then also we have her for all of Windia and the tower and stuff like that. And then Phoebe, you know, Phoebe 1, we get her for all of Aquaria, and then we get her later on for only 1 dungeon, but, like, it's a big dungeon, so. Oh, great tree spirit of the forest, please let us through to Windia.
I'll let you through if you can whack the monsters inside of me.
If that's the way you want it.
Ah.
Oop. Here we go. So the tree is one of the areas that people love to skip in speedruns. I've got 3 black spells left, so I'll wait till I've spent those because most things in here are weak to wind. You gotta whack those monsters, Crow. Are you kidding? You gotta whack the monsters. But yeah, it's just a very sprawling dungeon where there's a lot of like circling around and you know, going from platform to platform. And so it's definitely an experience where most people, if they can go round it, they would rather. It's not even as much fun as the Great Deku Tree, in my opinion. This is kind of like, there's the Great Deku Tree, and then there's like the kind of alright Deku Tree, which is this one. Like, it's a passable Deku Tree. Maybe not the best. I wouldn't say he's great. He's okay. Kaylee out here with the big damage, though. And she's got some new spells and upgrades as well, because Kaylee 2 comes with Arrow also, which is great. Yeah, I like the alright Deku Tree. Like, it's fine. I'm not mad about it, but I'm not excited to see him. Okay, now I'm out of black spells. Now I should be able to see. See, she's got Cure, Heal, and Life now, as well as Arrow. So apparently she spent all of that time sick in bed studying or reading. She was prepared for the pandemic, is what I'm saying. We'll cut through here pretty quickly, as fast as we can. But this is definitely my least favorite dungeon in the game, and it's kind of a pain in the ass, but I mean, it's also Mystic Quest, so like, there's a maximum level of complaining that I feel is legitimate to do. Do I want to go fight those monsters? Screw it. Here we go. Instead of scorpions, we now have snippions. They're gonna snip ya. The others would scorp ya. These will snip ya. See, Kaylee can take almost everything in here in one shot, so it's like, whatever. Now here is what the Dragon Claw's for. See? This is our hook shot. Yeah. It's our hook shot, which we use to hook shit. Also, look at this screaming face that is our doorway. No, it's fine. I like the hook shit. Stippian does sound like a Pokemon. I will be the first to agree. I'm gonna make a new emote that is just the dragon claw. And it'll be like / hook shit. No, it was funny. It's fine. I think you did exactly what you needed to do, whether it was what you intended or not. Ah, Mad Toad. Toad is back, and this time, he's pissed. This is one of the reasons why this dungeon drags and why nobody likes it. It's because, see, you have to go through all these mushrooms and shit, and you have to cut your path through them. He's not gonna make it. Rip me, I've got to play Paper Mario on Monday. Now I guess I'll have to play it alone with no guidance from those who have gone before. Almost missed my turn. There we go. I like that the frogs have angry eyebrows that like sweep back into almost horns. Like, that's a ridiculous look on a frog. They're just crouching there and just like, ugh. Ugh. Hate this. Hate being here. No, they're bad, nasty frogs. Well, they're not frogs at all, I guess. They're toads, which are different. Now, damn it. Can't be doing this shit. Stop that. You stop it. I feel like except for maybe the Wind Crystal dungeon, that this is the dungeon that goes the slowest, even though it's really not that long. Overall, it's probably about the same size as the mine or the volcano, but because of having to zip around between platforms and cut through the mushrooms, it feels a lot longer than it actually is. And so that's why, like, I'm skipping monsters the way that I haven't been doing in other dungeons. Because I just kind of want to get through this part. Otherwise, I'm afraid, like, we'll get stuck here and it'll really run my time up. I'm not in a race or anything, but I don't want to spend all night in the giant tree. No, the run is not over yet. Yeah, it does kind of sound like that. Damn it, Kaylee, stop getting petrified. I love you, but you can't. Damn it, Benjamin, stop getting petrified. Oh my god. Great, okay. I knew that was gonna happen. Alright, well. How about fuck these guys? I should have used white instead of arrow. I don't want to know anything about no Suriname horned frog, because I know more than I want to about the Suriname toad, so I don't want to invite its cousin into my house. Instead of hitting them with arrow, I should hit them with her axe because she'll kill one in one hit. And then he'll take the other two out, whereas this just created a situation where all three of them are still active at critical health. And it cost an extra spell. Into the screaming face. The screaming tree face. Screaming Tree Mouth is the name of my garage band. That does make me happy. I'm always happy to know when something is not like a Suriname toad. There we go. The Meteor Spell, our third wizard magic. And now we have to go back through and see, because we left the room, we have to cut our way through the mushrooms again. Don't you love that about it? Don't you love that about these mushrooms? Now you can see why speedrunners like do their best to... The most important glitch slash exploit, or whatever the technical term is, the most important skip in the game is getting past the giant tree, or the great tree. I know it's not really that funny, but every time the game pops up and is like, tree is weak to axe attack, I'm like... Yeah, it fucking is. Of course it is. Get out of here. Go. That takes us where we actually want to be, which is here. See what I mean about a lot of oops. About a lot of like backtracking and platform jumping. You have my sword and my bow and my axe. Sprays deodorant. Everyone starts coughing. The Dark Lord is defeated. So yeah, there are vines you can fall down too. Much like the holes back in the Ice Pyramid. Right, yeah, the little guys had it tough. It's like, how'd you get here? Imagine if there were scorpions in cold climates, though. Like, native to them. Like, I'm sure they probably could... Ooh, level up. They probably could survive in some sub-desert climates. Probably. Because, I mean, there are spiders everywhere in the world except maybe Antarctica. I would hate that, to think like Siberia has scorpions. Ah. No. Nothing there. Here we go. We can go straight up, or we can go all the way around and bypass that one monster. And now sometimes you find these faces that are asleep, so you have to poke them in the nose. Ah! That's why they're screaming. First of all, I don't believe you because Australia is all desert. So jot that down. You can't fool me. There's a strip half a mile wide along one beach that isn't desert. Which means that everything can wander in from the desert because it's a short trip. They're just lost. I hate that this version of the worm monster is called Leech. Because they're like, you know, we're inside the body of a living tree. It makes me feel like we're fighting its tapeworms. Yes, that's correct. Except for the parts that are Texas, Florida, and California. Yes. Yes, that's true. You said North America, so don't forget Canada and Mexico are also here. This room. I'm just gonna go around. Oh, and there's the ooze. The third slime enemy. Yeah, see, exactly. Those are the 4 biomes. And like where New York, California, and Texas intersect is like, that's where you get the Midwest. So like, it's kind of true. Get out of here, ooze. It's the first monster we found that Kaylee couldn't take out in one hit. Now, I haven't said this yet, I don't think, or at least not since the beginning of the stream, but I want to thank y'all for being here with me, whether you've been here the whole time or whether you just dropped in and have only been here a few minutes or left and came back. Because we have been at this for almost 7 hours. So this is already far and away the longest I have ever streamed. It will absolutely be the longest single video on the channel when I upload it to YouTube. And I would have no interest whatsoever in doing this in the way that doing what I'm doing the way I'm doing it if y'all were not here hanging out with me. So I appreciate the privilege of your time. Oh, thank you. And more gift subs. Trance. My goodness. Your generosity knows no bounds. Oh. Went over one too far. That's how they trick you. You gotta go this final row here. Well, I tell you what, we'll make that a Patreon goal or a sub goal here on Twitch. If we can get to 100 patrons on Patreon, I will make one video like this every month. How's that? No, wait, because I already said our first Patreon goal is if we ever get to 100 patrons that I would start streaming 4 days a week instead of 3. I don't know if I've ever specifically advertised that during the live stream. Maybe I should. I should say that more often. Because it seems like, you know, like 100 Patreon patrons feels like it's really far away. But y'all have impressed me and Specific Pixel with your support of the channel on Twitch and on YouTube, of course. We are always, like, so grateful for that, and we've been pleasantly surprised and wowed by the growth of the community and the channel. And so you never know. So yeah, that's our Patreon kind of creator goal is if we get to 100 patrons, I will start streaming 4 nights a week instead of 3. And then if we get to like 200 patrons, I figured I would start doing 5 nights a week. But if we can get to 200 patrons, I will, for sure, I'll do a video like this I'll do a long video 1 weekend a month. Like, why not? So there you go. I said it on stream. You can hold me to it. Go. Once again, we got to get up to get down because we actually wanted to go through this door. I'm gonna save it here because actually wait a minute, we have Meteor and I haven't cast it yet. So like White and Flare, Meteor cannot single target. Unlike White and Flare, I don't know how the damage split works where it's not that, to me it doesn't feel like it's that much more powerful against single targets. But I'll cast it anyway because it looks cool. See, it's still pretty powerful. It is the upgrade of Quake. It does earth damage. Let's see, it was 531 damage. Now there's only 2 targets. Let's see what the difference is. Yeah, okay, so it does consolidate the damage. Can you tell that I don't cast Meteor very much? Alright, so I said way back in the Wintry Cave that there were going to be parts where we would have to drop down in order to, like, solve puzzles with the claw. This is what I was talking about. This is where it is. But it is simpler than it looks because all you do is you let go of A to release and then immediately press it again as you're falling. And then he will grab onto the next set of handholds. So it's not really that big of a deal. That one right there, where it's the shortest fall, is the one that kind of gives me the most anxiety about, oh no, if I don't hit the button right away. But even then, you still have a pretty generous second or two to, you know, like to do it. Yeah, right, because you usually think about Meteor dealing fire damage. But no. Just like Comet spells ought to deal ice damage. But now this is one I can never remember. I think it's counterclockwise, so I'm gonna go ahead and make a mistake and go clockwise. Anyway, the Skull Soldier, you might say, perhaps. But yeah, so Meteor does earth damage. And again, like Quake, it is a multi-target spell. Those are the ones. It's Flare, White, Meteor, and Quake are always multi-target. So they get stronger the fewer targets there are, but you can't deliberately single target. Yeah, the sculpture, that one's pretty solid, right? I don't even mind that it's a single L because it's a portmanteau, so... like, why not? A couple different doors down here that we have to go through. Nice crits. Doom gaze. Oh no. Quick, kill it. It just has an instant death attack. If that hits you, you die. She's got 34 white spells. We're going to use her cure instead of ours, I think. I believe that this is the correct way to go. Let's get rid of the sculpture first because it can instantly kill us, and the oozes can't do that. Thunder beam, says the ooze. I don't know why it says it like that. That ladder over there is where we need to go. Oh, I went the wrong way. Damn it. Okay, so this is why I get confused. And the reason why is because you have to go both clockwise and counterclockwise. Clockwise and Widdershins. So you go clockwise to get in the correct door to get into this room. And then once you're in here, you have to go counterclockwise to continue progressing. Oh, no, no, I fucked it up. Oh, is it counterclockwise and then clockwise? I think it is. Oh. Phooey. Heck, dang, frick. Watch this. I'm gonna go this way and then it's gonna be the middle door. That's alright. We actually are almost through. And you'll see the oozes, they've done that a couple of times, where they have an attack they use that's supposed to drain health, but because it deals a damage type that Kaylee is strong against, it reflects back on them and actually heals her and damages them. Next time they use it, I won't button mash through it, I'll let you see it. This... Oh, that's just from the other door. Okay, so both of the left-hand doors go to the same place. Just with a different number of mushrooms. The same place, but with a different number of mushrooms. That sounds like you're describing... I don't know, like Heaven and Hell or something, or... Hell and the Fey world. That's what it is. Hell and the Feywild. The same place with a different number of mushrooms. I've tickled myself. That's funnier than I meant for it to be, at least in my head. If you hear strange noises, it's because I am rudely, like, slurping on my juice box without, muting myself, without muting my mic. I make no apologies. Oh, shit. That's right. Oh, no, I forgot about that. Damn it. Oozes are immune to magic. They reflect it back. That's the first time that you run into an enemy that does that. And when you are a child, and that is the first time that you see that, it comes out of nowhere, I promise you. So it reflected back the combined damage that I would have done to both of them, and instantly killed me. Well played, Oozes. Hey, got a level out of that. Nice. Alright, 29. Oh no. I split up my attacks, so he got confusion. Love that. So the difference between splitting your attacks up and focusing on one enemy is like, you will kill the same number of enemies in the same number of rounds because it's going to take 2 hits anyway per enemy. So the difference is that if you focus, oh, there was that attack and I skipped it, my bad. But if you focus your attacks on one enemy, then that enemy is gone and you get rid of one of them per round instead of having 2 wounded enemies that can still act. It's always better to finish off a weakened enemy than to weaken multiple enemies while they are still fighting you. I was trying to slow down my button mashing, but I'm on muscle memory now because we've just been blazing through. There will be other oozes. No harm done. See, here's one now. I'll even save it for last. Nope, okay. Please subscribe to my podcast, Tactical Talks with Starfish. The show where I teach you how to be better at pitched combat, I guess, or something. Or at least fantasy combat. It's like, yep. Listen, I can't tell you how many times I've seen it. 1 million, 2 million, I don't know, too many times. You run into a boss room, he's got 50 minions that are 5 levels lower than you. You ignore them. They're not a problem. You focus on the boss, and what's happening the entire time? These mooks, they're 1 and 2ing you to death, stabbing your ankles, killing you slowly. While you're focusing on the boss, well, they're backstabbing you to kingdom come. It's not the boss that kills most adventuring parties that don't know what they're doing. It's the mooks. It's the henchmen. That's why they come in, like, packages of a dozen. Henchmen are mass-produced in a factory somewhere. Now we can go across here and get back, right? Because there's a couple of chests, but it's like, whatever. We don't really need what's in there. It's not worth fighting extra oozes about. Not when my goal is to get out of the giant tree. Oops. Same here, except that because this is worms, I am going to fight them because they're going to go down without much resistance due to our axe power. A very high axe rating. Hey leeches, let me axe you something. Easy 1,500 experience points. I fought the leeches. I might as well fight these. Not gonna hit level 30 before we get out of the giant tree, but then, like, shortly thereafter. No. Oh, I was almost hoping that that would actually kill him, because that might be better than him being confused. Oh, and that's why. Oh. See, confusion is very bad now that he has powerful spells, so things like Meteor and White used against us is bad. We don't like it very much at all. And our prize is 3 cure potions and 3 heal potions. Like I said, it's not worth coming over here, but the experience is, at least. It's all about the experience. Okay, final room. We're about to come to the boss. So actually... Oh. Shit, of course, I forgot. Let's do this, actually. Oh wow, that actually did less damage than our axes. Wow, I'm very surprised. Because they're weak against that, so... I'm surprised that that did not take them down. I guess I shouldn't be. Spooky laughter. Well... try and take those 2 out. There we go. They are weak to wind, so... Oh, and Benjamin over here is hitting himself with an axe, so... Oh, this'll be fun. Thankfully, we are both strong against water attacks. Well, good job. That's not nothing. Have to be careful here because we absolutely can fall through these holes in the ground. And then we have to climb back up, and depending on where we land, that can be very troublesome. That can be a huge pain in the ass. Alright. Here we go. This is the guy. This is our boss. There's that music. So now, we already saw a Chimera, which is actually the downgraded palette swap of this mini-boss. So this is Ghidra. You may recognize that, a little, like, interesting bit of trivia about Ghidra. Because I wondered this when I was a child. I was like, why is he called Ghidra? And the reason why is because the Japanese word for Hydra is pronounced that way, like it's really close to Hydra. And so that's why he was translated, because he's got 3 heads. Interesting additional bit of trivia. If you, like me, are a professional Godzilla nerd, that is why King Ghidorah is called that. Because his name is actually King Hydra. And so Ghidorah is like the Japanese word for Hydra, so this is Ghidorah. Alright, the goat head is down. Lizard head is angry. Wolf head is little... He looks displeased. Miffed, I'd say. Now he's pissed. That's okay, we have more than enough arrow to take him out. Oop. Don't do that. That was really good. Attacks with 3 heads, hit once. So that's the only head that's still alive. So that's actually, that works out perfectly, huh? That's it, yeah. And look at that, when you kill him, all of the other monsters in the giant tree disappear at once. So that means that you are now free to do things like wander around and get any treasure chests that you missed.
I am grateful to you for...
Oh wait, no, this is the tree talking.
I'm grateful to you for beating these monsters. Allow me to carry you. Bleh.
Bleh. He's got another mouth up here. Remember, we walked in his mouth earlier. And look at the trees back in the back. They spell, "Go on, kid!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. And here he goes. Wiggling. But yeah, we walked in his mouth to get inside the tree. And I cannot stress enough that, like, when we did that, the mouth was at the bottom, and now the mouth is at the top. And that brings us back here. So, well, we're not gonna do all of this shit. We're just gonna fucking leave. Cage Temple. Kaidge. I don't know what that's a mistranslation of, but it's gotta be something.
Captain Mac will tell you about the prophecy.
Fucking bye. Okay, we knew that, though. So there's a Mobius crest over there that we don't have. And then this, I think, is probably the single longest secret tunnel in the game, and that's because there's like two, so there's a branch in it. So it goes this way, and then you have to go over here. You gotta go like down a space. And then it zigzags over here for no reason. And there's nothing. See? That's just the devs like, oh, that's just our little joke. It's a funny thing we did. And that's it. There's nothing else there until you have the Mobius crest. And then when you have it, it teleports you to that other temple you can see on the island over there. Alright, we are past the giant tree, so... The great thing is, since all the monsters have disappeared, if you forget anything, you can go back in there, like if you didn't get the meteor spell. You can just go back in and get it, and it's fine. And now here's the water hag I promised you. You remember we saw the desert hag in the water area. Now we see the water hag in the wind area for some reason, which seems a little backward. But whatever. Nine more to go. Can't use magic here, but we can use bombs. That might be more effective since there's 3 of them. Because they are weak against bomb attacks. Forgot about that. Oh, there we go. That's the one. See, Ooze's HP was drained instead. I keep button mashing past it. I know it's not super important, but it's like... I said I would try to show it, and I haven't managed to yet. Yeah, weak to explosions, man. Cast bomb, just like in Persona you can cast gun. I think it's interesting that the Scourgers are weak to wind. Because you wonder why. It's like it's an undead creature and it's weak to wind damage. It's just not something you see a lot. Healing them fixed his sword and shield. Very funny. Maybe something like that? I don't know. I don't really have a theory about why. I just think it's interesting because you don't often see undead creatures that are weak to wind. You know, fire, very often. Almost never, like water or ice. Occasionally electricity, but not usually. Sometimes I have seen them being weak to earth, because earth is the element of life, or because, you know, it's like returning them to the earth, you know, dust to dust. I've seen that in a couple of games. But almost never do you see undead creatures that are weak to wind. Yeah, I love being weak to bomb attack. That's... Because, like, no one enjoys being blown up, but these guys especially hate it. This is another battlefield where we're never going to see the other version of it, because see back there, that background where it's all black and empty, that's because, like, see the lake outside? All this water here, it's all gone. But later on, when we return the water, you would see, like, there would be water back there if we didn't clear the battlefield until then, which is a nice little touch. That could be it, honestly. That could be the, like, the sanest and simplest explanation, old man. It could just legit be because, for the most part, undead seem to be earth-aligned. There's some like the red bones, which, you know, it's fire. For the most part, undead in general seem to be earth-aligned, so that might be it. You know what? I'll accept that as the most credible theory. That just makes the most sense to me, now that you've said it. I like it when people do interesting things with necromancy in a fantasy setting or in a video game. Like the idea how, in, what was it, Total Annihilation Kingdoms, I think? Was the one where, the Lord of Fire was the one who, had an undead army, and it was because, fire was like life magic? Like it controlling souls and things like that. Because it was energy, so they were just being powered by, like, fake soul fire or whatever. So yeah, that was the explanation for fire is necromancy, because you're replacing the missing life energy with, like, fake life energy from magic. Oh yeah, these guys still counterattack physical hits. That's probably fine. 9 more to go. Oh, there's the vampire. Remember we talked about them earlier. That's the trade up from the Fangpire back in the volcano. Makes you feel like the Fangpire is like a vampire in training or something. Hey, level 30. Alright. So that's why I'm doing the battlefields partially, is because things just work out best if you can be at or above the level of your companion by the time that you get to the final boss of an area. So by the time that we are fighting for the Wind Crystal, if we can be level 31 or higher, that would be ideal, because that's the level that the game wants you to be to fight the boss, and maybe still have a little bit of a challenge and not just have it be a sweep, but to beat him and have a good chance of doing so. So they're calling that the recommended level. They look so surprised and disappointed when they go. It's like, what? Oh no. That's what it is. They've got their fangs, but they don't have, like, they lack the vamp. I don't know why I don't just do... They're weak against, like, wind, so... they're not, but one spell, if it's single targeted, will kill them, so that's better than splitting it up and taking multiple rounds. Yeah, they're still studying. See, like I said, they're like an apprentice vampire. Got my BA in Pyres from Vamp U. Here, let me just do this. She's out of black magic, right? Yeah, so. This is more powerful anyway, overall. They're not weak to it, but it's going to do more damage to the hags. If she'd hit, that would have taken them both out. Oop. Great. This very quickly turned into a shit show. Here. Get out of here. Time to use the cure. Oh, I don't know if y'all have, oops, if you've noticed that. But when a monster heals itself, it doesn't say, like, it used cure, in the same way that it'll say, like, you know, water hag used, see, attacks with water gun. Right? And then this one's gonna go attacks with Fin. When they heal themselves, it says monster used the cure. It's like either like there's only one, or as though they're talking about the band. See if they do it again before I get them. Yep, see, look, used the cure instead of just used cure. Apparently. Yeah, it sounds about right. Probably just honoring their wishes. Attacks with neck choke. As opposed to artichoke, which is the only other kind I can really think of. Screw these guys. Tired of them. I'm gonna save my bombs. Just hit them with lightning instead. Let's see. Let's switch to white. Since that's the one that can heal, I want to get rid of it first, every time. I hate support monsters. Enemies that can heal other enemies. It's the worst. It's like, well, now we live here, locked in eternal battle. Have a meteor, I guess. Oh, that actually got both of them. I should do that more often. Alright, well, here's Windia. Where's Norma? Have you seen her? I ain't see shit. So here we go. Yeah, look at the shutters slapping. You can hear the wind blowing. I always liked that effect. Oh, how about buying my Cupid locket for 300 GP? Absolutely. There's one of these in every town. Hope you're happy with the Cupid locket. I'm sure am. So that's the final accessory upgrade. So we go from Defense 3 and Protection to Silence to Defense 6, and we are now protected from Silence, Blindness, and Confusion. So finally we are immune to Confusion. Eventually, when you have all of the equipment, you become immune to every... There we go. You become immune to every negative status effect. So no sleep, no petrification, no poison, no nothing. You can still take damage, but you can't be paralyzed or anything else. It's very good. We got enough cure potions, thank you. That's like the hotel bar that they're selling at, I guess. Refreshment guaranteed. Absolutely. And we'll take these complimentary heal potions and refreshers from the mini fridge. Put it on my bill. Look up here. This is also strange. Okay, that's auto. We'll come back here in a second. Because I want to show right here, this is the only one you can get up on the roof, right? So there's a couple of these. When I was a child, I had no idea what the fuck this was talking about. Because, what you'll see. So when I click on this to examine the weather vane, he says, "What the? A chocobo!" So of course, if you know anything about Final Fantasy, you know what a chocobo is, right? The big bird mounts. But look, very not appearing in this film. These are the only chocobos in Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. And one of the only classic, other than the crystals themselves, one of the only classic Final Fantasy references in the game that makes it feel like a Final Fantasy game. There are no chocobos except those that are on the weather vanes, which makes it even more interesting that he knows what they are, but like he seems surprised to see one. Can't go out and play in this wind. Oh, I love climbing on the roof, but in this wind, no way. And then here we have, that's our Mobius teleport. So that'll be our fast travel later. If only the wind would stop, then I can gather seeds again. That's where, this is the other place you can buy seeds. I said there was only one earlier. I think I forgot about her. The Mobius crest is buried in Spencer's place. If we had it, we could reach the ship dock from here. So see, that's why the Mobius crest is tied to plot like the Libra crest is. We'll have to get it from Spencer's place. And then right here in this basement that teleports you to the ship dock. So we will come back for that later. Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, what are chocobos up to in this world? Otto built the tower up north, but Pazuzu invaded it. Pazuzu, you say? Pazuzu! That's it. This view is actually gorgeous once you restore the wind crystal. But for right now, it's just, you know, it's nothing. So yeah, there you go. There are your chocobos. Don't know why this is the only place they appear. I don't know why he reacts to them the way that he does, but it's just interesting. And when I was a child, I actually played Final Fantasy I on the NES before I owned and played Mystic Quest on the Super NES. But chocobos don't appear in Final Fantasy I. If I remember correctly, I believe that the first game where chocobos are introduced is Final Fantasy V, which means that because that one was not published in America until Final Fantasy Anthology came out and it got its first English translation on the PS1, the first Final Fantasy game that we had over here in the US that we saw in an English game was in Final Fantasy VI/3, you know, with like Terra and Locke and Celeste. There were chocobos in that one. And so I think that was our introduction to the chocobo. So that means that for me, I had no idea what a chocobo was, or a chocobo. Like, I didn't know what it was. Excuse me, are you Otto? Later. My daughter Norma went to the Tower of North using my Rainbow Road. Oh wow, you play Mario Kart? But the powerful wind from Mount Gale broke the road-making machine. Norma's stuck there until the winds die down.
Starfish, let's keep on going. The Crystal of Wind might be in that mountain.
Good guess.
Yes, promise me you'll stop that wind.
We'll try. And here's the wind-making machine. And you can see it's like it's running, but I always got the impression that it's just like loose and it's just spinning in the wind. So yeah, Otto's an inventor. He is Mystic Quest's version of Sid. Alright, well, we have rested. So let's go to our next dungeon. Wind do go Neum. I like it, that's not like an intrusive sound. The Windhole Temple. No comment on the Windhole Temple. It's a nice peaceful place. It's got some heal potions. I don't know what's supporting that island, but, you know, see, there's nothing else here. It's fine, probably, if you don't think about it too hard. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just a Windhole Temple. And here's Mount Gale. There's another sick track. Love it. So this is another dungeon. It's a little bit like it's a little bit like the volcano. Like there are places that you can kind of get turned around a little bit, but it's not really a huge area. There is an item here that I don't want to miss. This is another one where I kind of get a little bit lost. It's easy to make a beeline for the boss, but I don't want to miss that item, so we have to look around for that chest. Uh-oh, this guy's fucked. Damn. Well. Good evening to everybody but this monster in particular. Well, look. Okay, see, that just circles back around. They started it. They definitely bullied us first. And it's just a way that we can get back around. Okay, and that just goes to treasure chest. Vampire is weak against wind attack. Oh boy. They sure is. I love this music track because it just feels very adventure-y. Like there's a tension to it, but it's also, see, it's got that dynamic chord. Dun, dun, dun. Da, 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 da. Wait, is it over here? Is it... Oh, no, that's where I came down from. Damn. I actually made it through the giant tree pretty well, pretty straightforward fashion, so I'm pretty happy with that. So, of course, that means that this is the place that I would get lost. It's weird to think, like, if you play the game and you go all the way through, then obviously you have to go through every area every time. So it feels strange. I don't... I've said this before about other games, like I don't spend as much time in this dungeon as I do other places, if that makes any sense. And I don't really know a better way to say it, but it feels like for some reason, maybe it's because it's fairly short, I don't know, but it feels like I just don't come here as often as I do as I go to like the volcano or you know, the mine or the wintry cave or something. I know I can't think of a better way. I can't come up with a better way to describe it. I just, for some reason, have a lack of familiarity with this specific dungeon that I don't with other levels. Where I'm like, which fucking direction do I go? Which staircase is it? I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is, because it does feel like, for most games in general, earlier content that is closer to the beginning, I feel like I retain it better, and the further into the game you get, the harder, like, I find it to remember it really clearly or really well. If that makes any sense. Which again, like I said, that feels strange even to say because, of course, if you play the whole game, you go through each level one time each time. So you spend the same amount of time or the same number of visits at least with each level. But for whatever reason, it's like if it's the beginning of the game, it's like, oh yeah, go right here. It's exactly this number of steps in that direction. And then you get to, like, the end game, like, I don't fucking know where it is, I don't know where I'm going. Yeah, that's the closest thing I can think of. Let's get rid of this guy, and then actually a meteor on just 2 targets instead of 1 might take them both out. Yeah, there we go. There we go, that's what I wanted. And we can go fight the boss and then leave. That cute little Blizzard animation. Ta-da! The Apollo Helm! And look at that view. Love it. Love it. Let me get as far up as I can. Love it. So the Apollo Helm. That is the ultimate helmet. It looks very uncomfortable. But we go from defense power 9 to defense power 15. It doesn't get any new powers. It is just stronger. This worked last time. Let's do 1 arrow and a meteor. Very few things in the game are actually weak to earth damage. And in fact, the only way that I know for sure that meteor does earth damage is because I have hit those enemies with it. And it comes up and gives you a message and says, you know, is weak to earth attacks. Do this again, and probably that will still get 2 of them because the damage will only be cut in half instead of thirds. Yeah, that works. Okay, now you are about to see one of the weirdest, like, sprites in the game. So, let's see. I'm gonna use a seed anyway, so let's just do that. Alright, here we go. This boss is fun, so take a look at that sprite. Tell me, if you've never played the game before, what monster you think that is. What does that look like to you? To me, it always kind of looked like, I don't know, like an egg jogging in place. Right? See? Like, nobody knows. I can kind of see a hooded man. Yeah, I can kind of see where you're getting at. Yeah, sort of. Okay, well, wait till you see it. We have to talk to him first.
So you're the one who's draining the Crystal of Wind's power. Nah, it's Pazuzu. But you'll never meet him.
Here we go. Ta-da! It's a Dullahan, a headless horseman. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, so what you are looking at is the headless neck of his horse from Straight On. That was the sprite. You can't see the knight, you're looking at the smooth, headless neck of his headless horse. Yeah, so see, this asshole's got his head under his arm there. But his horse, look at that. Just smooth. There's no stump sticking out, nothing. It's just like someone took a 3D model and just scooped the head right off of it and just smoothed all the textures out. Yeah, it's a headless horseman. No charge, Blunt. You're welcome. That's free. Head Doomerang. He throws his head at you. Bam. That's probably going to be... might be her strongest attack here, I don't know. Doom Dance. Uh-oh. Yeah, this guy doesn't fuck around. He actually can be kind of a brick wall boss if you're not careful. Let's try a meteor. And then, actually, I'm going to hit him with the axe and see if it does more. It does almost exactly the same, so we'll just use the axe rather than arrow. Single target meteor is going to be 1800. Let's go with that then. Kaylee, you're going to cure. I don't usually have to do that, but it's so weird. And the only reason I can come up with why the monster looks this way, why this is the design, is because once again, this game was kind of marketed towards children, and they were afraid of making anything too scary or graphic, and so they did not want to have like a bloody neck stump or like a piece of bone sticking out, and so instead they came up with the ridiculous idea of just having that smooth neck. So, and also look at this. This is the damage sprite, right? We have killed his horse. His horse is still just like it doesn't look dead. It just looks, I don't know. Ah, here we go. This is his final damage sprite. Now the horse is gone. He's kicked it out of the way, and he's fucking coming at you. He coming. Oh, Lord, he coming. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. God, there's a blast from the past. That's right up there with like, Charlie. What the hell is that? It's a Leopleurodon, Charlie. A magical Leopleurodon. Carl. There we go. And he's gone. And that's it for Mount Gale. Poor Kaylee, indeed. She'll be fine though. She's fine. See, look, she's fine. Alright, exit. So, what did we accomplish there? We found out the wind crystal's not there. Well, ta-da! That child's up on the roof. See, because now we have stopped the wind. So the wind was coming from the monster on Mount Gale. Oop, wrong house. How many do I have? Oh, I've got 28. I was going to go buy seeds from that old lady, but I don't need it. So we got like 35, and if I still got 28 left, then I'd say we're doing okay. Seeds are most important in long boss fights. But even then, I think we're probably going to be fine. I'll buy a bunch just to be safe before we go to the final dungeon, but otherwise I think we're good.
The wind has suddenly stopped. I'll try to make the Rainbow Road.
Sounds like it worked.
It worked.
Otto, we're going to save Norma and the crystal.
Wait. In the tower, you'll see switches on even-numbered floors. Flick the switches with your axe. Then, the elevator won't go past that floor.
So that is important. Alright. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Ooh, wrong way. Let's go the wrong way. Let's go the correct direction. Rainbow Road. Ta-da! Pazuzu's Tower. It's a very simple elevator puzzle, though, because what happens is you go up this way. There's Norma, first of all. Let's get rid of her. Are you Norma?
I was so afraid no one would find me, but now I can go home.
Your dad's waiting for you.
Woohoo!
I can tell my voice is starting to go just a little bit because I couldn't do the higher register. So yeah, we can sneak through here because you can go behind these pillars, Scooby-Doo style. Except for this last one. So right there is the boss, right? Now if we go up and talk to him, what happens? He's standing in the elevator, okay? So what that means is he goes up and down the elevator. Every time you go up to him and talk to him on a different floor, he just shifts the elevator and he just fucking leaves, right? He just leaves. So we're not gonna let him do that. I'm not gonna go up and talk to him. Here we go, beholders. Oh, wait a minute. I'll just use my mega grenades. We didn't have those last time we fought them. So the thing about taking the stairs instead of the elevator, you'll notice that these stairs are really long, and of course the tower is tall, right? But the problem is that the stairs only go up or down between floors of the same type, like either odd or even. Yeah, they do be out here beholden. They can behold everything. Behold! So what that means is we're on floor 1. When we take these stairs up, see, here's the landing. That's approximately where floor 2 is at. But we're not gonna be able to get off at floor 2. Garuda is weak against wind attack. Instead of being a super cool summon boss, like a primary Esper or Primal or whatever, no, Garuda's just a random enemy. So yeah, we can only go to floor 3 by taking the stairs from floor 1. And then likewise, when we take the stairs up from floor 3, we'll be able to go to floor 5. We cannot get off on an even numbered floor. Because what's our rule? Remember, you gotta get up to get down. See, so he's gonna be like, he's here on every level. It's whatever. So there are occasionally places there. See, like, look right there. Those are the stairs down, right? So our job is, because he's riding up and down the elevator, we need to stop the elevator on all the even-numbered floors in order to trap him. Gotta get up to get down. So our job is to get to the top floor, level 31, excellent, as quickly as possible, because from the top floor, then we can start taking... Here we go. So actually I'm going to use the Dragon Claw and see if I can instantly kill them. Manticore with no E. But from the top floor, we can start going down, and we can go down on even floors, and those are where the switches are that stop the elevator, like Otto said. I was strong against Petrify anyway, so it wouldn't work. So we can instantly kill them. That's fine. In that case, let me switch to the one that's going to do more damage. There we go. Now we're fighting chimeras. They are weak to wind. Just like the Ghidra was. Ghidorah. Up again. Oh my gosh, leave her alone. She gonna run through all of her white magic slots. Just healing herself. The toenail thing on the tentacles is less apparent, I feel, on the beholders than it was on the gazers. The gathers. Sorry. And I think it's a color shift difference, and it's because it's like that pink on green rather than the red on yellow or whatever. So they look a lot less like toenails, and they just look like the tentacles are a different color on the end. Okay, one more of these. This feels like the staircase in Final Fantasy VII. If you go up the back stairs in the Shinra headquarters. I know at least some of you were here when Specific Pixel played that for the first time. And that section is always so funny with someone who's never done it. I should just use heal potions. I have so many of them. Power of Wind. Been rewatching Inuyasha lately with Specific Pixel. So my head was just like, Wind Tunnel! I don't think we actually need to go that way. Oh, you can kind of see, actually, see, that's the elevator down there. Going up through the central tower, see, with like the transparent glass. Are you the ones that maybe are weak to earth? Bet it's not wind. Okay, no. Oh, it's strong against earth attack. There we go. Not weak to it, but strong against it. But see, now you can see Meteor is earth damage. That makes sense. Since they cast Quake, they're probably not, like, really vulnerable to earth damage, are they? That makes sense. Probably. I love how, like, Thunder and Blizzard and Fireball and stuff, they all have these special animations. And then for Quake, it's just the screen shakes, because that makes sense. Oh, fuck off. Okay, fine. Let's do this your way, then. There. This is easier anyway. It's probably the best way to do it. See, that way, they cannot get both of us because there's only one left. But I mean, yeah, that Quake animation, it makes total sense that that would be what it is. It's just kind of funny that that's also what it is. We're getting first strike, so that works, because that way we can take one and maybe two of them out before they even get a turn. One for sure. Okay, 1.5. I'm now strong against fire. I fear nothing. It's so fine. Alright, here we are. This is the 7th floor. This is where we want to be. Sorcerers. Let's just focus on them and take them out. Oop. Because they can heal, just like the mages. Here we go. Now, take him out in one shot. There, that's not too bad, even with a miss. I think all of the companions come automatically with, like, the magic ring or something that protects them from silence, so no companions can ever be silenced. Except, like, at the beginning, I think Tristan and Kaylee might start vulnerable to it. And here we go, this is the palette swap of the Dullahan as the Thanatos. This can be a bad combination because the Thanatos has Doom, while the Manticore has Petrify, so no matter which one you pick, the other one can still instantly kill you. But anyway, yes, so at that point in the game, nothing can actually inflict silence, so it doesn't make any difference, of course, that they, you know, can't resist it. Because what difference would it make? Right, they don't need it. But starting in Aquaria, Phoebe comes with the magic ring, so that way she can't be silenced. And that is because you need them to be able to resurrect you, because all of them have the life spell. So, okay, I'm going to take a chance and use a bomb here while she heals. Aw, dang it. I was hoping I'd finish him off. These guys are super annoying because they heal. And they're pretty quick, too, so... Oh, bruh. Shit. Okay. Let's do that, because I think he'll finish it off. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, he has 2 hit points left. That was close. Aha! Get fucked. There. Should be a little bit easier now. man. You're so fast. Oh my god, gross. Okay, well, let's kill something we can actually be sure to kill. There. Okay, now you both have got to hit... Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to switch to the sword so he's faster or something. Look at this! Okay, that's bullshit. There we go, now he'll go before the sorcerer does. Lord.
I was waiting for you, little beasts.
Whoop! He's gone. That's fine. We don't care. Does not matter. There we go. See, if I switch to the sword, it's mostly fine. There are 2 items here in the tower that we want to get. 2 of those red and gold chests that we love to see. Both of them are very good. And we'll get them on the way back down. I feel like their Quake spells are always so much better than mine. The little wind sound effect is so funny every time. Good, strike first. Yeah, that sword made a huge difference, just +5 speed. Made us go before the sorcerers. Okay. Let's get rid of this guy because he's magic resistant. And then these dudes, we can do this. Wasn't enough to take him out in one hit, but that's okay. Woo! All right. There's our first switch. Back down on the 6th floor. So now we have to get over to that and flip that switch with our axe. Then the elevator will not be able to go past the 6th floor. So what we're doing is we flip all of those to trap Pazuzu in between floors, and then theoretically you can fight him on almost any floor. It just depends on like which switches you flip in what order and where he's at the time. Because you saw him kind of following us, right? So he moves around until you talk to him. He just appears on every floor that you're on. And then he's like, ha ha ha, I was waiting on you. Idiot. And then he like zooms down the elevator and goes to a different floor. And that's to show you that you can't catch him. So after that, every time that you approach him, he just takes the elevator to somewhere else. Okay, there is the first thing that we want. right over there and get it. You can't put us to sleep. You silly. More sorcerers. I hate fighting wizards. I love being one, but I hate fighting them. Let's try and take him down. And get rid of him before I heal. Yeah, there we go. Well done, not missing. Now I can do this and take that one out in one hit while she heals. Nice. Ta-da! Flare. That is our last spell. We have them all. That is the most powerful attack spell in the game. Of course, it does fire damage, which means that if you're fighting something strong against fire, use something else, obviously. But otherwise, that's the big boy. Okay, now, yeah, we do need to go the other way first. I'm just gonna keep this sword on for now, honestly. Because we can't kill anything here in one hit with our weapons anyway, so if it's already going to take 2 hits, then having that +5 speed is making a real difference that I can feel, so that's what we'll do. Oh, for real? Bruh. We've got almost 90 potions. I need to use those instead of spell slots so I can save seeds, actually. Even though we have a ton of spell slots as well. Which is how you can tell that this game is fairly generous in that respect. Once again, you know, it was meant to be introductory fantasy RPG. Oh, thank you. Thank you for doing that and saving me a turn. There we go. Elevator. Locked. Locked and hopefully unloaded. So now whenever you see him, he goes down to like different floors, and it's always felt random to me. I am sure that someone like maybe a speedrunner, perhaps, well actually I don't know, they might skip this dungeon, so did you see that? He just slammed his face into the floor and bounced right back up. But someone like a speedrunner might be able to tell you that there is a method to the madness. Right, where when you talk to him or run into Pazuzu on a given floor, he goes to another specific floor with some predictability. Like maybe he always goes down 1 floor, he always goes down 3, or maybe he goes as far up or as far down as he can every time to get away from you. I don't know. Like I said, it's always kind of felt random to me. So that just means that the best you can do is you just go down and hit every switch. Hey, level 32, nice. If you hit every switch, then you're guaranteed to have him trapped, because then he will wind up between 2 floors somewhere. So like if he's on the first floor and you hit the second floor switch, he can't go up. So because I don't know exactly what floor he's on, we're going to hit them all. Because you have to trap him between 2 floors or you can't fight him. If he can go up or down even 1 floor at all, he will. I know I've said before on the channel with other games that, like, you know, hey, I've played this game, you know, a million times. Can you tell? Let's see, is this the other one where we want to? I'll check. Let's see. This might be where the other one is. I can't remember for sure, but I feel like with this one you can really tell that I mean it. I've played this game 100 times, I swear, I promise. But like, with Mystic Quest, you can tell. Of course, part of that is because it's not really, like, skill-based. I guess is the kindest way to say it. It's a very predictable game. So there are still moments in dungeons like Mount Gale where I get momentarily lost or slightly lose my way, but overall, yeah, I feel like you can tell. Oops. Love how their damage sprite change is like, ugh! Hide behind their wings, like, oh no. Okay, this is not what I thought it was. It's fine, we'll just go up here. Down another floor, that's where the next switch is. I think that both of the treasures are on an even numbered floor. Yes, there's the other one. Okay, good. So that way I don't have to backtrack. I couldn't remember for certain, but I was pretty sure that they were. Are both of you weak to wind? I think so. Yes. Most flying enemies are weak to wind and shoot. So arrow, the ninja stars, and the bow of grace, generally speaking, will fuck them up. Let's focus on the mages. I can't believe he didn't heal. He went first. They always heal. So Flare is on the 6th floor. I think this is the 4th floor, or is this... Which floor are we on? Yeah, we're on floor 4. This will be another big upgrade. This is a weapon upgrade coming up. And considering what we're doing right now, it'll be of great use. This is our final weapon upgrade, in fact, I suppose I should say, because now we have the Giant's Axe, we have the Mega Grenade, we have the Dragon Claw. So, of course, by process of elimination, you can guess this is our final sword coming up. And then after this, the only other equipment items there are left to get is the final suit of armor, which is in the next to the last dungeon, and the final shield, which is the last one that you get. Alright, there's no great or fun way to go about this. No matter what you do, you have to fight a chimera and some sorcerers. So, let's just do it. It's the sorcerers that I dislike. Healing bastards. They can poison if you hit with melee like Kaylee got just a second ago, so might as well kill them in one shot.
You gonna do it? You gonna hit me? Better kill me in one shot. Correct.
Love it. Love a good crit. You know, considering that we have the Flizzards, and the Salamans, so we have 2 fire-based lizard enemies, I feel like they missed an opportunity here. They should have had an ice lizard that was called a Blizzard. That would have been so simple, and that feels like something Ted Woolsey would have done. Anyway, Excalibur. It looks cool, feels cool, it is cool. So there we go, we go from 137 to 217. So that is the strongest weapon in the game by pure attack power. So there is never a reason to use the Giant's Axe again, as far as I know after this, especially because it's still, like all swords, gives you +5 speed. See, so might as well have high attack power and +5 speed. Let's see, where's the switch is up here, I think. Usually if you have to blow a hole in the wall to get to it, that's where it is, you know? If Legend of Zelda has taught me nothing else, it's that if you have to blow a hole in the wall, there is something back there that you want. Oh, no, I was wrong. There's the switch over there. This is just where you get to the elevator. That's fine. Free XP. Just grab these healing potions and these cure potions. Let's see what our damage difference is. 814. Oh, we're still not killing them in one hit, though. Oh, God. In another level, we might, though. Because I think they've got like 825 health or something like that. It might be 850. Oh, I just attacked 2 different enemies. You fool, Starfish. Ah! Of course. Okay. It's fine. That's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Meant to do that on purpose. I like to give him a chance. Oh, you bastard. For realsies, stop healing yourself. Stop healing yourself. Stop healing yourself. Okay, probably time for a cure. So you've got more this time. Just have you do it. Once you have Excalibur on, literally the only reason to ever have the axe on again is to flip these switches. Now you stop that. I know being petrified means you can't be targeted and can't be hurt at all. But how terrifying would it be if like Quake dealt extra damage to petrified targets because they were rocks or something? There we go, now you can see there's something blocking the elevator. That's what it looks like. I think we need 1 or 2 more levels before he's able to take stuff out here with a single hit. But we're close. Because most monsters in this tower have 800 and something hit points. So... And we are dealing 800 and something damage, so we're close. You know, when you say smooth horses, I think of that comic that one dude did that's where he's walking into the ocean and the sharks get him and it's like, smooth lions are eating me. I'm walking into the big wet. Smooth lions are eating me. Thankfully, smooth horses can't eat you because they don't have heads and therefore they have no mouths. They have no mouths, but they must scream. It's alright, we'll do their screaming for them. We all scream for you, smooth horse. It's okay. We'll all scream together. Can we get some screams in chat? Yeah, there we go. Hey, Vroni. Welcome, thank you for dropping in. We're just screaming. Just hanging out and screaming. Okay, here we go. Second floor. This is the last switch. So once we do this, then we can just go and get Pazuzu. Let's go ahead and just blast this guy. Thank you. Thank you for your scream. It's much appreciated. Oh my goodness. We have got to be close to another level too. 15,000, yeah. That's not really that far. Because each of these monsters are giving us, like, over 1,000. Giving us 1k plus, so... Got you! Alright, now where is the switch? Tell me I'm gonna get this on the first try. Before I fight that battle, is it? I think it is up there. I think. The second floor, ironically, is the floor you come to last, so... It's the one that I remember the worst. You can't put us to oh. I guess they can put us to sleep. I love when he shrugs it off immediately after it's applied, because then he just face plants and bounces right back to his feet, and it's so funny every time. Oh, Kaylee. I'm so glad we're strong against confusion now. Thank goodness. Oh, this may be wrong. And I mean, the worst that happens is we fight a couple of extra battles, which they're going very fast, so... Oh no, more experience points, oh no! Oh no! Yeah, I think this is the wrong way. Like I said, see, the further into the game it is, the worse I remember it. Come on, Kaylee, go first. There we go. Screw your healing magic. Enemies out here healing each other. I hate it. I want dissonance in the ranks. I don't want to see any unity. I do not want to see monsters supporting monsters. I want to see dissension and disharmony. I want to see you fighting amongst yourselves. I'm gonna chance it. Ah! Dang it. Okay, see, and yeah, that cost me. Well, that's fine. Okay, we'll just do this. We haven't used Flare yet. Let's use Flare. Boom. 2,000 damage. That's the first time we've seen that much damage in one shot. Very nice. Yes, thank you for your screaming. Okay, I'm gonna do a seed after this because she's out of arrow spells. Yeah, we should level up in another battle or two. Critical hits. Whenever you crit on the second hit of an enemy that only takes 2 hits to kill, it always feels like a waste, because it's like you couldn't have critted on the first hit. But realistically, mathematically, it makes no difference unless you get 2 crits in a row with 2 different characters, because then if you crit on the first hit and kill the enemy in one shot, then all that happens is then the second character attacks a different enemy and inflicts like most of their health and damage, and they're still wounded and alive. And then you have to finish them off with a separate attack anyway, so... Like, I'm just rambling, but... it is what it is, though. Actually, let me do this way. Yeah. There we go, now we can take both of them out in one round. Make up for him being put to sleep. Okay, let me go ahead and... cut all the stuff. All of the things that we can pick up from here. So I want to make sure that we save it. No. Ah, I've been struck by lightning. Like a blade. Hey, there's level 33. I knew it. Just a couple more battles and then we will have Pazuzu cornered. So actually, we're going to come in a little bit underestimate, because I was thinking that by the time we finish the wind area, I would be like right at or around 9 hours, and we may come in under 8.5, which is great, because then the next to last dungeon I can probably finish in maybe half an hour. Here we go. One last smooth horse guarding the switch. He is dealing more damage, but... not quite enough to take him out in one slot, or one shot. Almost said one slot. A single slot. I'm focusing on the Manticores. When I fight this specific grouping, I probably should take out the Thanatos first, because the Thanatos is the one that has Cure. All three of them have some way to kill you instantly, though, because they've got Doom Gaze, Thanatos has Doom Dance, and the Manticore, of course, has got Stone Gas. Alright. Here we go. So that's a one-way trip, as you can see, but now here we are back on the first floor. Okay, Pazuzu is not here. Now, he has to be on an odd-numbered floor, so that's fine. So now all we have to do is we go back up the stairs until we find him. And we've already cleared the stairwells, so that's not a big deal. Oh, and here he is. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Actually, I'll just do this. Okay, let's do it.
Playtime's over. Prepare to meet your doom. And you can forget about Captain Mac.
Gasp, says Benjamin. Here we go. Here's Pazuzu. Look at this fella. That's alright. We've got 8 flares. So luckily for us, he is weak to wind. We're going to deal big damage. Now, he hits big, too. See, there's Pile Driver, 500 plus. Flare, you can tell how powerful it is because it deals more damage than Arrow, even though he's weak to Arrow and he's taking extra from it. He has one gimmick we have to watch for, which is different from other enemies. We'll see if he does it. I may take him out before he does it, actually. Yeah, honestly, they've got proper respect for wind and air, don't they? Storm again. She's strong against wind. Sky attack, oh no! Yeah, see, he does hit pretty hard. That's okay. Okay, here we go. Psych Shield. He usually uses it when he gets to about half health. Alright, so what happens here is when he starts flapping his wings, right, on this turn, we cannot hit him with magic attacks because he will reflect them back on us. Oof. Psych Shield is down, see, and then he'll show you, he flaps his wings again to indicate that the defense is over. Oh! Oh, fuck off. Wow. I was worried that would happen. Okay. Well. It happens. That's alright. He's a boss. He's gonna do stuff like that. Yeah, indeed. Literally stonewall. I can't believe that you would stonewall me, a gay, like this. You know that the gays hate being stonewalled. I'm trying to get in as much damage as possible before he does Psych Shield, and that way when he does Psych Shield, we can use that as like a recovery round. Okay, now he probably is going to Psych Shield this time, so I'm going to double cure. Yep, there we go. It's alright. Cure again, and she can attack. Actually, he does more damage now, so we'll have him attack and she can cure. So I think her cure also might still be very slightly better than his. Alright, and now we can go back to Flare and Arrow. Oh, shit! It wasn't down. Damn it. I did that to myself. He usually only does it for one turn. At least you got to see the feather animation. Okay. That was on me. 100%. But like I said, yeah, you got to see the feather animation when you hit the Psych Shield, which is kind of cool, so. Yeah. Pazuzu is an asshat. He is the worst boss. Yeah, I'll pretend it was deliberate if y'all will. I just wanted to show you the cool feather animation. The devs put so much work into it, you gotta. We've spent so much time appreciating the other animations in this game during this marathon. Okay, Flare, and then I'm gonna cure. Now the good thing about Psych Shield is that when he does it, he usually, like, it goes off after you attack. Because it would be a really awful, mean thing for the devs to do, to have him do Psych Shield in the middle of your attacks after you'd already queued up multiple spells. So if he does Psych Shield, he always, like, he goes last. Oh, once again, here, let me do this. We'll double cure and he can attack. Critical hit, nice! Alright, now this time I will wait until he tells me that the Psych Shield is down, and then we will go back to magic. And if you're spamming things like Flare, there we go. Then while his Psych Shield is up is a great time to use seeds and stuff as well. Flare. Let's cure again. Because he does hit hard, so I want to keep our HP up. As much as I would love for that to be an arrow. Because the next attack can be that at any time. But yeah, you can see that he's a healthy boy, too. Oh, there's his final... That's his last, like, his critical health thing. There we go. When he hits that... You know you've got him, because his second, or like his middle health sprite lasts for so long. Here we go, flashing lights incoming. There we go, and boom, the final coin. Let's get out of here. Now we go back and talk to Otto. And there's Norma. I don't know if she went to bed because, like, she was tired and anxious and hungry because she'd been trapped in the tower, or if she was sent to bed because he's just like, nah, you're too much trouble. We still have Captain Mac to worry about. Spencer said you'd help. Hey! Our pal Ruben, are you okay? Yeah, and guess what I found when I fell? A stairway to the top of the focus tower. Stairway? I've got it. If we refill the dry lake, we can save Captain Mac. How?
Go to Spencer's tunnel. Set a bomb there, and the water from the upper lake will spill into the dry lake.
But Spencer's tunnel is caved in.
There is one way. If you power the Rainbow Road machine with Thunder Rock, you can reach Spencer's place. Dad'll know about this.
Kaylee, would you take care of Norma? Ruben and I know the Focus Tower well, so we'll be back from Fireburg in no time. Of course. Here we go. Now we get Ruben too. So now we just have to go back to Fireburg. And unfortunately, we can't teleport there from here because we don't have the Mobius Crest yet. So we do actually have to walk, which sucks. But at least it's a fairly short walk. We're just going to Fireburg. So you'll notice that as we go back this way, right? Go through here, you've seen... That's the door with the sky coin symbol on it that we just got. And there's no way to get to it from here. Yeah, we do have bombs, but there's no cracks in the wall. Remember? There's no cracks in the wall, then what good do bombs do us? So we'll head back this way. Just a hop, a skip, and a jump. This is the most backtracking that there is in the game, so... Ruben is now level 31, the same as Kaylee. That's how you can tell we're not going to have him for very long. Oh, while I'm here, how many seeds have I got? 26. Okay, we're fine. Oops. Arion, you ever heard of Thunder Rock?
Of course, wait a second.
I love how he just, like, turns face down and then face up again.
Here, take it.
Like, he just has some in under his pillow, is the way I always interpreted this.
Okay, knock him out.
Sure. Oh, Lord. See, now if we had the Mobius Crest, we could just go back. I wish that they gave us the Mobius Crest before we did this, and that would be better than the way it is now, because you get the Mobius Crest in Spencer's place, so you have to come up here, get the Thunder Rock, then go all the way back to Windia, and then he uses the Rainbow Road to get you to Spencer's place, where you find the Mobius Crest, and then you can transport from Fireburg to Windia. It's like, bruh, we could have saved so much walking. That's okay. Soon it will be largely irrelevant anyway, because we're close to the end of the game. There are 2 more dungeons. As you may have gathered by this point, see, we have almost everything, right? So there's the Mobius Crest, and then there is one other item. Which we will get very shortly. And then other than the armor, which we are also about to get, and the shield, which is in the final dungeon, we've gotten everything. So we have almost successfully 100% of the game. So we're close.
Found some Thunder Rock, eh?
Here we go.
Power up completed. Now you can go to Spencer's place.
Alright. Let's get going. Let's do it. So yeah, the way this is going to work is we've got Ruben with us for the next to last dungeon. And then... oh, here we go.
Let's blow that area up with a mega grenade. Hiya!
Ta-da! The ship floats over there.
We did it! Let's tell Kaylee.
Not before I have a chance to explore this end of Spencer's tunnel. There we go. See? Can you tell that the Mobius Crest is here? Libra Crest. That warps us elsewhere. We're gonna go over here. And we cannot blow things up from inside tunnels. You can't do the bomb animation from there. So actually, we have to go around. Is it this way? Oh, right. There we go. I forgot. We actually have to use the Dragon Claw. You could see the top of this ladder is still here. So you have to climb down into the water and go this way. Right? That kind of makes sense. So here we go. We throw the bomb across this way. Ta-da. Now we go back like this. So yeah, it makes sense when you think about it that way. Don't throw that bomb here in this, like, in this tunnel where you can't see what you're doing. It's dark. And here we go. The next to last key item. The Mobius Crest. Yay! Ta-da! And we, it looks like it's missable because it's just a shortcut. And there really is only one Mobius Crest teleportation square where you have to have it, and that's the one that takes you to the ship dock over there. So it's not missable. You do have to get it. It is a plot critical. So it looks like you can just pass it by, but no. It worked. The ship is afloat. Thanks. I'll head there now. But the ship's full of monsters. Let us go first. Like Kaylee can't fucking handle herself. Give this Captain Cap to Dad when you find him. Then he'll know I'm coming. There we go. This little like pirate hat. That's the final key item. So there we go. Now we have 100%ed all of this stuff. Oh, and you'll see over there too, Ruben picked up a single new spell since we saw him last, and it was white. So there you go. We've got all of our spells, we've got all of our weapons, so the only thing that we have left is the ultimate armor and the ultimate shield. Ultimate armor is coming up. We might not finish this next dungeon by the 9-hour mark. In fact, I would wager to say that we won't, but... Oh, I have to show you this view. So yeah, that bomb allowed us to... We drained a bunch of the water from the lake up at the top where the ice pyramid was flowing down by Aquaria into the dry lake to fill it back up. So here we go. See, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. But anyway, yes. Pretty as a picture. Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am. Tiny ma'am. There we go. This one takes you back to Fireburg, to this loser's basement. See? So there's our fast travel. And there was also a Mobius teleporter back in the Alive Forest, which I'm not going to go all the way back in for, but this one I'm going to show you just because it's kind of ridiculous. This is the one where we go into, see, the Cage Temple. And there's a Mobius teleporter here, which takes us here. And this place, like, there's nothing here, right? This takes us to the Light Temple.
Temple of Light, presumably. But I mean it when I say, like, there's nothing. Like, see, there's not a secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Like, there are no hidden doorways. There are no Easter eggs. This game is not complex enough for that. You can jump over here. And you can see, like, there's one entrance right there. You go around this way. And you can walk in here. And there's your secret tunnel. Jump over, and there is, boom, 3 cure potions. All of that for 3 cure potions. It's very strange. I feel like maybe this was a level where perhaps they were going to do something else. And it got cut for some reason, perhaps? I don't know. But that's the only way you can get over there, and there's nothing in there but a secret compartment with 3 cure potions. So there, now you have seen every area in the game except the one that we're going to. And this looks so much nicer as well. Look at this. All of this water, that's what it's supposed to look like. See? The world really comes to life that way. Now we go, wait a minute. No. My bad. Wrong house. Sorry. It's this one. The old lady there will sell you seeds. Now that the wind has stopped, we don't need any. Here we go. The ship dock. This is so fucking funny every time. Like, they don't bother to do a big version of the ship. It's the same tiny sprite, and I love that. Alright, here we go. We are on deck. And because we have the mirror and the gas mask, we can see these enemies. If you don't get the gas mask in the volcano because the ship is covered in fog, I think you actually can't see these creatures. They are invisible, so. But thankfully, there's nothing here that we haven't seen. Can you get both of them with one spell? Dang it, no. Okay. Not at level 33 anyway, I'm gonna have to remember that. We are not yet strong against wind attacks. That deals more to us than their thunder or quake. So this is the next to last dungeon. Can't put Ruben to sleep. Now that we have Flare, it's like, let's use it. Because I hate those games like, you know, you could do a D&D campaign, for example, where you gain access to your most powerful spells and abilities at level 20, and then no campaign ever goes to level 20 and then stays there. It's always at like level 17 or 18 or something is actually, let me do this. Let me do the smart thing. There we go. Push it out of the way like this. So now we're gonna climb the mast. Doodly doodly doo. We're gonna go across this, I guess it's a piece of sail or rope between the masts. You can see the masts are like busted too. The ship's not in great condition. But anyway. Yeah, it's always like, it kind of caps out at level 16, 17, 18, so you never get to see your most powerful abilities. Or if you do,
you have them for, like, the final boss fight, and that's it. So having things like Flare and Excalibur here and getting them 2 dungeons before the final boss is very satisfying, because then you actually get to use it. Of course, it matters a lot less in this situation too, but... So I want to make sure to get that guy, finish him off first, because he can duplicate, and he's also got Doom Dance. I was worried, but we very well might make it. Here we go. Gaia's armor. There is the ultimate armor, and you can tell this room is safe because we're hearing, like, the main title fanfare. So here we go. We go from power 12 to power 15, and it gives us defense against sleep and wind. So now there's another status effect that we are immune to, finally. So now we just need the final shield. So yeah, there we go. That was the ship. There was so much more, and it's easy to get lost here if you don't know the way, but if you just climb that mast and go down, it leads you straight here. It's a straight line. And you saw how few monsters we had to fight.
Isn't that my Captain Cap?
Oh wait, he's a ship captain too.
Hey, isn't that my Captain Cap?
Kaylee asked us to give it to you.
Are you okay?
And here's Kaylee. She shoves us aside. Dad, I was worried about you. You look awful. So imagine if she had that, like if you had never played this game before and I gave her that accent because she is Captain Mac's daughter and you didn't know why, you had no context.
Dad, I was worried about you. You look awful. I'm okay, but I've got some bad news. The Dark King prophecy.
Dad, tell us about the prophecy later. Let's cure your wounds in Windia first.
But
she just collects him. Oh, and here goes Ruben.
I'm okay. I guess I haven't recovered from that fall off the bridge.
Ruben, let's get to Windia and put you to bed. It's Spencer and Tristram.
There you are.
Spencer, Phoebe's been looking for you.
I met her at the inn in Windia. Now she wants to see you. We're done here. Let's go. Right. See you again, kid.
They showed up just to deliver that message. Bruh, we are already going to Windia. We are going to Windia so hard. Also, how did you get here? You don't have the Mobius crest. We know that because I've got it. So, like, what the whole fuck is going on? So, oh wait, that's Norma. No. We go to the inn and... Oh, I hate that. I hate that, but now... Ruben's hurt. Oh, and to prove it, he falls down. I'm surprised you made it here with such a bad wound. Off to bed with you. I pat him on the shoulder, he trips on the way. No one helps him up the stairs. He's a wounded man. On the other hand, though, like, he literally fought. He went to battle on, like, a broken leg or whatever. So, props to it. We didn't even get to see him cast white. That's how little time you have Ruben 2 for, so, but there you go. Starfish, you need to hear Mac's news. You're not going to like it. Now we have Phoebe 2, and she is level 34, so that tells you what the game expects from you. We are right there on cue. We are level 33. Dad will return to Florista when he's feeling better. And there's Ruben. Notice how everyone else who lies in a bed is completely still, but Ruben it's his moving sprite. What are you up to there in that bed, Ruben?
Ow, don't touch me.
Well, 3 peas in a pod.
what can be so important? They've discovered a lost part of the prophecy. The one behind the four is darker than the night and rises midst the land. You've saved the crystals, but our real enemy is the Dark King. He's in the focus tower. Reach the tower with my ship.
Stand by the steering wheel and press the A button. Okay, well. We know everything we need to. This time it's like he slept in the middle bed, so he's like jumping out to check on everybody. Like, y'all okay? You good? Everyone sleep well? Alright, back to the ship dock. We are almost done, folks. And we're in under 9 hours by quite a bit. I actually thought the ship would take longer than that, even though I knew it was very short. So I hope you're ready. We're going back to somewhere that I said we would return to. Here we go. Sailing on the open seas. There's the stairwell at the bottom of the focus tower that Ruben said that he saw. Here we go. Remember that music? It's the Doom Castle. Oops. We can't jump here. Dang it. That's right. I was going to cheese it, but I'll have to go around this way. The final item in the game for us to 100% it is actually in this room. Now here's Phoebe. Of course, she's got her healing spells. She's had fire. Now she's picked up Blizzard, but she also has white to go with thunder. So now we get to go through the rest of the game like this. Boom. I'm not even going to cure her blindness. Alright, so there are several ways we can go down here onto the shifting sands. We want to go all the way over here. Down this way. Ta-da! Rematch. I mean, not much of one, it's just a Gorgon. See, and it's kind of like they have monsters from every region here to kind of mix it up and show you that this is the final dungeon. But at the same time, it kind of doesn't do anything. Like, there's no impact to it, because they're not stronger or anything like that. Like, they're the same monster. But anyway, here we go. The final treasure. Fanfare, please. Dun da da da. It is the Aegis Shield. So there we go. So the the Venus Shield went from power 10 to 14, and there we go. Finally, that's what makes us immune to Petrify. Ta-da! Oh, and here's another unique item, the Ether Shield, which gives her strength against paralysis, sleep, and wind. She picked that up while she was out. So that'll help. We have 99 heal potions, so better do that. There we go, so that's it. 100% of the weapons, 100% of the armor, 100% of the key items, 100% of the spells. We got everything that was missable, everything that was optional, which is easy to do, but still, we did do it. So, that means now it is just a straight shot. There is nothing else to do except finish it. Oh crap, I missed it. It's the wrong one. Dang it. Phooey. Let me go ahead and put the Dragon Claw on. So no, that's okay. We just get to spend more time with this incredible track. shout out again to Ryuji Sasai. And also, and Yasuhiro Kawakami as well, but like this guitar track is Sasai, so there we go. Whoop. So there's going to be a boss rush, for what it matters. We've seen all the bosses, we beat them once, but they get a slight upgrade. As with most boss rushes. Recognize that guy? I bet you do. Okay, so now we have to carefully turn this way. We're going to throw a grenade. Then we're going to claw over. And here's where our precious seeds come in. Nothing to say to us this time. Instead of Flamerous Rex, it's Skullrus Rex. Sleep powder? Oh no. Those ninjas are just like, uh-oh. He's dealing even more damage because he's like undead. He is tougher, for sure, than Flamerous Rex, but he is nothing in front of the white and flare combo. Bam. There. And look here, you may have noticed this passage before. So here we are back in the basement of the Focus Tower. And from over there, that's where we were able to see this when we passed by. So now you know why we couldn't get there. And here we are. Skullrus Rex was guarding the final door. Ta-da, and look here. Stairs are blocked. Only one thing to do, go through the door. We're close to the end, so I'm going to try and kind of fight the minimum number of enemies. Because this dungeon, there's a lot to get through anyway. It's not super long, but each of these levels where you go in, like you saw, of course, there was the moving sands, right? So we got the moving sands as a callback to the Bone Dungeon. So now, of course, you can see there's the statue and mirror puzzles as a callback to the Ice Pyramid, and we are going to fight an upgraded version of the Ice Golem. As you might expect, not really a spoiler. Therefore, you can deduce, most likely, that there will be a similar callback level or floor of the dungeon for both the Lava Dome / the Hydra and for Pazuzu's Tower. Oops. Oh, right. I have to open it first. There we go. Now, to get back around, we have to do this. I love getting strike first, like this, because like we're unstoppable at this point anyway. But now they don't even. There's not a chance they can even do anything about it. So we don't even have to heal afterwards. Alright. there's a lot of this, where there will be two doors and paths that are too far for you to jump across, and you have to go through both of them anyway. Oh, this is gonna suck for you. Oh, bruh. 2100 damage almost. Oh, right, it's too far. I forgot. So now we have to do this. That's why those hooks are there. Here. See, and now we can jump across. I got a little lost. Where am I going? Right. Here we go. Gotta go in here. I did that one. I could have sworn. Okay, well, that's fine. Obviously, we didn't because it wasn't open, so. Shazam. Oh, I'm out of wizard spells, so I'm like, It's alright, she's got plenty. There, see, they're weak against wind, so that works. Because these two don't have a chance. I'll actually try and wait to save a seed until she runs low as well. Here we go. Now we can jump across. And now we fight this guy. I guess. Let's see. So here we go. Oop. Time to rock out. It's the stone golem. Are you excited for the boss rush? Lord. Phoebe, I swear. Oh, there we go. We got rid of the henchman anyway. You stop that. Oh my god. Did you see how he just wasted us? That... Wow. Okay. Fuck off. There we go. That's better. Go a little first. I've got the Dragon Claw on for magic boost. I should just keep Excalibur on for speed. I really should. Well, actually, you know what? It doesn't matter now. I got rid of the henchman. So now I should keep the claw on. But I should have switched to the sword for, Well, actually, it's a little fire resistant, I think. Let's try white instead. Yeah, that's dealing more damage. It's an odd thing to say about Flare. It's like anything else is dealing more damage, but... Boom. There we go. We've got pretty good shortcut back to the beginning of this level. Now we just scoot on out, and you see that the barriers are gone. How close are we? 14,000. Actually, I'm gonna fuck this guy up. We only need 14,000. I would like to level up at least one more time. Cerberus is, for some reason, weak against fire. You wouldn't think he would be. But whatever. I ain't judging. see, Phoebe's level 34, so I would like to be at least level 34 by the end of this. Here's what I was talking about earlier. I said that this was in the lava dome. Here is what I would see. You've got to go across and then come back around. You can tell that I played the game so much because sometimes it gets muddled in my head. To be fair to me, I suppose some of these levels are fairly similar. Like, it is fire-themed, etc. She's not used a single arrow, and I love that. Pretty full up on potions. I'd say we're doing great. Is that... okay, here it is. Let me secure potion. Better safe than sorry, I think. Getting a lot of strike firsts, and I like that. That's really cutting down our time here. Oh, bruh, goodbye. You can see our boss up there in the corner, dancing a little jig of anticipation, like he's somebody. Oh, I meant to target everybody. Uh-oh. Well, in that case... Seed. We're doing really good on seeds, too. We got 20 left. That's more than enough for what I wanted. Oh, I just saved it. This guy again. So some of them are going to be strong against fire, so let's actually open with a meteor. She's weak against Earth. Forgot about that. Oh. Duh. Sloppy. Twin-head wyvern. Tell me in chat which is your favorite, the dual-head hydra or the twin-head wyvern. Which do you think sounds like you need to take it more seriously? Just one or two more shots. This should be it. Yeah. And now, we can just hop around this way. And we've got a quick trip right back to the beginning. Haha, we are strong against confusion. Be gone. So of course, as you might guess, next is Pazuzu's level. Now, we have to be careful here because since you can see a parallax background on that underneath layer, that means that we can absolutely fall off here. And we don't want to do that, so, because that will take us back to the lava level. We will land safely, but we will have to, like, leave the level and climb back up, so. Should be close to a level, I think. We're also close to the end of the game. So I think we're definitely going to come in under 10 hours. And actually right around 9.5, 10 hours is... There we go, there's that level. Good, I feel better about that now. There's Pazuzu 2, Patuzu, if you will. Wrong way. You can see kind of like where we want up to. So we are trying to get over there to that staircase. I went the wrong way. Over here. Back to the way of the game. There's the damn staircase. I saw it and then just went wandering. But that's okay, we got a level out of it. But yeah, somewhere between 9 to 10 hours was my estimate for a full long play. And we are definitely, I don't know that we're going to make it under 9.5, but we definitely are coming in under 10 for sure. 100% guarantee. Even if things go really bad in the last fight. Like a couple of times. Oh right, she doesn't have a hero. That's fine. Oh, bro, they're strong against fire. I forgot. There. Save a spell slot. I think we just go over this way. I think this is right. I don't know that I've ever gotten this section on the first try. Which is like, you know, whatever, but... Yeah, I think I got this right. We're gonna go across and then loop around and come up another set of stairs. Ooh, he's self-destructed. That's rough, buddy. What a mood. What a vibe. What a feel. Actually going to do that instead because Werewolf is weak against fire, but the Chimeras are weak against wind and strong against fire, so this ought to stack with white and do everybody in, I think. Yeah. Oh, he lived. He lived. Wow, well done. Congratulations to that werewolf. Or Cerberus, rather. Not a werewolf. Did we get him last time? Yes. Ooh, oh, she's out. feel like it says something about my confidence that I'm not watching spell slots as closely as I probably should be. Definitely not as close as I could be. Yeah, okay, I think we're good.
Shaking the whole tower down.
Here, we can definitely use a flare. Oops. Oop. Went too far. Gotta go this way, and then go here, and go up, and then back around. At least, you cannot, for some reason there's invisible safety rails, so you cannot fall off the, whoops. Oh no, he died. You cannot fall off the second level. So like once we get up those stairs, you can't fall down from there back to the lava level. I don't know, I guess they figure it's gonna be like more frustrating or something. So it's just a whatever reason the devs made that decision. So like from up here, you can see the edges of the tiles are different. You can't walk off them. So it's only the ones that have those like hard cut off edges down there instead of the textured edges that you can step over. Let's... I think we can take two of them out this way. It's going to take another turn anyway, so... They're weak against shoot and blind. Which makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because they have like a lot of heads, and therefore many more eyes. Although then that begs the question why werewolves and Cerberus are not weak. Okay, so heads up. Before we go into the final boss fight, I am going to take a very brief break. I'm going to get up and stretch a little bit so that we can get all the way through it in one go, because that way, if we eat shit and I have to do the fight again, which is very possible, then I will have, I'll be hydrated and all that other good stuff, so. Exactly. So we're going to go back out to the stairwell, and then before we go into that last chamber, which is the end of the game. This is Z, or Z, I guess. Z. Once again, we gotta keep our HP up. You can instantly kill us, but only one of us at a time. So it's the same thing as with Pazuzu, he's just orange. And at this point, both of us are strong against wind attacks as well, so, like, yay for us. Okay. That's fine. He's weak against shoot attack and blind, so the Bow of Grace works really well. Oh, there we go. Critical hits. He's got more hit points than Pazuzu by a bit, so we get to see this stage of his sprite a little bit longer. That should be it. Yep, there we go. Okay, so now we just have to get out of here. That is it. So while I am walking back and there's nothing else to do or talk about, I am going to go ahead. I'm going to thank y'all for being with me, because once we finish this, of course, we'll have been at it for almost 10 hours today, which means that once I'm done, I'm done. Because this has been a blast. This has been a great experience, and y'all have made it that way for me, so thank you so much for that. As always, I do appreciate the privilege of your time, and you have given so much of it today. So it is extremely flattering, among other things, that y'all have sat here for almost 10 hours with me today and just played Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, which is arguably... oh, I don't need to do that, actually. Arguably not a good game, depending on who you talk to. I like it. But some people may disagree. So, you know, if you do disagree, you've still been here for the whole thing. And I really appreciate that. I cannot think of a better way to commemorate 100 followers on Twitch and 100 subscribers on YouTube than to give 100% to 100%ing a game that I love, that is near and dear to my heart. Because this channel has become near and dear to my heart, and so has this community. And so I really appreciate y'all spending so much of your time today with me, whether you have been here for the entire 9.5 hours or you have been here for 9.5 minutes or 9.5 seconds. I appreciate it. So I am going to pause our timer here, and I am going to go and take a very brief break. Like I said, I'll hydrate, I'm going to stretch, and I'll be back with you in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. This is the final battle. It is over after this, so stay tuned. And we are back. Okay, here we go. This is it. The final battle, the final confrontation. I'm going to start our timer again. Hang in there. This is the home stretch. The end of Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Ta-da! The powers of the four crystal come together. Starfish, Phoebe, Knights of Light. I like that they name her too, because she's here, right? We crystals now entrust you with our power. Boom. So we get healed, and we get max arrows. You see those barriers disappear around the edge, right? Cure potions. One heal potion, because that's all we have room for. And seeds times 25. See, that's why I wasn't too worried about seeds. Okay, here we go. This is it. All right. Look at these guys, right? Blinky, blinky. And this Yahoo. Look at this guy, causing all this shit. Here we are in the void of space or something. There's a eclipsed sun behind him. This is how you know that he means business, right? Dark King, we meet at last. Indeed. And now you will serve me. I don't think so. We won't allow you to ruin our world. Alas, silly humans, I must share a terrible secret. That prophecy? Ages ago I started that rumor. Welcome to the power of darkness. I love that. He's just like, fuck y'all, I made the prophecy up. Okay, so this is tough. He is tough, and he's got some, like, he's got 4 stages. So, yeah, I have to do the cheese, right? This is a 100% run, and this is the only glitch/exploit that everybody knows. So, there is an overflow glitch in Mystic Quest. And because the Dark King has so many hit points, what that means is, if you cast Cure on him, it wraps around and actually deals damage. But it doesn't work with Phoebe because Phoebe's magic is too high, so it wraps around twice and actually heals the Dark King. You have to do it with Benjamin. Here we go. Ta-da! 16, almost 17,000 damage. We're gonna hit him again, because that's gonna deal even more damage than Flare. She's gonna use a refresher. Oh no! We missed. Refresher on him. Parastare, you say? We're strong against Paralyze attack. Boom. Gah. Now see what I really am. We skipped a phase. He actually has a phase in between where he opens up his cloak and has 6 arms. And there's a different weapon in each one, and he gains a different attack for each of them. So we skipped his second phase by hitting him with Cure. And now we went to his third phase. And now we're going to skip straight to his fourth phase. And that's it. He's gone. Fuck that guy. Easiest final boss. There you go. I'm going to leave the timer on because it's not done until it says the end. So, yes, we defeated the Dark King. At last. It's all over. There we go. Oh, thank you. Oh, and there's that fanfare. Ta-da! Just you didn't get to see because the thing was up, so our little old man appeared, and ta-da! Disguised as a human, I, the crystal of light, have guided you. Because remember, on the title screen there were 5 crystals, and 4 of them had their light stolen. Only 1 was left. Evil can't thrive if you keep hope alive, use your courage, and respect your world. What a great message, especially since this game was targeted at younger audiences, right? Just a simple, like, message, like an after-school moral message. A bright future awaits you now. Go and enjoy all the world has to offer. Thank you. Ta-da! Here we go. We're gonna go around and visit all of our friends. That was so cheesy. I feel like I almost should go back and do it again and do like the real fight to show you how difficult it can actually be, because if you don't use Cure with Benjamin, that fight can brick wall you. So even at max level, he's tough.
Starfish, you say the Dark King was the problem and you beat him? But of course. Say, what's become of Ruben and Captain Mac? They're fine. They've already headed home.
Great. Sometime I'll drop by and say hi. Starfish out. Here we are off to see Kaylee.
You're safe. What are you going to do now?
Hey, maybe you can answer that. Mac, how about lending me that ship? I need a little more adventure in my life. Don't worry, Kaylee.
Alright, but let me see if it's still seaworthy. Don't forget your cap again.
Like the hat is what matters somehow. Here we go, just walking through the water. At least we don't have to go through the whole thing. Spencer, you still digging?
Yep, all because of you guys.
Anybody seen Tristram?
Ah, that jerk. He's gone treasure hunting again.
Okay, so he just drops everybody like he drops us. I'll tell him I said hi. Firebird. Yeah, treasure hunting. Oop, Ruben must be feeling better.
How's it going?
Ruben, couldn't be better. Why don't we hang out in this town? What an awkward line. Why don't we hang out in this town? No way. I'm off for more adventure in Captain Mac's ship.
At least let me see you off.
Here we go, we've gathered the whole posse.
The ship's better than new.
Thanks, Mac.
3 cheers for Captain Starfish.
Wait until you see my next invention.
Can you come over again?
Have a good trip.
Do it up while you're young.
I think I've had all the adventure I can stand. How about taking me along? You'll need an expert treasure hunter.
You don't know what you're saying, Grandpa. You'll be back in no time. See the world for me. We're going to miss you.
I don't know why some of them don't come along, but... I'm gonna miss you too. Farewell. Of course, the 2 ladies come to see us off. Here we are, adventure awaits. Look at that beautiful horizon. I love to see it. Oh, what's that familiar music? Could it be? What are you doing here?
I can't resist it when I hear about an adventure. I'm gonna keep an eye on you, kid.
That's Starfish, you nut. You nut, he calls Tristan. Yeah, this is beautiful art here on this final screen. Yeah, can we get some nuts in chat? For Tristram? Oh, goodness gracious. Out of all the companions that we had during this entire adventure, we get stuck with Tristram for some reason. I don't know why. There's Ted Woolsey. Translation and storyline. He did the best he could. I wonder how it was different in the original Japanese, actually. Like, I wonder what was different. Because we know some character names and things were different, but like the dialogue and so on. Because it is pretty simplistic and the story is very straightforward, so I do wonder what the original untranslated was like. The system program, Itikiti. I assume that was the name of the, no, see, because then it says sound program, Minoru Akao. So I was going to say maybe that's the program that they made the game in, like the software. But no, I guess that was somebody's name. Thank Toshiyuki Momose for the shrug animation. The map characters, M. Shimoji. I assume that's the person who did like the overworld sprites for the monsters and stuff. There we go. Ryuji Sasai and Yasuhiro Kawakami. Thank you for this glorious soundtrack. It never gets old. Oh my gosh. Yeah, exactly. It may be someone's screen name. Ah, what a ride. Well, that was just as much fun as it always is. I love this game every time I play it, and it is definitely one that I keep going back to. And I'm sure that I will play it many more times in the years to come. But it was especially special this time today because I got to play it with y'all. And it was fun to sit down and just do it in one sitting too and see like what it came out to. And 9.5 hours. There we go. Farewell. The end with that last little charming animation and fanfare. And then you hear the sound of the waves and the seagulls. So there we go. 9 hours, 34 minutes, 9 seconds. I probably could have hit it a couple seconds earlier, but I was waiting for the seagull sounds. I don't consider it actually over until you hear the seagull sounds, because the full thing hasn't played. So, yeah. Thank you again so much for spending your time here with me. Whether you were here, I know some of you actually were here the whole time, which is wild to me. So thank you so much. That is, thank you for that amazing support. Thank you for all of the gift subs. Thank you for hanging out and keeping me company and being interested and supporting the channel. And thank you, of course, to all of our followers on Twitch and all of our subscribers on YouTube, no matter whether you're watching right now or when you watch or how much you watch. Specific Pixel and I do appreciate it. He's with me in chat right now, so shout out to my wonderful husband, Specific Pixel, as well. But thank y'all for 100 plus followers on Twitch, 100 plus subs on YouTube. This is a big milestone for us, and we appreciate the community that y'all have built. We appreciate your support in every form, whether it is on either of the channels, whether it is on Twitter, whether you are one of our Patreon patrons. We do really appreciate it, and we are grateful for that. I love you too. And I love doing this. So this was this worked out really well. I was a little nervous when I started planning it, but I feel like I got exactly what I wanted out of it. I hope that y'all did too. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for giving me so much of your day today and to sharing Mystic Quest, a very important game that's near and dear to my heart, that is integral to my childhood and to, you know, my perspective as a gamer in general, as a lover of Final Fantasy and RPGs, of JRPGs, and as a retro gamer now in my adult years. And as always, thanks for playing.